60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, Phd Cci ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the Phd Cci is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, the Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. Phd Cci brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. Phd at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the Phd Cci are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance, capital markets, etc., certification services for origin of goods for exporters and other documents, capacity development through trainings and workshops, interface services with central and state governments, corporate social responsibility through voluntary organization. So, an association with Phd Cci would add value to your business. Phd Cci offers memberships under the categories Patron, Star, Ordinary, Association, and Professional. Benefits to Patron and Star members: get opportunities to be part of the Managing Committee, may get opportunity to be the Chair or Co-Chair of various committees, opportunity to be a delegation member to meet government and statutory bodies, get branding and publicity, to avail the facilities of the library and business lounge of the Phd Chamber. The patron members and star members will have their logos displayed on the Phd website and Phd Bulletin. Additionally, special discounts to members availing Phd Cci's infrastructure facilities. For more details, please visit our website www.phdcci.in. We welcome you to join Phd Cci, be a part of the golden story of more than a century, and be a part of the nation's growth. Phd Chamber of Commerce and Industry symbolizes progress, harmony, and development. For the last 116 years, Phd Cci has been serving the nation. Phd Cci reaches out to 150,000 companies with focus on the development of large, medium, and small businesses. Phd Cci has co-opted national and international industry associations and organizations through over 151 global MOUs and more than 60 domestic MOUs. With access to governments and international forums, Phd Cci ensures that the voice of our members is heard by those who make decisions that ultimately affect their bottom line. The mission of the Phd Cci is to provide a proactive leadership role by providing quality services, to act as a catalyst for rapid economic development and prosperity through promotion of trade, industry, and services, to strengthen technological advancement through effective industry-government research partnership, to emphasize productivity, improve work ethos, and encourage business ethics, to effectively project credibility and commitment of business to the society at large. To support its members, The Chamber has expert committees, state committees, and task force. Phd Cci brings together intense research, ideation, and advocacy to support businesses. They support the members proactively through intense research and advocacies. Not only members, they also support the government in formulating prominent policies that support economic growth. With this, the Chamber brings out a unique opportunity to network nationally and internationally. PhD at its headquarters in Delhi and its regional offices at Chandigarh, Jaipur, and Lucknow provides unique facilities for conferences and business networking events to its members. The prominent services of the Phd Cci are ideation and research on topical issues through expert committees and task forces, advisory services to business on corporate affairs, taxation, finance,
So we request the people sitting backside to come, please, in the front rows, so that session becomes more and more interactive. Thank you. And I request the delegates from the last row to come in the first or second. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and very good morning to all of you in today's very, very important session on GST. As you all know that GST is now becoming more and more good and simple tax with the reforms undertaken by the government during the last 2-3 years. There are a lot of reforms, plethora of reforms by the government to address the issues of COVID and then to rejuvenate the economy from the lows of March, April, caused by the daunting impact of coronavirus. And this is repeating. Repeat. Now the time has come to discuss the various issues related to GST and to how to handle the inspection, then search, seizure and arrest under the GST and preparation and handing of audit by the GST department. As you all know, that GST is a most important major ingredient of the manufacturing activity, not only the manufacturing activity, but the all economic activity. And not all the economic activity, but greater part of the revenue of the government, which addresses the fiscal deficit and various developmental schemes undertaken by the government during the last many years and in the coming years also, to address the infrastructure problem and to address various issues related to the economic development of the country. So now we are happy to note that recent collections of the April 2022 are all-time high. Give a big applaud to the government and to the policymakers and to the industry that this is the all-time figure which achieved during the month of April. 1,65,000 crore is the collection of the GST for the month of April, which is all-time high. So going forward, I believe with the more and more reforms and the simplification of the GST laws, we will be able to earmark more and more collections, because GST simplification is important to enhance the tax trajectory and to enhance the tax collections and to reduce the tax evasion. So that is the great thing which has happened and has become visible now in all the fronts of the economy. So with these words, I would like to invite our Secretary General, Shri Saurav Sanyal ji, for his welcome remarks. Shri Saurav Sanyal ji, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Before your welcome remarks, we would like to have national anthem.
Yeah, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As kids, we always, when we entered the class, we always tried to avoid the front seats and the front benches, and always used to sneak into the back benches. So, since we are all adults and gentlemen, may I once again request the back benchers to kindly rise and shine and come to the front seats, because you will be able to understand and comprehend the GST issues much better when our chair, Mr. Bimal Jain ji, explains things about seizures. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the full day special seminar on how to handle inspection, search, seizure, and arrest under the GST and preparation and handling of audit by the GST department. It's a very serious subject because it talks about arrest and seizures. So everybody gets scared. All those who are paying GST, all those firms who are paying GST. But I believe these are only applicable when you are a defaulter. If you've been a good gentleman, you've been paying your GST timely, because of which we have this large collections which Dr. SP Sharma, my colleague, just now brought out. I think there's nothing to fear. I'm sure Shri Bimal Jain ji, our chairman, and our co-chairs will be able to explain this in a much better and a simpler way. I would like at the outset to welcome Ms. Geetika Srivastav, Executive Partner, Tatham Advisor, Mr. Karan Sajdev, Joint Partner, Advocate Lakshmi Kumaram and Sridharan, Mr. Rakesh Garg, Partner, SSAR and Associates, Mr. Sudipta Bhattacharji, Partner, Khaitan and Company, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, Managing Associate, Nitya Tax Associates, Ms. Divya Bhardwaj, Senior Associate, Iris Legal, Shri N.K. Gupta, Senior Executive Director, SS Kothari Mehta and Company, our very dear Chairman of the Indirect Taxes Committee, Shri Bimal Jain, Mr. Pavan Arora, our dear co-chair of the Indirect Taxes Committee, PhD Chamber, and my colleague, Dr. SP Sharma, the Chief Economist and DSG, PhD Chamber, and all my other colleagues who are here. Respected Managing Committee members, eminent dignitaries, former presidents, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's my very, very proud privilege to welcome you all on this full day seminar on how to handle inspection, search and seizure and arrest under the GST. Firstly, we are extremely grateful to all those who are physically present here, because this is a change which is going on. There is a pandemic. There are some issues in the minds, yet we are opening up and things are moving, looking greener and nice, and things have come back. We are slowly and steadily getting back to normal. As we are all aware, GST has been a game changer for our country. Introduced on the 1st of July 2017, it was a very big shock for all of us when this was introduced. But at the same time, we have always wanting a single tax regime with a single tax throughout the country, and GST is what we have today. It is highly appreciable that the gross GST revenue collections registered a year-on-year growth to about 15% this year. As my colleague has already brought out the phenomenal figures of tax collection in the GST, I would not like to repeat. The provisions for arrests are created to tackle the situations raised by some unscrupulous tax evaders, which we are all aware. It is equally important that those relating to search, seizure and arrest are not misused by the powers in position. The provisions of search, seizure and arrest are basically provided to protect the interest of genuine taxpayers, and they act as a deterrent for tax evasion. Audit under the GST is a process of examination of records, returns, and other documents maintained by a taxable person. The GST audit is an integral part of the GST compliance system. Auditing of a taxpayer is a vital link in the chain. The objective of the GST audit is to close the gap between the tax declared by the taxpayer and the tax legally due. Broad audit coverage should have the dual purpose of maximizing revenue collection and ensuring voluntary compliance by providing a reasonable chance that defaulters will be identified and undeclared tax and interest and penalties thereon collected. All these details will be discussed in detail by our chair and co-chairs of the committee and the experts who are on the dais. I would like to just briefly mention that PhD has been a front runner in all the 80 expert committees that we have, and GST has been one of them and has been driven by our chairs and co-chairs, especially Mr. Bimal Jainji, in the past almost a decade now. And he has been very, very forthright and instrumental along with his team of people, and has delivered so many workshops here in the same auditorium, which was, bursting at its seams in the days when we had normalcy. It will, I'm sure, come back again in the future. So with these words, I once again thank each one of you for having physically being present, and all those also who are virtually present today with us. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Secretary General Saab, for your very, very motivating welcome remarks. And we look forward that the GST trajectory and the economic growth becomes more and more prominent in the global charts, as GST is one of the most important ingredient of the ease of doing business. So the PhD Chamber's motto and PhD Chamber's objective is to provide more and more ease of doing business to the industry members and the stakeholders from all the segments. So going forward, now I would like to invite our chairman of the Indirect Taxes Committee, Shri Bimal Jainji. Before inviting him, I would like to provide a few words about him. Shri Bimal Jainji, Chairman, Indirect Taxes Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is Executive Director of the A to Z Tax Co-op LLP, tax and law practitioners. He has a vast experience in the indirect taxation, GST, service tax, excise, customs, VAT, CST, FTP, DGFT matters, among others. So he is the chairman, he's the dynamic chairman of the Indirect Taxes Committee, providing so many knowledge-based programs to the stakeholders, to the industry. And he is known for his various connotations for the simplification of GST and GST laws. So Shri Bimal Jainji, please.
At the outset, let me thank our Secretary General Saurabh Sanyalji, Secretary of IDT Committee Dr. Sarmaji, Indirect Tax Committee Secretariat Mr. Nanda, Mr. Abhi, Mr. Risaf, Co-Chair Pavanji, and other speakers sitting on dais, off dais. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Good morning to all those who are physically here and to all those virtually attending this seminar cum webinar. Topic is very hot topic today. As we all are talking about that GST, there is assessment, there is audit, there is inspection, search, seizure, arrest. So many things we are going to discuss today, and we got 7-8 speakers who are going to deliberate the topic technically. They're going to discuss what is happening in the market today and whether these provisions are really handholding, providing ease of business as we all are expecting, or it is creating threatening and coercive action by the department. And this 1.68 lakh crore rupees, highest ever in the month of April, Honorable Finance Minister has said it is coming because of compliances, but there are other lobby who is saying it is coming from enforcement. And we do not know exact figures whether really it is giving us fruits of compliances or it is coming out because of coercive enforcement measure which is being taken by the department. And irony is, not only one side we are a taxpayer, sometimes we are under jurisdiction of central government, but state officers are coming in, or vice versa. And sometimes both are coming in and they want to prove that they have catch hold of us. So we are going to discuss everything today in detail. In my 35-40 minutes theme presentation, I just want to ignite your mind that how you should be prepared today for today's seminar and webinar. When we look at GST, GST is self-assessment tax. Self-assessment means you assess to yourself. You determine your output tax, you take your credit and pay the taxes. Very good. It was envisaged as a good and simple tax. I do not know how many of you will agree whether GST is really turning out to be a good and simple tax today. Fortunate part or unfortunate part is there is no government officer today. So we can openly discuss whatever it is coming to my mind. Let me start with one hot topic today. You have heard of scrutiny under income tax. You get scrutiny notices, am I right? Have you heard of anything scrutiny notices in GST? Yes or no? It was not there before, but now they have started sending this scrutiny notices in a whole lot. And that too for 17, 18 and 18, 19. They have issued the instruction, Mr. Jain. Now we will send you the scrutiny notices and they have identified 13 risk parameter. On those parameter, if there is any variances, you will get the notice from the department. And this scrutiny notices are coming for scrutiny of GST return. Why it is important, look at in the beginning when GST got introduced, we were filing GST return. And we know how we were filing the GST return. Objective was return jana chahiye. Objective was kuch bhi dal, kahin bhi dal, bas return jana chahiye. So we haven't checked those facts and figures. And we have filed the return. I'm sure today we would be having a lot of discrepancy, variances when you reconcile your parameters. 13 risk parameter. One example could be if there's variances of outward supply furnished in GSTR1, let's say 1 lakh rupees, and you pay the taxes on 50,000, variances of 50,000, it is liable for the notices by the department for scrutiny of GST return. And irony part is if there's difference between GSTR1 and 3B, then that would be considered as a self-assessment tax. And that can be recovered even without issuance of so-called notice. This provision is made effective from 1st of January 2022. It's a wake-up call today. Let me take another parameter, very interesting, and all of you will agree with me how interesting it is. When we avail credit in GSTR 3B, am I right? Do we require to cross-check our credit with GSTR 2A or 2B? Yes or no? Do we require to check? How many of you say yes? And how many of you say no? There are few those who are still sitting like this. They're saying, देख लेते हैं क्या आंसर आता है. देख लेते हैं क्या आंसर आता है. Let me tell you the answer. There are 4 conditions under section 16, subsection 2 for availing credit. What are those 4 conditions? Being buyer, recipient, you should have tax invoice copy. You must have received goods and services. Your supplier must have paid taxes. I will come back to this point a little later, but your supplier must have paid. And you as a buyer regularly filing GST return. There was no reference of 2A or 2B. Only from 1st January 2022, the reference of 2B has come in the provision. There was no reference of 2A. Then why these notices on the basis of GST are 2A? One of my client has got notice. I'm saying one of my client means there are a number of clients. You must, visualize as a small kind assignment, big assignment. Today we are getting notices why your credit is not matching with GSTR 2A. My first point, prior to 1st January 2022, there was no reference of 2A. Still, he has got the notice why your credit is not matching with GSTR 2A. I have appeared before the authority. I said, sir, GSTR 2A has got no reference. There is no provision. Bimal, there is GSTR 2A. I said it came by way of rule only. And there was no corresponding provision. And rule are delegated power under the Act. You cannot bring something by way of rule and make it enforceable for the compliances. First part. Second part, I said, sir, GST is a self-assessment tax. If I'm satisfying 4 conditions of section 16, subsection 2, then I'm entitled to avail credit. And then I have represented and said, listen very carefully. I said, Honorable Supreme Court is saying 2A is nothing but a facilitation. In the case of Bharti Airtel, there was reference of 923 crore rupees refund. And what was the fact of the case? That Bharti Airtel has filed a GST return for the period July 17, August 17, and September 17. Instead of availing credit, and why they did not avail the credit, for the reason 2A was not there for the period July to September 17. They have paid their liability through cash, 923 crore rupees. They have paid in cash, which they could have paid through credit account. But what they argued before Delhi High Court, my lord, 2A was not there. Even I was not knowing that I'm having enough credit, which I could have utilized for discharging my output tax. Now, since I have paid the amount in cash, you allow me to amend my GSTR 3B. And thereby I will pay through credit, and whatever I paid through cash should be refunded back to me. Honorable Delhi High Court has given judgment in favor of a Bharti Airtel. But Honorable Supreme Court has said GST is a self-assessment tax, Mr. Bharti Airtel. You could have taken credit on the basis of 4 conditions of section 16, subsection 2. Once you have exercised the option of payment through cash, now it cannot be amended. Who has stopped you? My lord, GSTR 2A was not there during that period. Who wanted you to check GSTR 2A? Credit was available to you. You could have taken the credit and utilized the same. So what is this GSTR 2A? Honorable Supreme Court says it's only facilitation. Then my burning topic says, my importing topic says, my answer to such notices are saying, when Honorable Supreme Court is saying GSTR 2A is only facilitation, why then such notices are being issued to the taxpayer? Hope I'm clear to all. Reference of GSTR 2B important, no denial. From 1st January 2022, no denial. But still, you will find a lot of things requires clarity, which is not there. Let me take 2 examples before you. Your credit coming auto-populated in GSTR 2B, but still credit is not available. And I can give you another example. It is not coming in 2B, but still credit is. Let's take this example. I have supplied the goods on 30th April from Maharashtra to Delhi. I'm a supplier. I filed my GSTR1 on 30th April. That is getting auto-populated for you in your 2B for the month of April. Right? But you're receiving goods on today, 2nd May. Can you avail credit in the month of April when you have not received the goods? So answer is, even though it is coming in 2B, but still credit is not available. Take reverse example. Import of goods. You file bill of entry, pay basic custom duty and IGST, am I right? Whether credit really gets auto-populated in GSTR 2B? No, you have to transition through IceGate, right? It is not getting auto-populated. Even reverse charge liability import of services. Reverse charge liability you pay as a recipient. Does get auto-populated in your GSTR 2B? So it is not coming in 2B, but still credited. So you have to be very, very careful. So I really wanted them to issue a clarification for the provision applicable from 1st January 2022, but still they are not issuing any clarification. Then who is complicating GST law? Whether the taxpayer, tax professional, who is stopping them to tell us, Bimal, follow like this? Having said that, now a lot of notices under section 61, and that is only for scrutiny of GST return. And what they're saying, Bimal, if there is any discrepancy, proper officer will issue a notice in ASMT 10, which either you need to accept means pay tax, interest and penalty as applicable. If you are not satisfied, give your explanation. But for your explanation, you should be ready with your reconciliation. And that you should provide in ASMT 11. If they are satisfied, they will issue ASMT 12. Any one of you got ASMT 12 from the department? Even after giving reply, we rarely get ASMT 12. You got it? Oh, Nikita has got it. Oh, you got from Maharashtra. So they are fortunate, guy. Very well. Take one photo with them and post on Facebook. Take one photo with them and post on. Kuch acha bhi bolna hai. Am I right in saying so? But having said that, what they are saying, Bimal, aapka explanation is not good and satisfactory, then they can undertake audit under section 65 by the department. We are going to discuss post-noon, post-lunch. They can ask for the special audit by nominated chartered accountant or cost accountant wherever they got doubt on valuation and ITC. They can start inspection, search and seizure under section 67. And they can issue so-called notice under section 73 non-fraud case, under section 74 fraud cases. Look at the irony, if they are not satisfied, to most luckiest guy, ASMT 12. But otherwise, they can initiate all these actions. Nevertheless, come back to inspection, search, and seizure. What did the provision says? Provision says any proper officer not below the rank of joint commissioner, having reason to believe, you know reason to believe. I need not explain this term. Having reason to believe any taxable person. Any taxable person means you are registered or you are supposed to be registered. Has suppressed any supply of goods or services. So first, if you have suppressed any supply of goods or services. Second, you are stocking goods with an intention to evade taxes. Third, excess availment of ITC. Excess availment of, these are the terms so important, so beautifully explained. Nothing is there and litigation is going on. And we having 10 speakers here will say 10 different things to you. You will like only that thing which you like most. We are going to say different version, पर आपको पसंद वही आएगा जो आपको पसंद है. And last, the provision. When they can initiate inspection, search and seizure, if there is any contravention, under any provision of GST law or rules made there under, एक line यही लिख देते, 3 लिखने की जरूरत क्या थी? They could have written only this line only. Why they wrote all these 3 other conditions? such a wide power given in their hand. But let me start and ask this question to myself and to you as well. What is the meaning of reason to believe? Whether any apprehension can work? There has to be reasoning when department is initiating inspection search. But do they provide any documentation what reason they are having in their mind? Even sometimes they are not giving copy of INS 01, whereby they are being authorized for inspection, search and seizure. Joint Commissioner has to issue a authority to the subordinate officer, and INS 01 is the document. We don't provide the copy. Sometimes without DIN number, document identification number, even issued by central authority. And what is the meaning of suppression of supply of goods or services? Just start thinking there has to be supply, right? But you may have dispute it is not supply. Shall I take one example? Let's say you are a person registered in Delhi. I'm just igniting your mind and giving food for thought. You are in Delhi, you got one contract from a US customer, and he wanted you to supply some goods worth $10 million. So what you did, instead of supplying goods from India, you have identified vendor in Korea, supplier in Korea. And your supplier is now sending the goods to US customer directly. So in your PL account, there's the purchase cost. Vendor going to raise the invoice to you, am I right? $100, assume. And then you're selling at $120 to your customer in US. The question will come, whether purchase $100 chargeable to GST, custom duty? No, because goods are not entering in custom frontier of India. What happened to $120, which is revenue on credit side of PL account? GST leviable. Some know, mostly listening so carefully. Oh, start thinking. There is revenue on credit side of PL account. But whether chargeable to GST? Because of Schedule 3, Para 7 and 8. But fortunate part, it got amended only from 1st February 2019. Prior to that, again, one of my clients has got so-called notice. I was arguing before the authority and telling him, sir, had this amendment is not being done, you could have really levied GST on this transaction. He can't. So can it be suppression? Another important point which I'm asking you, okay, your outward is not taxable because you all agreed with me today. Lovely faces, physically attending, virtually attending. Those who are attending virtually, write down answer in a chat box. Let chat box be active. Your outward is not chargeable to tax because neither a supplier of goods nor supplier of services. Credit is available pertaining to this transaction. Yes and no. So he again might be common credit. My simple question to all of you, pertaining to this outward supply on which you have not paid GST, whether corresponding credit is available. Go back to section 17, subsection 3. Credit is available. Credit is available. So look at 5 years of GST. Even our preparation is not heading, not pushing us to do something within the four corners of law. Having said that, there may be dispute on classification. There may be dispute on rate, but that does not mean there is suppression. What is excess availed ITC? Excess availed ITC. I'm your supplier, you all are my buyer. You have paid the amount to me. I did not deposit to the government exchequer. Who faulted? Your supplier faulted. You have availed the credit. Whether this credit is termed as excess availed ITC. It can be because we are not satisfying condition of section 16, subsection 2, clause C. We are not satisfying. But why? You should be penalized as a recipient. When department has given registration to both of us together and they know who is the defaulter supplier, they should go back, catch hold of neck of Bimal Jain. Why they should penalize the recipient and buyer? First point. And second point, this point is burning not only in GST, even in pre-GST era. There's Honorable Supreme Court judgment, KK Industries Limited. There's a maximum High Court judgment, except Bombay High Court, Mahakottan Lakshmi case. And even in GST, we got one fortunate judgment from Madras High Court, DY Bethel Enterprises. And Honorable Madras High Court has said, you can't ask buyer to reverse credit along with interest and penalty unless you take action against the defaulting supplier. And that should be the case. But those are the terms I'm not going to discuss much. But then once inspection, search and seizure happen, you must be knowing how they get money collected. You deposit the money now, midnight 12. Deposit now, otherwise I will arrest you. Where's your MD? They never ask any below authority. Where's your MD? Where's your CFO? Where is your CEO? Oh, boss, Bimal Jain, authorized signatory, sitting in the office, knowing GST law, he will explain. But they want none other than MD, CEO, CFO. And we are talking about ease of business. I really want this message must go to their ears. And during search and seizure, only threatening it, whatever we are saying is right, get the money deposited. If you don't deposit, we will arrest you right now. Is this the ease of business we all are looking for? But let's go back to section 69, where commissioner is being empowered, power to arrest. Having reason to believe, I do not understand what having reason to believe. That may be their reason to believe, but that may not be correct. Apprehension is not the reason to believe. Factually, you have to come back and check. And you have to provide me reasoned order. Nothing is being given to us. And what are the power given? Commissioner having reason to believe. And if we find any person, please bear in your mind, provision is saying any person, so you need not be registered. You may not be taxable person. If you are any person and you have committed or causes to commit means you are just helping and retaining benefit out of it. There are 4 specified offenses. They have termed for these 4 specified offenses, power to arrest provision can be invoked. And what are those 4 specified offenses? Supply of goods or services without invoice. That is called cash sale. Am I right? Issuance of invoice without supply of goods or services. That is called bogus. Oh, everyone knows bogus. There's no definition in GST law, bogus. Fake invoice and fake credit. And third, you are availing credit on such invoice, utilizing credit or taking refund. And last, GST collected, but you failed to deposit beyond 3 months. And if amount of tax evaded, ITC wrongly availed or utilized, or erroneous refund is more than 5 crore, for arrest even more than 2 crore, arrest provision can be invoked. But what is non-bailable offense, cognizable offense? If this amount is more than 5 crore and period of imprisonment is 5 years and fine. Between 2 to 5 crore, 3 years plus fine. 1 to 2 crore, 1 year and fine. They only give threatening of arrest. Now we were discussing fake invoice, fake credit. Let me take one example. What is fake invoice, bogus invoice? One of client is being raided by GGI and he's being alleged you have taken ineligible credit. Hence, you have to reverse whole credit along with interest and penalty, that too in midnight. So I will do 2 case study back to back. First one, he's saying you have taken ineligible credit. He asked, sir, I'm a very honest taxpayer. See, I got tax invoice copy. I got receipt of goods because I've got eBay bill. Even I've taken photograph of the truck loaded with the goods. I got toll tax slip also. I have made the payment through banking channel as well. And my supplier has filed 3B also. Bimal Jain is supplier, resume. He has filed GSTR 1. It is coming in your 2A. He has filed GSTR 3B. You have checked this transaction as well. Why it is ineligible credit? What they are saying, you know, they are saying, Mr. So-and-so, Mr. XYZ, Bimal Jain is having ineligible credit, and he has used this ineligible credit for discharging output tax when he has raised the invoice to you, hence your credit is also ineligible. Now, you asking to DGGI authority, any authority coming for the search and seizure, sir, what is the modus operandi? I can at most check transaction on GST common portal with Bimal Jain only. Beyond Bimal Jain L1 and L2, I can't cross check. Are you getting my point or not? Yes or no? Are you getting my point? If Bimal Jain has purchased from A and B and they have defaulted, they have not paid the tax, they've only filed GSTR 1, not 3B, how do we come to know? At most, Bimal Jain should be penalized if he has not taken reasonable measure under section 155 burden of proof. But when I have taken the transaction from Bimal Jain, I have checked, it is coming in my 2A. Bimal Jain has filed 3B. If Bimal Jain has used some ineligible credit, which is not visible to me, either you should, catch hold of my neck only when I'm in connivance, hand in hand. I'm giving you two judgments from Odisha High Court, Bright Star Plastic Industries Limited, and one from Calcutta High Court, LGW Industries Limited. In both the judgment, it was stated, department has to prove connivance. Then only they can ask you to reverse credit. And what they are doing further, boss, your supplier is non-existent. He is not traceable. Hence, your credit is not available. His registration got cancelled with retrospective date. Hence, your credit is not available. My God. And what you are defending in both the judgment, Odisha High Court and Calcutta High Court, my lord, when I did the transaction, both were active number. Bimal Jain was filing GSTR 1 and 3B. Now, at a future date, let's say you're doing transaction in April 2018 and sometime in 2020, he is non-existent. Can you really penalize for the past period transaction when he was active? And he cannot visualize those situations. And there's no window available to you to check beyond Bimal Jain L1 and L2. DGARM is issuing lot of, they're putting certain exporter as a risky exporter only because of L1 and L2. And since 2019, they are not clearing them and they are exporter of goods. At one steps you wanted export must flourish. Another step you are putting condition and restriction, not correct. Having said that, let me give you another example. During search and seizure, I'm asking each one of you, even those you are virtually attending, can they collect GST during search and seizure? Are they allowed? Yes and no. Yes and no. Why we are paying? Sir, kya kare? Because of fear, because of threatening, because of coercion. We are not agreeing for that. Under GST, if you are paying some liability before issuance of so-called notice, that is possible only when you self-ascertained or your officer is telling you and you're agreeing for the same. Under section 73, subsection 5 or section 74, subsection 5. But you can't collect for which I'm not agreeing. So if you have paid some amount, given the statement that liability exists, can you retract? I'm asking you. Can you retract? Who is saying yes? You're saying yes? How many of you are saying that we can retract our own statement? Freely. Are koi result nahi, certificate thori aana hai bahar. बस आंसर देना है। पहले मैंने कहा कि हाँ मैंने चोरी की है, एंड लेटर आई एम सेइंग आई एम नॉट चोर। कैन आई डू दैट? यस एंड नो? ऑफ कोर्स वी कैन डू दैट, कोर्ट में नहीं। उसके नेक्स्ट दिन लेटर भेज दीजिए, नेक्स्ट डे सेंड ए लेटर एंड टेलिंग देम आई एम रिट्रैक्टिंग माय ओन स्टेटमेंट, व्हाटएवर यू हैव कलेक्टेड इट इज अनड्यूली कलेक्टेड, काइंडली रिफंड द मनी टू मी। वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। मैं तो ये बोला था फॉर्चुनेट। सर मैं आपके साथ हूं, बस मैं उनको ही बुलाना चाह रहा था। तो उन्होंने क्या कर दिया, सिस्टम क्या कर दिया मालूम है? ट्रेड के सेमिनार और वेबिनार में नहीं आएंगे, अपना वेबिनार करेंगे, अपनी टेक्निकल प्रोविजन को पढ़ाएंगे। अरे ट्रेड की ग्रीवेंसेस को तो सुनो। आई डू नो दैट पास्ट में क्या होता था, द किंग यूज्ड टू विजिट इन द मिडनाइट टू चेक फ्रॉम हिज प्रजा आर दे हैप्पी और नॉट। एंड आज क्या होता है, मुझे कुछ मतलब नहीं है। नहीं होगा ना, not possible, but there is, I'm telling you, you need to create a guts within you. If you can create guts within you, then you can retract the statement and get the refund thereof. Swiggy India case by Karnataka High Court. You can go back to see Nandi Dhal Meals from Madras High Court judgment. Honorable Court has said refund the money, not only refund the money along with interest. You have to guts to fight with them. Only problem with the businesses are, sir, मालूम नहीं कहाँ लोचा निकल जाए. So reality is like that. हमको डर इसी बात का लगता है, इसलिए चुप हो जाते हैं. But whenever you are paying and you do not want to do anything here and there, make sure, sir, I will pay only under protest. आप लीजिए ना, you collect the money, but take it under protest. ऐसा जरूर कीजिए. I'm not saying litigation must come back to Bimal Jain. I'm not saying so. I'm only enriching my fraternity to get them prepared. Coming back, going forward. Arrest, they say all the time. I'm asking a certain question, whether custodial interrogation is really necessary. Sometime, yes. When government think that you can manipulate the data. You can watch the evidence and witnesses, sometime possible, but you have to have something concrete. Bail is the rule, jail is an exception. We got Article 21, right to life and poverty. We are saying that we have got that one. And anticipatory bail is a statutory right. If I'm telling you that I will not run away, I'm submitting my passport and you got all the information submitted with you. I've seen in number of cases, even after arrest, they're not taking any initiative. And the guy is under bar. This is not the ease of business. No way, this is not ease of business. I don't agree with that. But having said that, now we come to recovery. I'm just, touching those pointers for which you have detailed presentation today. But this 30-40 minutes, my objective is, when you take starter, and starter is good, you look for the main meal. Am I right? And we got all good safe today. They're going to present you good meal with the taste spicy, with all sugar and salt added. You should be ready for catch holding their technical points. My point was only to make you aware. Thoda jagah dena. Recovery proceedings. Provisional attachment. Look at the word name, naam sun ke dar lagta hai. Provisional attachment, and then multiple proceedings. What is provisional attachment, When commissioner is of the opinion, sari opinion unhi ki, hamari to kuch hai nahi. Having reason to believe, is of the opinion. Ab pata nahi kaise opinion frame karte ho. Commissioner is having opinion that to protect the interests of government revenue. These are the provision. And shall I tell you how they have made this provisional attachment provision draconian? I'm not saying draconian. It is being stated by Honorable Supreme Court Judge in the case of Radha Krishnan Industries Limited, that provisional attachment provision are draconian in nature. I'm not saying so. Go back to Radha Krishnan Industries Supreme Court judgment. And for you to give you the alarm, provisional attachment provision under Section 83 has got amended, substituted rather. Section 83 subsection 1. Earlier provisional attachment provision was applicable only when 62, which is base judgment, 63, assessment of unregistered person, 64, scrutiny assessment, 67, inspection, search and seizure, 73 and 74. Only these specific provision was applicable only when they can initiate provisional attachment. But now this power is wide. Chapter 12, Chapter 14, and Chapter 15. Even after issuance of summons, they can provisionally attach any property. Bank account of a taxable person. I'm only asking, can they attach bank account of Bimal Jain, who is only consultant to the company? Yes and no? You're saying it should not be. How many of you say yes? Yes. How many of you say no? अच्छा, एक चीज ना मुझे हर जगह पे प्रॉब्लम करती है, वो है सपा वाली पार्टी। अच्छा, आप हंस क्यों हो गए? मैंने ऐसी कोई बात नहीं की। एक वो पार्टी जो कुछ नहीं बोलेगी, वो तो एज ए गेस्ट आई है आज, बोले मेरे ऊपर तो एप्लीकेबल है ही नहीं है, वो बगल में आग लगी है, लगने दे, जब मेरे घर में आएगा तब देखेंगे। सर, तब तक का इंतजार नहीं करना। We all are partner to each other. When you find something wrong is being done with my friend, at least raise a voice. ताकत नहीं है, लाठी नहीं उठा सकते, मत जाइए, but मुंह से बोलना तो स्टार्ट कीजिए. When something going wrong in the country, not only taxation, I'm saying only on ethical point. Agar something, if you're finding wrong going on, if you can't do much, at least say your voice that I'm not in favor, I'm against. And that is what Radha Krishnan Industries now, as per the provision, they can attach property and bank account of any person falling under Section 122, subsection 1A of CGST Act. And what are the four specified offenses? Supply of goods or services without invoice, issuance of invoice without supply of services. So I'm happen to be any person helping company guy to raise fake invoice. And I would be penalized at par, at par. आपसे भी लेंगे और मुझसे भी लेंगे. So be careful. And last point, which I want to sum up in my theme presentation, is important multiple proceedings. You may happen to be under central authority or state authority. For the enforcement provision, they have specifically said whoever will start, they will conclude and crystallize. But I've seen at same point of time, both are coming in. Leave under central DGGI is also coming in, anti-evasion is also coming in. And udhar se audit wala peeping in. Mujhe books bhej do. Am I right in saying so? बहुत समझ में नहीं आता किसको क्या भेज दो. मैं बंदा तो एक ही हूं और एक ही दिन तीनों बुलाते हैं. एक ही दिन तीनों बुला. सर, एक बात तो हंसी भी आती है. We get laugh. Are we really? सच में आज ऑफिसर आ जाते. ऑफिसर आए तो मेरा आधा काम हल्का. कई बार मैं वीडियो बना, मैंने तो स्टार्ट ही यहीं से किया था. मैंने स्टार्ट ही, देखिए मैं एक चीज बताऊं. We have our own right for constructive criticism. But in the name of constructive criticism, we should not forget our compliances as well. I'm not advocating here tax evaders. I'm not here for tax evaders. I do not want to help them to tax evaders. I'm for the nation growth and development. But only thing which I want, I said you must have your own say. You should not be party like this, either this side or this side. होना पड़ेगा, कब तक चुप रह के बैठे रहेंगे? I'm saying, let this video goes to them, ears to them. And we used to, पहले जब आते थे हम उनके सामने ही ऐसे बोलते थे. There are some of the witnesses available today, and they will say मैं उनके सामने बोलता था. कई बार तो ऑफिसर मेरे से ये चिढ़ के चले जाते थे, विमल जी ये तो आज का टॉपिक ही नहीं है. Am I right? जो यहां आते थे उनको मालूम है, जो नहीं आते थे उनसे मैं कह रहा हूं आइए और वॉइस को ऐड कीजिए, हमें बोलना पड़ेगा. We have to say. Now, having said that, multiple proceedings is not advisable. Now, what is happening from the High Court? Even from the High Court, we are getting different judgment. Sometime in favor, sometime against. समझ में नहीं आता against क्यों हुआ था, और समझ में कई बार नहीं आता कि favor में कैसे आ गया. Litigation is not the way forward. We want GST should be good and simple tax. What's happening? Tribunal आज तक फॉर्म नहीं हुआ, 5 साल हो गए. हमें हाई कोर्ट में क्यों जाना पड़ रहा है? एडवांस रूलिंग की आपने नेशनल अपीलेट अथॉरिटी बनाने की बात की थी, when getting adverse ruling from 2 different states, but still there is no national appellate advance ruling authority. Who is stopping them to take it forward? My only submission to all the honorable officers watching me today, sir, we are here to go hand in hand with you for the tax compliances. Kindly also listen the pain part of trade, industry and commerce, because this trade, industry, commerce should be appreciated for this collection of 1.68 lakh crore rupees. Why you are clapping for yourself? It is trade, industry and commerce. Provide them ease of business. Provide them hand-holding. Why only 1.68 lakh crore? It will be 2 lakh crore rupees per month. They must visualize and realize. So objective was theme. So my all learned speakers are ready with the technical presentation. And today we are going to do 2 different things. There's one person who is practicing in GST, who was practicing in GST. And because of his passion, he has started doing mimicry. Am I right? So I told him, you can come for 10 minutes. GST में थोड़ा तड़का आप भी लगा देना. So Amit is there. He will do 10 minutes little later. But we got technical presentation also. We got one learned person from Joho Books also. He will make 10 minutes presentation. But today going to be very interesting day for all of you. Let me ensure that. But you have to participate. We usually, virtual, those who are watching, be active. I know I can't see you. Your chat box must be active so that you can, post your queries, and we'll try to take your queries in our technical session. With this, allow me to say thanks to each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bimal Jainji, Chairman of the Indirect Taxes Committee, for bringing so many practical aspects on ground. And we are thankful to our audience also for interacting more and more with the Chairman. So as somebody was talking about the official, that official should also watch this connotation. I would like to mention that we present all the programs in a presentation to the Government of India for their consideration, and videos are also shared with them in YouTube videos. So they also consider the various recommendations made by the stakeholders and the experts. So with these words, I would like to invite Ms. Divya Bhardwaj to present her presentation on when inspection, search and seizure can be initiated, offenses, bailable and non-bailable, and various penalty and imprisonment provisions. Before calling her, I would like to say a few words about her. Ms. Divya Bhardwaj is a senior associate of IRIS Legal. She has approximately 4 years experience in the indirect tax area. She is handling arbitration and DAB matters. She has been assisting various clients in GST audit, which included analysis of the eligible input tax credit under GST, intercompany valuation and reconciliation of relevant returns. She is also handling the arbitration matters, advance ruling, authority and tax commissioners. Ms. Divya Bhardwaj, please.
Hi, a very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Bimal Jain, sir, for giving us a very good start over here. So I would be discussing three topics, mainly when the GST inspection, search, seizure proceedings can be initiated. So before going ahead, I would like to understand what do you mean by the term inspection? In common lay language, inspection means when you have access to any place. Okay. So under the GST law, section 67 is the governing section which provides the provisions for inspection and search and seizure. So under the GST law, who is authorized to initiate inspection? So under GST law, proper officer who is not below the rank of a joint commissioner can initiate inspection when upon the written authorization to any other person of central tax or state tax. Now, what are the preconditions for inspection? So the whole scenario revolves around this one term, that is reason to believe. So what do you understand by reason to believe? This is a term which consists of two words, reason and to believe. There has to be something, a concrete cause or justification. And to believe, the proper officer should have the proper faith on it, that the justification or cause or the material which is put before him, he completely agree with such causes or justifications provided by any other person or by his own inspection. So in a case law, the Gujarat High Court has provided that what do you understand by the term reasons to believe? So there must be a material for the belief and the circumstances must exist. It cannot be deemed to exist for arriving at an opinion. It should not be like that someone else is giving you an opinion and you completely agree with that opinion. You should apply your own mind in it. And it should not be based upon any suspicion or gossip. For example, if someone is telling me that this person is evading taxes or is supplying goods on fake invoices or is not supplying goods or is suppressing any provision of this act, in that case scenario, I am being a proper officer, I am required to apply my own mind and plan. And there should be, and the reasons referred by me should be specifically referred in the on the paper. So section 67 subclause 1, it says that the taxable person means any person who is registered under the GST law or is liable to get registered under the GST law, has suppressed any transactions relating to supply of goods or services. Now, what do you understand by the term suppressed any transaction? Are they talking about any mismatch between your GSTR 1 or 3B, or are they talking about any mismatch in your books of accounts and the GST returns filed by you? So let's take a very common example that in the month of April, I have supplied taxable goods of ₹100, let's say. But while filing my GSTR 3B, I have mentioned the value of taxable supply as ₹90. So have I suppressed any transaction, or is there any difference between my books of accounts or GST returns, or I am not paying any tax on the supply of the goods?
Just pause. Nanda ji, there's a background noise coming in. आप सबको mute कर दीजिए. ये mic को off कीजिए सवाल.
Thank you, sir. And the second clause talks about the situation where I have suppressed stock of goods in hand. For example, in my factory premises, I have goods of worth ₹100 crores, but in my books of accounts, I have noted down only the goods of ₹90 crores. In that case scenario, can they see that I have suppressed the stock of goods in hand? But in that case scenario, what happens in case I have just received the remaining amount of goods, that is rupees 10 crores today in my factory premises. Now, clause C talks about the situation wherein I have claimed the input tax credit in excess of my entitlement under the GST law. Now, clause D is a very wide scope, is given to the proper officer. In case I have contravened any provision of the GST law with the intention to evade tax,
See my request, आप जूम पे म्यूट कीजिए सबको, जूम पे म्यूट कीजिए सबको. Yes, except Dibya. Dibya, say sound.
is it working fine now? Thank you. So clause D, it's a very wide scope given under the GST law to the proper officer. If he has reasons to believe that I have contravened any provision of this act, then can he initiate inspection proceedings? This is not working. No. Huh. That was the clauses with respect to a taxable person. What happens if a proper officer has a reason to believe that any person who is engaged in the transportation business or is the owner or operator of a warehouse or a godown or any other place, if he is keeping the goods which have escaped the payment of tax or has kept his accounts or goods in such a manner as is likely to cause evasion of tax payable. So under this clause, if the proper officer has a reason to believe, if a person who is engaged in the business of transporting of goods or the person who is the owner or the operator of the godown, if the proper officer believes that the person is keeping those goods without making any payment of taxes, in that case scenario also the proper officer can initiate inspection proceedings. Now, we were discussing about reasons to believe. Now, the question arises whether it is necessary to record the reasons to believe in writing. Can you state any GST provision which talks about it? Any direct provision given under the GST law? I totally agree with you, sir. There is no provision under the Right, sir. So under the GST law, there is no specific mention to record the reasons to believe. However, if a person wants to challenge that, the proper officer had no reasons to believe that the inspection proceeding should be initiated against me. In that case scenario, it has the Supreme Court in the case of Shionath Singh. They have held that the proper officer must disclose the materials upon which his belief was formed, and such reasons should be disclosed in the writing. Sir, it's Shionath Singh's case. It's there on the screen as well. Sir, after inspection, the search and seizure proceedings will be initiated. And in case inspection proceedings are initiated against you, you can also ask the proper officer in my view. not duty bound. It comes from the case laws only. It's not mentioned in any GST provision. Right. Sure, sir.
My only submission is let her finish the presentation because we have got time schedule and thereafter we can have question answer session.
Only small point I want to add in the context of High Court. What I have seen typically now they say that we'll give it in a sealed envelope because we can't disclose the reasoning to the SSE, which is again something we have opposed vehemently because the sealed envelope culture was happening in Supreme Court under a particular Chief Justice and the current Chief Justice is not in favor. So the point is there is a bit of a flux, but as a best practice as the judge suggested, we must ask for the reasons to believe. It's a good tool to have in your argument.
Thank you.
Almost all summons, they write that we are making an inquiry to submit the following document. And someone will be subject to that. So we will deal with that.
But in section 148 income tax also there is a part that there should be a reason to believe to open the to give the notice. And in many cases we have seen that they will give the in writing that this is a reason to believe to the taxpayer itself. So if something is not defined in the GST, since it is not defined that the reason to be given mandatory, then we should take this is the tax laws of income tax policy. This case that is referred to is from customs. I mean, it's an old case, it's not a GST case. So it is. So we do want. See, income tax. I think it comes out specifically in the statute, if I'm not mistaken. The duty to furnish that, which is missing, which is the unfortunate part.
If we are talking about reason to believe, we may continue for full day on either side. What is the reason to believe? Just for lighter note, I'm telling you, one client asked the authority, what is reason to believe? Vimal, you are having ineligible credit. That is what reason to believe. And what is ineligible credit? I told you L1, L2. So reason to believe is such a subjective term. It may have implication both sides, this side and that side. So maybe you can proceed.
And sir, just to add to your point, the section you are referring under the Income Tax Act, it has been amended in my knowledge, and they have said it is not required to record the reasons to believe in writing. There was a recent amendment, we can discuss it later. So till now we were discussing about inspection of the place of business. Now we will discuss about inspection of goods in movement. So whenever you're transporting any goods from one place to another, the person who's in charge of the conveyance or the vehicle is required to carry the required documents along with him to validate that the supply is as per the GST provisions. If such conveyance is stopped by the proper officer, the person in charge of the conveyance is required to allow the proper officer to inspect the goods along with the documents. Under Rule 139 of the GST Act, GST rules, the form for inspection and search is prescribed under INS 01. Moving ahead to search and seizure, in layman language, search is an action to look through or examine carefully the documents or the things or place or object or a person. It's the scope of this term is wide as compared to inspection. And seizure means the act of taking over those goods or place or the object forcefully through a legal process. Now, who can initiate search and seizure? The proper officer who is not below the rank of the Joint Commissioner. He can either by a written authorization authorize any person of the central tax or state tax to inspect, or he can himself search and seize such goods, documents or books or things. The seizure process can be either pursuant to an inspection or otherwise. It is not required that after the inspection proceedings only, the proper officer will search the premises. What are the preconditions? Here also the scope of the term reasons to believe is very wide. If any goods are liable to be confiscated, if the proper officer believes that those goods are liable to be confiscated, or any documents or books, which in his opinion, again the term is very wide in its interpretation terms, shall be used for or relevant to any proceedings under this act, are secreted in any place. Now, what do you understand by the term secreted at any place? If I am keeping any books or any goods in my principal place of business, that is a designated place to keep that books or goods. Am I keeping any books in secret or any goods in secret? Can the proper officer seize such books or goods? Yes. If the proper officer believes that such goods are or books are likely to be secreted after some time, and those books or goods are relevant for the purpose of initiating any proceedings against the person, even in that case scenario, the proper officer can seize such goods or books. This we have already. This was covered under Messrs. Golden Cotton Industries versus Union of India case. The Gujarat High Court has held the same. If the proper officer has the reasons to believe that the goods liable to be confiscated are likely to be secreted by the taxpayer or the person, the authority has the power to pass an order of prohibition pursuant to the order of seizure. The form for order of seizure is prescribed under INS 02. Now let's take an example. A person A, he has sold the goods on 24th April 2022 and levied tax at the rate of 5%. The government-wide notification dated 19th April 2022 increased the tax rate to 12%. The notification came into effect on a later date after the person A has supplied the goods to B, but the transportation of such goods are taking place on 25th April. That is the date of that is the effective date of that notification. Whether the proper officer can say that in order to evade the tax, in order to pay less tax on such supply of goods and services, I decided to raise an invoice on 24th April instead of 25th April. So it is very litigative in nature. And the same depends upon the facts and other relevant cases. But a proper officer cannot seize the goods or detain such goods. These are the other relevant provisions with respect to inspection, search, and seizure. I'm skipping these because these are not relevant for the purpose of when the inspection, search, and seizure proceedings can be initiated. These would be covered by other speakers while their presentations. So the power of arrest is given under section 69 subclause 1. Who can arrest or who can give the order? The commissioner under the GST law by order authorize any officer of the central tax or state tax to arrest a person. And when can he arrest? When he has the reasons to believe that the person A or the taxpayer has committed any offense which is specified under section 132 subclause 1, subclause A, B, C, and D. And such offenses are punishable under section 132(1) and 132 subclause 2. These offenses are: in case you are supplying any goods without the issuance of invoice, in case you are not supplying any goods but you are issuing the invoice which with the intention to evade the tax, in case you are collecting any amount or tax but you do not pay it to the government, in case the ITC is availed using the fake invoice or the bogus invoice, or in contravention of section 16(2). In that case scenario, if the amount is more than rupees 500 lakhs, that is 5 crores, the imprisonment is up to 5 years along with fine. And in case the amount is between rupees 2 crores and 5 crores, the imprisonment is up to 3 years. Now, there are two types of offenses. One is cognizable offenses. The other one is non-cognizable offenses. Under Section 2C of the CRPC, that is Criminal Procedural Code, an offense for which a proper officer can arrest without warrant, investigation can be initiated without a court order. So cognizable offenses are very serious in nature. You do not require any warrant or any court order to initiate the proceedings. Whereas for non-cognizable offense, the proper officer cannot arrest without a warrant or a court order. Under the GST law, just to add, cognizable offenses are non-bailable offenses and non-cognizable offenses are bailable offenses. Under the GST law, Section 132 explains what do you mean by cognizable and non-bailable offenses. Any offense wherein the amount involved is more than 5 crores would be treated as cognizable and non-bailable offense. And all other offenses wherein the tax amount involved is less than rupees 5 crore would be treated as non-cognizable and bailable offenses. And in case a proper officer is arresting you for a cognizable and non-bailable offense, that proper officer is required to inform you the grounds of arrest. And he is required to produce you before the magistrate within 24 hours. These are the other non-cognizable and bailable offenses under Section 132, wherein if the amount involved is between 1 crore to 2 crores, the imprisonment is up to 1 year. And if the amount is between 2 crores to 5 crores, the imprisonment is 3 years. And the fine will be applicable in all the cases. With this, I would like to hand over the stage to my next speaker. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Vidya ma'am. Now I request to Mr. Saurav Kumar to present his presentation, a legal jurisprudence, search and seizure, constitutional validity of search and seizure by both CGST and SGST authorities, and inspection of goods in movement and penalty, proceeding under Section 129 and 130 when recent changes in Union Budget 2021. So before calling him, I would like to say a few words about him. Mr. Saurav Kumar is a managing associate of Nitya Associates. He engaged in litigation practice involving appearance before various authorities like High Courts and Supreme Courts, advisory practice in indirect tax laws and goods and service tax, and also involved in the implementation of GST in several multinational companies. So I request to Mr. Saurav Kumar to start his presentation.
Firstly, thank you, Bimal sir, for setting the context right and igniting the thoughts among the audiences. Just to give you a few more context on why this topic has become relevant in current times, is that DGGA has projected that 9,300 crores is the collection in the last financial year till about January, and more than 7,000 plus show cause notices has been issued by DGGI alone, leave aside the jurisdictional officers, etc. So that's where this topic has become relevant. So the collections, we are talking about a lot of collections that has happened in the past 1 month, that is in the month of April. I must say here that that is not primarily only the self-assessment tax. It is also because of the coercive action being taken in the past 1 year, and it has aggravated and has gone on to a different level altogether. We were also talking about paying of taxes under protest. That has not been an option with DGI specifically, where they specifically insist you to deposit the taxes and file DRC 03 to appropriate it in a manner that it doesn't remain a tax paid under protest, but a tax which you have already agreed that there has been certain discrepancy or contravention from your side. And the examples of Swiggy cases where at 4:30 AM in the night, the taxpayers have been asked to deposit taxes and pay it under DRC 03 specifically. So given this, I'll just start my presentation. And now that Divya has taken through all of us through the relevant provisions which are governing inspection, search and seizure. So I'll just touch upon briefly Proper officer not below the rank of Joint Commissioner has the power. He must have reasons to believe. These are the criterias or the parameters based on which the section 67 can be invoked. There can be inspection of premises, and then other reasons like that goods documents are secreted in any place, then they can go on to seize the goods as well, or the documents, etc. Moving on, this is the process. Taxpayer must ensure these things. One is that they must identify the officer before they enter your premises. I understand that's also a little difficult, but yes, we must try and give it a shot, definitely. Officer must be carrying a search warrant under INS 01, which is the authorization by the Joint Commissioner. There must be 2 independent witnesses. That's a rule. There are certain instructions which are saying this. Officer has to prepare Panchnama as to what documents has he seized, how the proceedings have progressed all through during that period. If anything is seized, then there is a seizure order required in INS 02, and then taxpayer can take a photocopy of the seized document. That's also permissible under law. Release of goods, the goods which have been seized during the course of inspection search can also be released on provisional basis, subject to furnishing of certain security and bonds. And default release if SCN is not issued on the subject within 6 months period. Seizure of documents is permissible. There cannot be arrest under 67, but yes, those authorizations can always be achieved during, or can be taken during the course of inspection itself, by asking the commissioner to authorize the arrest as well, if the limits that we already discussed are crossing, like the amount of 5 crore plus, etc., and those parameters for arrests are also satisfied. Statement cannot be taken under 67, but yes, spot summons is a concept during these proceedings. So they can issue a spot summon, which is a standard format. They'll just write there that you are required to appear, and they can take statement right away during the proceeding itself on the given day. I am to deal with the jurisprudence aspect of the inspection, search and seizure. A lot of jurisprudence has already flown under the bridge till now in such a short span of time, and these are proceedings or provisions which are essentially regulating the law and not directly affecting the taxpayer in a regular day in day out activities. Even then, there is a lot of jurisprudence that has already been developed on this subject. Gold and Cotton Industries, Gujarat High Court, this dealt with reasons to believe. We have already discussed a lot of reasons to believe, how the vagueness of the concept itself. There has been a lot of jurisprudence under the customs law as well, where 67 is para materia to 110 of the Customs Act. So a lot of jurisprudence is already there under the Customs Act, and this is how GST law is been developing on section 67. So the judgment has said that belief must be of honest and reasonable person and must be based on relevant documents and circumstances. Like we discussed, that they are not obligated to disclose this with the taxpayers, but once you challenge it before the relevant or the competent court, they are authorized or they are bound to present it before them. Yes, sir was also talking about giving it under a sealed envelope, but that concept is likely to get removed, or ideally the situation should be these reasons to believe should be provided to the taxpayers. Moving on to the next judgment, power to authorize has to be is given to Joint Commissioner itself, and you will see examples where officers below level of Joint Commissioner are also authorizing. So we've seen a practical example of that as well. Those searches are illegal, you can challenge it right away. Next is provision of 67. This is Patran Steel Rolling Mill. Provision of 67 should not be exercised as a matter of course, but only after due application of mind of the relevant factors involved into invoking section 67. Dealers should be allowed to continue business. Halting of business is not the intent of the law at all. But even then, any proceedings under 67, if it occurs, it leads to a lot of problems within the company itself. Moving on, the next case is High Ground Enterprises of the Bombay High Court. In this, taxpayer, the court has held that taxpayer has right to receive copy of documents which have been taken in custody. No justification is required to obtain such copies. You can directly ask for it. All those documents which have been seized during the course of inspection, search and seizure. While taxpayer has right to seek copies of seized documents, they the revenue has right to refuse that with cogent reasons as to why they are not allowing you. There may be multiple reasons for that. For example, a lot of intelligence is gathered before inspection, search, and seizure proceedings happen. So these proceedings happen, and they might just deny because there might be an informer who is informing about the relevant evasions, etc., to the revenue department. So these are kept secreted. Section 67 uses the term thing. What does thing mean? In one of these cases by Madras MP High Court, it has said that thing would include money as well. So if you have secreted money which is not accounted for in the books of accounts, then it can be seized as well. If transaction is not recorded in regular books, then intention to evade tax is apparent. Expression in any place covers disclosed as well as undisclosed places also. So say, for example, you have not disclosed your place of business in the registration as additional places. Even then those places can be investigated. You just require, or the officer just requires, the authorization of that place itself. Next is Napin Inpex, Delhi High Court. Residents can be inspected as well. The Almirah cupboards devices can be broken as well to find if there is any hint of secreting any particular document which are relevant for the investigations. Next is Paresh Nathalal Chauhan. Search can be done of premises mentioned in the warrant itself. So I discussed that even if you have not declared those places in the registrations, even then this search can be done on a premises which is not forming part of the registration. As also that the only thing requirement that I said is INS 01 should have the address of that particular premises which is being inspected. So with this, the jurisprudence on the inspection, search, and seizure is, there has been a lot of jurisprudence on the subject. We have only covered the relevant aspects. The next topic that I'll be dealing with here is the concurrent jurisdiction, which is one topic which is hovering the industry at large, generally on how many investigations can be done at one given point, how many departments can come at your premises at one given point. So this is one provision that will be dealing here, section 6. There are 4 aspects to it. First is that SGST officers or the state GST officers have been authorized to be proper officers for CGST Act as well. Secondly, proper officer issuing an order under CGST Act must also issue an order under the respective state GST Act under intimation to jurisdictional officer. The third and the very important aspect is that if any proceedings on a subject matter, and the catch here is the subject matter, initiated by SGST or the state authorities, no parallel proceedings can be initiated by CGST officers and vice versa. We'll just delve upon the aspects of subject matter and proceedings in the subsequent part. Any remedy against an order passed by CGST authorities will lie before the CGST authorities itself. So for example, if an order is passed by an officer of the CGST Act, the appeal will only lie before the CGST Commissioner Appeals or the Additional Commissioner or Joint Commissioner Appeals, and not before the state authorities. So this is one aspect which we'll be dealing with in greater detail in the subsequent part. So the constitutional validity of section 6(1), which says that SGST officers are also authorized to act as CGST officers, was put to challenge before Rajasthan High Court. The constitutional validity was challenged on the grounds of arbitrariness, and to this the court has held that section 6(2) is akin to section 9(2) of the CST Act, that is Central Sales Tax Act, and it is a cross impairment of various powers which are given under CST Act that a VAT officer used to deal earlier. An assessment by a VAT officer used to be both of the VAT laws as well as the central sales tax. So this is how they have conceived the provision to be. Second is that cross empowerment for the purpose of assessment and collection of tax. So this is why precisely the cross empowerment has been done, and therefore it was held that section 6(1) is not ultra biased. The ground behind holding that is also that there is a presumption of constitutionality to statutory provisions which are already in place. So this is one ground based on which the court held that 6(1) is not ultra biased. Similar jurisprudence have also come in respect of various other transactions as far as 6.2 or 6.1 is concerned. These two cases, A6 Trading Company and Satyendra Goods Transport, the court have held that SGST authorities can enforce provisions of CGST Act, which is coming out of 6.1. For instance, interstate of movement of goods, SGST authority are not empowered to undertake those inspections or any proceedings against in a transaction involving IGST. And detention under section 129 was quashed as certain documents which are not prescribed under law were asked for during the course of inspection. So these are one of those provisions or the judgments which have taken note of 6.1 and the disputes which have arisen out of that. Moving on to the next topic, and this is one of the interesting topics, 6.2, on the same subject matter, both center and state cannot be empowered or cannot undertake proceedings. What is subject matter is a thing in dispute, that is a cause of action. And in GK Trading of Allahabad High Court, this term subject matter was interpreted as same cause of action for the same dispute involved in a proceeding before proper officer. So for example, let us take an example of a situation where I am being investigated for a particular supplier who has not paid taxes and I have claimed credit on that. There are other suppliers also who are similarly placed, who have not paid taxes, but I have claimed credit on that. Say for example, DGGI has assumed jurisdiction on first supplier. Is the subject matter here same? Can CGST or other authorities assume jurisdiction on other suppliers? So the answer to this question, we'll get it, I'll be dealing with in the subsequent part. But the answer to this is not clear. I think the courts have also interpreted in a various different manner. If I understand subject matter or the cause of action that arises out of a provision, like for example, 16.2c is a provision. Out of that, any number of suppliers who are involved into fake invoicing or suppliers who have not been paying taxes falls part of the same subject matter. So once DGGI has assumed jurisdiction on one particular supplier and it has not assumed jurisdiction on other part of it, then whether this will form part of the same subject matter or not is a question of dispute that is hovering, again, knocking the doors of the courts every now and then. So this background only, in the case of Watermelon Management Services, Delhi High Court, parallel proceedings were initiated on same subject matter by DGGI and CGST Commissionerate. CGST Commissioner has agreed to hand over investigation to DGGI upon directions of the court. Kushal Kumar, Punjab and Haryana High Court, DGGI Ludhiana, DGGI Bhopal and CGST Kanpur conducted parallel investigations at one go. Subject matters were held to be different as the suppliers were different. So that is what I was discussing. Because the suppliers are different, the subject matter is different. Is something which is coming into picture. So therefore it was held that 6.2b is not applicable because the subject matter is qua the supplier and not qua the provision as such. So this is one aspect. Again, in Anurag Suri, there is another ruling of Delhi Odisha High Court while DGGI investigation was being conducted. State authorities also issued SCN in which there was some period which was overlapping. So the courts have hold on that for that particular period which was overlapping, it's the same subject matter and therefore it should be quashed. So SCN was quashed to that extent. Moving on, we have another ruling of GK Trading Allahabad High Court. Summons were issued by SGST and CGST authorities both. Here, what was under dispute was what is the difference between inquiry and proceedings. So 6.2b covers within its realm the proceedings, and there were certain summons which were being issued. Whether those summons lead to a proceeding or it is merely an inquiry is the question that was put before the court. And it was held that proceedings are in nature of assessments, audit, demand and recovery. Same subject matter means same cause of action. And since summons are not proceedings in the first place, it is only an inquiry. So therefore there is no bar under 6.2b which will lead to any anomaly or hitting or invoking section 6.2b. Then we move on to the next ruling, which discusses about Siddhi Vinayak Trading Company. Again, CGST authorities issued summons during pendency of SCN. issued by the state authorities. State authorities are under section 74, it was regarding ascertainment of tax liability. Summons issued by CGST authorities to investigate interference caused in. So it was a different subject matter altogether. So both proceedings were independently being run. Therefore, the court was not inclined to quash those show cause notices under 6(2)(b). Moving on, we have another ruling on Raj Metals, Calcutta High Court. During pendency of proceedings before CGST authorities, summons were issued by SGST authorities as well. Summons issued by SGST authorities stayed as 6(2)(b) does not permit parallel proceedings on the same subject matter. So you'll see a lot of difference between various courts on the same topic. 6(2)(b) itself is there. So one court has held something else, or the other court is holding something else. So there is no clarity on the concept of same subject matter, or what are proceedings and inquiry. What does 6(2)(b) encompasses in its scope? So based on that, there is another ruling. Audit under section 65 was initiated. Investigation under 67 are independent. So 6(2)(b) was not invoked. Now, one of those aspects, the last aspect of section 6 is that any remedy against an order passed by CGST authority shall not lie before SGST authorities. In this context, there are certain rulings of Commissioner of Appeals who have said that orders passed by SGST authorities, in this case, the order was passed by SGST authorities, appeals were filed before CGST authorities, which was dismissed on the grounds of jurisdiction, saying that an order, if passed by SGST authorities, shall be delved upon or be appealed against before the SGST authorities itself. So these are the aspects. Now, the last topic that I'll be dealing with, and this is the most the topic that is actually troubling while the goods are in transit. This relates to inspection of goods in movement. This covers both section 129 and 130. There has been a recent amendment which will also deal in the later part. But what did it say while it was in place before the amendment, which was effective January 2022? In this case, section 129 provides that if any person transports or stores any goods in contravention of provisions of CGST Act. Now, what is contravention? Is something which is, again, if you fall back to the dictionary meaning of contravention, it may amount to a small mistake also. Contravention has no degree as such as to what can it actually be called a contravention or not. So those goods are liable for confiscation, and you must have, everybody dealing with goods would have dealt with this situation one or the other time. Now, similarly, section 130 provides for confiscation subject to certain satisfaction of conditions like supplies, receives goods in contravention of law. Again, very broad, does not account for goods liable to tax, supplies goods without registration, uses conveyance for carriage of goods in contravention of law. So again, a lot of contraventions being used, which is actually a very vague term in as such. So these are the issues. Transporting goods in contravention of provisions is something which is not clear. Then there is a procedure prescribed under circular. So that's also one thing which clicks in the mind and is also subject matter of challenge before various courts as to whether a circular can provide for rule. If you see this circular, this provides for the mechanism as to how a proceeding under 129 shall be conducted. In the sense that they provide for forms like MOV 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 is an order of detention. Then 7 is a show cause notice. Release is happening in MOV 05. While you will see that all other forms are provided in the rules itself, this is another circular which has been issued and is providing similar to a rule. So this is also a subject matter of challenge whether a circular can regulate the proceedings under 129 or not. Now, earlier it was payment of 100% tax and penalty. This has been changed. I'll deal with it in the later part. And then again, the issue of ITC was also there because there is a specific bar under 17(5) which says that any tax paid under 129(30) shall not be taken credit of. But what used to happen is that when a supplier is transporting goods and it is getting caught at some place, the supplier himself used to pay these taxes, and the bar applies to a recipient itself. So to deal with that condition also, what has happened is that there has been an amendment which is effective January 2022. They have now made it 200% of penalty and there is no mention of tax. Tax in any case you have to pay, but 200% of penalty is now something which we are looking for. these are the cases where this has been challenged. I'll just delve into this as well. Shan Mohammed, Case New Holland, and Ghaziabad Enterprises. The premise of challenge is that 129, the previous 129, erstwhile 129, used to operate in a predetermined manner. So if you see, go through those documents of one of those cases, you will feel that MOV1 is a statement of the driver, MOV2 is an order of inspection. 6, these all documents are issued in a matter of 1 day. And then on the next very day, I pay the amount of the relevant tax and penalty that has been determined. My goods are released on the very next day. So essentially what is happening that even the law is providing for a time limit of 14 days to file a reply or response to the show cause notice that is issued under MOV6. But the manner in which these proceedings are occurring, and also given the urgency that the goods are required to be reaching to the destination or the customers, every taxpayer normally opts to pay those taxes and then go for a refund under appeal. So the predetermined manner in which section 129 was operating and the circulars which are also supporting or backing 129 were the subject matter of challenge, are the subject matter of challenge before various high courts that we have discussed. I'm just skipping this because this topic will be dealt in detail in the later half. I'll just move to the budget changes. So if you see, left side is the old provision, right side we have amended provision. You will see that initially it used to be 100% penalty. Now it has been increased to 200%. There are certain provisions of which have been omitted, like reference to 67(6), etc. There was no requirement as such, probably as a matter of abundant caution. No time limit for issuance of notice and order. Initially there was no time limit. Now it has been made that there will be 7 days of detention, seizure, and issuance of order. That period has been defined. No penalty shall be determined without giving opportunity of hearing, which I told you that it was working in such a predetermined manner that in a matter of 1 day the entire proceeding gets over. Once this proceeding gets over, you will see that effectively you do not have a right to represent yourself in that case. Moving on then, initially the period for invoking section 130 was 14 days. Now it has been made 15 days now. Yes, so I was talking about all these things. So now one important change that has happened in section 130 is that initially it used to start with a non-obstante clause, that is notwithstanding, which meant that proceedings under 129 and 130 used to be independent proceedings in itself. So at one given time, both the proceedings could have gone together. But now this non-obstante clause has been removed. It is now made where any person. So now this change will lead to the fact that 129 and 130 are somehow related. 130 will act as a supplement to section 67 in the sense that once a search, seizure, inspection happens under section 67, then the next premise or next proceedings should be under 130 if there is any goods which are liable for confiscation. So that's about from my side. I think I'll be happy to take any questions, Bimal sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Saurabh sir, for your valuable input to all the participants. Now I will request to Mr. Sudipta Bhattacharya to present his presentation on legal jurisprudence correction action by the department during search, seizure, and collection of tax revenue, constitutional validity of arrest provision before adjudication of legal jurisprudence and of arrest provision. Before calling him, I want to introduce him. Sudipta Bhattacharya is a partner of the Indirect Tax Practice Group in Khaitan and Company, with over 20-year experience of indirect taxes advisory, including GST, custom, international trade laws, pre-GST, indirect tax, state excise law affecting alcoholic beverage industry, as well as building, labor sales, tax controversy, management and allied aspect of the contract documents, negotiation, etc. He is also alumni of National Law School, Calcutta. So, Mr. Sudipta Bhattacharya, please start your presentation. You can...
So very good afternoon to all of you. After a long time seeing live faces instead of thumbnails, a refreshing change for me. I'll stick to, given the time limit, I'll stick to search and seizure because there is a fair amount of points to be made on search and seizure, especially from the legal strategy side. I've had I don't know if you can call it the good fortune, but I've had the chance to deal with many search and seizure cases, some very aggressive ones, some which were politically motivated. So, the rule of law was not really being followed. And we had to basically have the High Court overlooking that investigation. So some of the learnings that we have had, I'll try and share. The source of law, as we know, is Section 67, right? Section 67 and the rules 139 to 141, which covers search, seizure, inspection, etc. 6710 talks about the fact that the CRPC provisions, Code of Criminal Procedure provisions, can be borrowed to the extent applicable. Now, what does this give us? This allows us to borrow certain safeguards that have evolved under the CRPC over several years, over the last 100 years or so. And one classic example is, and we were talking about reason to believe, and whether we can have a copy of the reason to believe, because GST law does not expressly grant me that right. Where you can expressly infer that right is from CRPC. Because as per CRPC, what it says is, if there is a police officer who has conducted a search and seizure on my premises, he has to forward that copy of reason to believe to the jurisdictional magistrate. And the magistrate on my application is supposed to provide me a copy of those reasons to believe free of cost. Magistrate is equal to commissioner under GST. That comes from the statute GST law itself. So this itself provides us a way to approach the GST commissioner for this. Now, of course, the simplicity with which I am presenting the case is not how it will happen practically. I have filed this letter practically with the commissioner. He has pronto replied saying that, no, I disagree with your interpretation. I will not provide you. So the point is, what is the basis of this exercise? See, what we need to remember is, for every search and seizure, especially if you are representing a genuine bona fide taxpayer or you are a genuine bona fide taxpayer, you need to have multiple things in your kitty. You need to have multiple weapons in your arsenal. These are all things which tomorrow, if you want to challenge the search and seizure proceeding itself or any aspect of it, these are things which help paint the other side in a bad color. Ultimately, any litigation pertaining to search, seizure, provisional attachment is a PR exercise. Remember that, whether you're in court, whether you're anywhere else, you have seen, there are a lot of judgments have been, presented. You have seen how the interpretations that have been given can be read either way, right? Ultimately, in the first 1 minute, are you able to convince a judge that your story, you are the honest guy and you are being harassed? I think as long as you're able to do that, you are in. You will have the court's protection. And how do you do that? These are the building blocks of that. We say that immediately upon a search and seizure, provide me the reasons. First, you will not hear a response. File another letter, say you provide me the reasons. You have not provided. Second time, third time, he will probably respond saying, I don't agree. Keep it. If you're already before court for some reason, present it before the court. Otherwise, just keep it in your file. Respond to it saying, these are the reasons why, we disagree with your reply, and we reserve our right to take action, whatever is suitable. The second point that comes out, and I'll come to some of the other, pointers in a little bit. Inspection and search and seizure, we have discussed the differences. Inspection is a softer provision. And I'll give you one example of where this example or where this difference was explained by the department. You might have read about a lot of raids that have happened with cryptocurrency agencies, right? Where trading agencies, etc., or exchanges, government was at pains to clarify that, no, we did not conduct raids. They were inspections. We did not find out things that were secreted. We went there. It was a friendly conversation. We spoke, they gave answers, and they themselves volunteered to pay. Of course, we all know what volunteer to pay means, but that was one of the clarifications given, which sort of throws light on how government interprets inspection versus search and seizure. Search, of course, is, as both Divya and Saurabh pointed out, to find out documents which are secreted. Clearly, it requires a disruption. It necessitates a disruption to your business, and which is why it violates your fundamental rights, and which is why the law provides some sort of a safeguard that a senior officer has to believe and has to give the authorization, etc. And which sort of gives us to another legal argument on the proper officer. We know the debate on the proper officer, the canon judgment that came in. I mean, I remember last year we have taken seminars in PhD chambers where we have highlighted how the canon argument applies even under GST. Now, some of you might point out that the canon, there is now a retrospective amendment that has happened. So, is that still a valid argument? 2 points to that. The fact that the government had to do a retrospective amendment to overcome canon in the Customs Act, in a way validates the canon argument. So if under GST law, if you don't have a similar amendment, to that extent, that argument clearly is applicable. Second, if there are, if you read the amendment carefully that has happened in the Customs Act, it does not take care of all the points that canon made. And this is a point that has also been judicially recognized recently by Sestat Calcutta judgment. Well, of course, Sestat Calcutta judgment may not be binding, may not take you far, but as I said, important to remember some of these legal points as you are getting into a fight vis-a-vis a search and seizure proceeding. So what I'm trying to do is, give you tools. We have to decide what time, at what place we'll have to use some of these. Maybe I want to buy time. Maybe I want to stall. Maybe there are, really chinks in my armor and I don't want them to go further. So you have to, like various astras, you have to use them carefully. So this is one another sort of argument that we have. Things. Saurabh mentioned how things can include money. Things can clearly include IT gadgets also, right? I have recently, I'm currently, this is sub judice before Karnataka High Court, 92 IT gadgets have been seized from my client, from the CFO's house, from the founder's house, etc. Total of 92 gadgets. Now, which gives rise to multiple questions of law. Firstly, if the department after seizing asks you for the password of, say, a MacBook and an iPhone, can you say no? So both yes and no answers are valid. I'll tell you why. So there are two arguments that can help you take that say no. One is based on the constitutional right against self-incrimination. Self-incrimination is right not to bear witness against myself, right not to incriminate myself. In Hollywood films, you'll say I have the right to remain silent. It is that right, the right to remain silent. Of course, when you remain silent, there can be inference drawn against you. That also need to keep in mind. However, in the context of fingerprints, voice samples, handwriting sample, the courts have again and again held that the right of self-incrimination does not extend, and you are bound to give that. Second argument that one can take is right of privacy. Now, right of privacy, there is only one judgment so far, not in the context of tax, in the context of criminal law, that has come from Karnataka High Court, which they have not accepted the argument of right of privacy. But I believe this is not the end of the story, because there are very strong, very well articulated judgments from under the US constitutional law, and vis-a-vis right to privacy, we are very similarly situated now, which say that phone password is a facet of privacy and you can't force without safeguards. So there is an argument to be explored for not giving password. Again, as I said, would I advise you not to give your password? No, but there may be scenarios where it is genuinely incriminating and you want to buy time. Maybe there is a phone, maybe your client has a phone device where there is some genuinely incriminating data, which you don't want them to find out. How do you buy time? This is one way where you can go and approach, because what will the court say? We will present very strong constitutional arguments. They have to take 6 to 8 weeks to decide. 6 to 8 weeks is an invaluable time that you have. So that is another sort of aspect to that. Third aspect, what happens if you have genuinely forgotten, which has again happened live with my client. He genuinely forgot, because from his house, a 4-year-old, 2 iPhones were seized. iPhone 7 which is like 5-year-old model. He genuinely forgot. And again, they said, no, you couldn't have forgotten. How could you forget? You're misleading the investigation, etc., etc. So when it came to court, the learned additional solicitor general was arguing against us. he started shouting about it. Thankfully, the judge said that, I use an iPad, I keep forgetting the password. So you can't draw adverse inference, because if it's an old phone, genuinely someone can forget the password. What we also did, and bear this in mind as a strategy if you are faced with this sort of a scenario, we immediately we wrote a letter, and this happened before the court hearing happened. We wrote a letter saying that genuinely, if it's a 4-year-old phone, one can forget the password. We are compliant. We want to sort of work together with the investigation. We are offering you choose any forensic expert externally of your choice. We will pay for it. Ask him to crack the phone. I also indemnify the government for any loss of data or any loss to the device. If there is any damage to the device, I will not sue the government for damages. So we wrote a long letter saying that, please go ahead, do it, I will pay. Of course, the investigating officer was like, "Aap itne bade ho gaye hain ki aap government ko paisa denge." But the point is that letter really flew well in the court. When this non-cooperation was being alleged, when we said that we have already offered this, the judge was like, so if that offer is on table, why are we not taking it? If the intent is to find the truth and they are offering this, go for it. So this is another thing that that may arise practically, and you might have to offer. Most likely they will not ask you for the money. Government has enough sort of ego to do that. But even if they do, I mean, it's not a huge expense. So I think that is another point to remember. Yeah, they can. Which is why I say that legally they have the right to. If you ask me, is there one judgment which you can cite saying that no? There is one judgment against privacy, but see, privacy was one of the multiple arguments there. Privacy they have dealt with in like 3 or 4 lines. So I wouldn't say that that argument is closed. Where required, we can make a case for it. Yeah, of course. So see, earlier the law of right of privacy itself was not recognized in India, which is, and I'll touch upon it. What was the consequence of that in the context of tax laws? But that was not recognized at all. It is only 3 years back that we now have a constitutional right of privacy, and which is why some of these arguments are untested. Right of incrimination has been tested several times and failed in the context of, like I said, voice sample, fingerprint, blood sample, etc. No, it would, sir. It would. See, there are multiple things happening in the country, and in the context of tax, which contravene our rights. See, what we need to understand is, it's very easy, or it's very it's okay to think of a challenge based on right to privacy. But what is our end game? Ultimately, in any such circumstance, you have to decide strategy based on what is your end game. Am I sure that there is no chink in my armor? There are nothing to hide. Then you play on the front foot. If you want to, I mean, if there are genuine things that you don't want to come to light, and there can be such scenarios, then there are different strategies to play. So what I'm trying to say is trying to give you strategies which can work, at least which can buy you time. May not necessarily win you the matter, but at times getting the time is also of crucial importance. Third aspect, when it comes to IT gadgets, and this is the least emphasized aspect that I see everywhere, which is evidentiary value. Very few people think about or challenge the evidentiary value of a IT gadget. Bear this in mind. If for the the instance that I gave of 92 IT gadgets, phones, tablets, whatever, laptops, everything that have been seized, painstakingly over 6 months, forensic extraction has happened of that data in the presence of a lawyer as a representative of my client. Okay. Each gazette, I mean, each data after cloning, or each device after cloning, has been stored in an external hard drive, 2 external hard drives. Hash value has been generated for those external hard drives to show there has been no tampering. They have been sealed. And only after sealing, my junior has signed, 2 independent witnesses have signed, and after that only they can present that in evidence. Of course, the DGST headquarter is very sharp, and the particular officer in this case was very well read and thorough in terms of the evidence. Like there was one instance where I sent him a hard drive, saying that whatever data you want. He called me saying that now you are acting smart. You know that if I take this, you will challenge the evidentiary value, and nothing I take from here will be admissible in court. So I will not accept this. You ask your client to come in front of him with 2 other independent witnesses. We will copy, seal this, and only then it is. There are certification requirements under Evidence Act for IT gadgets. See, I don't know if some of you saw the recent, there was a judgment from Hyderabad that came where there is a pen drive of utmost importance. It is a customs valuation case, but equally applicable in the context of GST, where they said that, the importer was saying that I import from Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong supplier imports from, buys from Taipei. And clearly there was a difference in value. There was a undercutting. The Taipei guy was selling at 100, Hong Kong guy was selling to India at 70. Clearly there is a question to be raised, if not anything else. And how did they say? The DRI found a pen drive in the house of the importer. And in the pen drive, there were details of transactions with margin, etc. So it was like the whole kacha ritta was there in that pen drive. Yet that pen drive was held to be inadmissible in evidence. The court said that it looks suspicious, but DRI, you failed to ask the questions, you failed to investigate this further, you failed to follow the procedure laid down in evidence, and which is why the whole case of undervaluation fell. So that is the cruciality, that is the criticality of evidence. Whenever seizure happens of any IT gazette, be very, very mindful of whether the procedure is being followed. When you get an SCN, don't immediately respond on merits. Ask for copy of the extracted data. If department is relying on extracted data to reach any conclusion against you, natural justice demands that you be presented with a copy of that evidence, right? Think about it. If I am taking an adverse action against you, I am calling you a tax thief on the basis of data that I have extracted from IT gadgets. Am I not entitled to see that evidence against me? Otherwise, how can there be a fairness of trial? Right? It's the same logic which we use for cross-examination of witnesses. We say that if you are relying on evidence of some witness against me, I have the right to cross-examine that witness. It's the same thing. And these are points we often miss out when it's a very highly contested sort of a search and seizure based investigation. Another thing, and this is something that people try, but I advise against it. People say that this particular device is not owned by me, even though it is retrieved from my house. Unless you have really strong ground to say that, don't try it. Because as per law of evidence under the Evidence Act, the burden of proof is against you. The Evidence Act says that if something has been found in your possession, the law will presume that you own it. Unless you are really able to show that I could not have owned it, and which is a very high threshold to meet. So that's not something advisable, though I have seen people try that. We should be careful about saying that. And I think couple of other points. I think reasons to believe, a lot has been spoken on reasons to believe. I think one thing to be, that we need to be careful about is there cannot be a roving inquiry. Like when when an officer says that I have reason to believe that documents are secreted, he has to have some specificity about it. He has to say that this is the kind of document. I'm not saying the precise document, but he has to have some idea of the nature of evidence that is being sought. He can't say ki chalte hain kuch to mil hi jayega. That cannot be the approach. And our job as lawyers or advisors to clients would be to find out some of these loopholes. To say that you had no specific intelligence, no specific reason to believe, no specific material. What you did is nothing but a roving inquiry. You went for something else, found something else, and came back. And that is a ground for challenge. So roving inquiry is a ground that we must remember, and which is where it becomes all the more important to have a copy of the reasons to believe. If required, do not hesitate from going to court to get a copy of reasons to believe, because that is where defense will start from. And do not accept a sealed cover. I mentioned about the sealed cover practice. And of course, this is a live case that is still before the court. We have taken a very strong objection to sealed cover. We have said, the CGI Justice Ramanna recently came down very heavily against sealed cover because that's not fair trial. I at least need to know what material you have against me. So sealed cover, no. Reason to believe, we should really strive hard to get a copy of, because that's where our defense starts from. Now, last point I want to make here. See, which is connected to right to privacy. You know, in the US, there is a nice doctrine called fruit of the poisonous tree. What it means is, if the search is illegal, if there is a evidence that you have found on the basis of that search, that is also unreliable. You cannot, there's a blanket ban. You might see some, you know, Hollywood based or American drama series on Netflix, etc., where they say it's illegally obtained evidence. That per se becomes inadmissible, which is why you will see a lot of court procedurals where they try to prove that the search is illegal. Because the moment in America you can prove the search is illegal, anything, which is why the fruit of the poisonous tree. Because if the tree is poisonous, the fruit is also poisonous, and you can't eat that fruit. You know, that's the context. It's there in UK as well, but this doctrine was specifically rejected in India in the context of tax as well as generally in the 1960s and 70s, on the specific ground that Indian Constitution does not have a right to privacy. Specifically saying that unlike America, where this doctrine exists, where there is a right to privacy guaranteed under the Constitution, India does not have a right to privacy, so we will not have a fruit of poisonous tree doctrine. It is high time that we challenge that, because this challenge should be a fairly straightforward one. The 67 judgment that I'm talking about, Puranmal's case, and that Puranmal's case has been followed by umpteen number of cases. Puranmal's case specifically has a paragraph saying why we are not accepting this. So, I mean, just for the, to brief you, the law currently in India is that there is no absolute ban against illegally obtained evidence. The court can decide, judge in its discretion can permit or not permit, depending on the nature of illegality, etc. It's left to the judge. And 99% of the cases, they do factor in the evidence, they don't reject it, which is the thing that one can attack. Again, as I said, that if everything is bona fide about you, maybe you don't need to do this. But if it is not, if there are chinks in your armor, these are things that one can rely on. Again, is this a tested legal strategy? Not yet. But is there very strong merit in this legal strategy? I strongly believe so. So fruit of the poisonous tree, remember, it's a catchy name. It's a doctrine to be adopted where required. This is another or the last strategic point that I will leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Now I request to Mr. Rakesh Garg, sir, to present his presentation on legal validity of recovery proceedings in GST, provisional attachment of property or bank account, when, why, and resource available, power to summon person to give evidence and produce document and other also. So before calling him, I would like to request him to, his qualification, he's a qualified chartered accountant, about 35 year experience in the indirect tax field. He's now currently a partner in SSAR Associates, and he's an expert in VAT and service tax, and also providing the consultancy and handle better of the tribunal level, including advanced ruling. So I request to Rakesh Garg, sir, starting his presentation. Here. Yes, please come.
Good afternoon, friends, dignitaries, and Secretariat of PhD, Bimalji, and my learned fellow speakers. This is after 2 years that we are performing on this stage. For last 2 years, we were on OTT. So sometimes we have not the habit of stage performance as well. So it's lovely to see your faces. So topic assigned to me is basically part of the topics have been covered by Sudipta or Saurabh and all that. I will skip those which have already been covered. There's no sense of repeating. So first of all, first basic question has been given to me is, what is the legal validity of the recovery proceedings? So friends, we have number of judgments, federal judgments, Privy Council judgments, as well as Supreme Court, that we have 3 stages of taxation. First one is imposition, second one is the assessment, and third one is the recovery. Recovery is always inbuilt in the mechanism. You can't say that I can impose the tax, I can make the assessment, but I cannot recover. It is always inbuilt in the entire mechanism. So this has been tested several times by Supreme Courts and various higher courts as well, that basically there's nothing more to say about. In recent judgment by the Delhi High Court, the question before the court was whether power to arrest lies with the GST department. The answer given by the court, Delhi High Court, was yes, that it is very much there, because it is, even if that is not there under section 69 or 132 of GST, it would be there through list 3 entry number 1. So if I make some crime, then power of arrest is otherwise there. So power, this is the Delhi High Court judgment in Dhruva. Then coming to the provisional assessment, very fairly touched by Bimalji on that there has been much change in the provisions. Earlier, it was confined to limited sections, section 62, 63, 64, 67, 73, and 74. Now the scope has been enlarged, and now it is covered to entire chapter 12, 14, and 15, meaning thereby 59 to 64, all the assessments, including 61, that is a scrutiny of the assessment, scrutiny of the returns. If you get some A7010, you take it lightly, don't reply. He gives another A7010, aato jao. We again, then this right is available to him. That non-responding of A7010, earlier it was not there. Earlier it was limited to 62, 63, 61 was not there. Now it is covered in 61. Similarly, all 67 to 72, earlier summons are given under section 70. So 70 was not there. It is very interesting, as Saurabh has already stated, the summon is an inquiry, not the proceedings. Now, during the inquiry itself, they have got the right to provisionally attach. This is very interesting. Certainly, it will be tested in the court. That proceedings has not been started. It is at the stage of inquiry, and you are attaching through this provision. But present law says so, with effect from 1st January 22. So entire chapter 12, 14, and 15 are within this purview. What are the circumstances? You read section 83, very clearly says that after institution of the proceedings, so meaning thereby some proceedings must have been initiated. If there is no proceeding at all, there cannot be provisionally attached. So I am coming back to section 70. If court says that at this stage of summon, there is no proceeding, this is merely an inquiry, I'm afraid to say that this provisional attachment provision should not be applicable. Then commissioner is of the opinion that for the purpose of protecting the interest of the government revenue, it is necessary to do so. He may. So this has been discussed, but here they have written in writing. It was not written in 67, but it is written in 83 that this must be in writing. Of course, we have already discussed what is the opinion, reason to believe, and all that we have been discussing. What can be attached provisionally? Any property, including bank account belonging to the taxable person or persons specified under section 122, subsection 1A, who retains the benefit or whose instance such transaction is conducted. तो बिमल जी ने उस समय क्वेश्चन पूछा था कि क्या कंसल्टेंट के अकाउंट प्रोविजनली अटैच हो सकता है. मैं उसमें साइलेंट रहा क्योंकि एट दैट टाइम द क्वेश्चन वाज नॉट आस्क्ड टू मी. इफ आई हैव रिटेन्ड सर्टेन बेनिफिट और आई एम डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली बेनिफिशियरी टू दैट ट्रांजैक्शन, अगर मैं मेरी भी कुछ कमीशन है, सर ये ट्रांजैक्शन आप कर लो और मुझे भी 1-2% दे देना, then certainly my accounts could be attached. But if I have simply given the advice then my account could not be attached under 83. मैं abatement वाले provision में जाके फंस सकता हूँ, but not under section 83. So बहुत दफे होता है ना कि ड्राइवर के नाम से हमने कंपनी खोल ली, किसी और के क्लर्क के नाम से कंपनी खोल ली, पीएन के नाम से. So these are those persons at whose instance the transactions have been initiated or who have retained the benefits. So these are the persons covered under section 122 subsection 1A. Then period of attachment. Acha, one more thing. In the manner prescribed, manner is prescribed. One more question to you. Can my is electronic credit ledger is covered under 83? वो भी तो मेरा बैलेंस ही है. उसके लिए सेपरेट प्रोविजंस भी है कि वो ब्लॉक कर सकता है, वो ब्लॉक कर. लेकिन मैं इस प्रोविजन की बात कर रहा हूं. Can it be attached under section 83? It is my asset. It is my vested right. बेमल जी ने तो कोर्ट से करवाया कि it is my vested right. If it is my vested right, if it is my balance, then why can't it be attached under section 83? This is a food for thought. I am not giving the answer because answer is certainly very risky. और उन्होंने एक्सरसाइज करा हुआ ऐसे. ये जो सर हम जितना भी बोलते हैं, आधे क्वेश्चन तो कुछ ना कुछ हमारे अगेंस्ट हो चुका होता है. ऐसा नहीं है कि हवा में हम जितनी भी फिल्में लिखी जाती हैं कहीं ना कोई ना कोई कैरेक्टर होता है. हम भी उन्हीं को देख करके आपके सामने डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं. तो सो these powers have been exercised and where they have attached electronic credit ledger. कैश लेजर तो कर ही सकते हैं, वो तो मेरा बैलेंस ही है. बट क्रेडिट लेजर, this is your vested right, this is your balance, why can't it be attached under 83? अब लड़ते रहो. मैं out of the context जा रहा हूँ. One of my very good friend of DGFT, he had just retired and he has become our partner in some senses. तो कहते हैं कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर, सर अब रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हैं फिर मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर का जिसमें व्हेन ही इज पोस्टेड टू सम पोस्ट एट द हायर पोस्ट, उसे क्या होता है, उसे कुछ नहीं आता है उस समय. तो उसका सबसे पहले काम क्या होता है? टू रिजेक्ट और टू डिसअलाउ. ठीक है, उसे तो कुछ भी नहीं आता. ही डज नॉट नो एनीथिंग. अगले दिन बिमल जी, सर सुनिए, इसमें बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. अगले दिन बिमल जी इतना 3-4 दिन का टाइम लेंगे, हो सकता है कि एडजॉर्नमेंट भी ले लें, एक पूरा इतना लंबा चौड़ा एक बुकलेट बना करके लेके जाएंगे. नाउ ही स्टार्ट्स रीडिंग. Now he comes to know what I earlier stated was right or wrong. Then he will either withdraw his statement or proceed further. So this एक बारी तो उसने कर ही दिया ना. अब आप सोचते हो विमल जी बनाएंगे अपने आप, सुदीप्ता बनाएंगे, whosoever may be consultant बनाएंगे. तो सर सब अटैच हो गया. अगर किसी का 10 करोड़ का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक क्रेडिट लेजर तो छोटा फिगर होगा तो नहीं भी करेगा, वो बड़े को तो करना ही पड़ेगा. Then what is the period of attachment? Original period is 1 year. The question before the courts was, can it be beyond 1 year? We have got 3 courts, Bombay, Calcutta and Gujarat. We said that it can be extended. Not simply. Now he must have another reason to believe that it must be extended. एक साल के बाद वो 1 साल के लिए और कुछ हो या किसी भी पीरियड के लिए, he can certainly extend. Who can attach? Commissioner, including officers with delegation. Another question, whether the principal ADGI or DDGI can attach. Answer given by the court. Citation is there in the slides that it is yes, it can be attached. Objection to the order. Now, it is interesting that he will not give you opportunity before doing the attachment. We can make the objection against the order of the attachment. So we have been given power, we have been given rights to object that. So we can certainly object, and based upon our objection, he may accept our objection or not, and he has the right to release the attachment order. The wrong classification, this is the another judgment, that wrong classification is not a ground for provisional attachment. Supposing I have classified under wrong head, this is not a ground for provisional attachment. This is the Bombay High Court. Then this is Radhakrishnan Supreme Court, as Bimalji was referring. This is a very good judgment. I'm skipping these slides because you have got written material with all of you. Certainly, it has been stated there that these provisions are draconian in nature and must be. I'm reading the second part, second limb of that. That these are draconian in nature and must be exercised very carefully. So this is an instruction to the officers that whenever you use this power, you must be very, very careful, complying all four corners of the law. Then these provisions should be applied. I'm skipping this, all these 3 slides because I am also aware that time is short. Summon is very interesting. I will devote rather some more time on this summons because as on date, we are receiving summons on almost daily basis. The authorities are of the practice that instead of giving us any notice, they issue the summon. Generally, notices तो कम ही आते हैं, SMT 10 वगैरह आ जाते हैं तो आ जाते हैं. Otherwise, we usually get summons. So, in the case of summon, what section 70 says that the proper officer shall have the power to summon any person whose attendance he considers necessary, either to give evidence or produce a document or any other thing in any inquiry. So the purpose of the summon is to produce the documents or tender the statement. There is not the third objective. Every proceedings under section 70 shall be deemed to be judicial proceedings. Summon का एक format है. You all are aware. I am not discussing that. So first question, who is proper officer? Who can issue me the summon? We are receiving summon from our own jurisdiction. We are receiving summon from DGGI. We are receiving summon from anti-evasion. Okay. Anti-evasion is generally a block office of our range. Many a time we are receiving summons from third party. कि किसी और की इंक्वायरी हो रही होगी, मैंने उससे ट्रांजैक्शन करा होगा, उस ट्रांजैक्शन के बेस पे मुझको समन आया. So who is the proper officer? तो इन्होंने यहाँ पर उन्होंने कहा है कि superintendent is of the central tax is the proper officer. It has not been stated that of my own ward, of my own jurisdiction. Meaning thereby, बिमल जी, तो क्या मैं दिल्ली में बैठा हूं, मैंने अगर पानीपत में या और थोड़ा दूर चले जाते हैं, केरला में किसी से ट्रांजैक्शन करी, तो वहां पे उसने देखा कि राकेश गर्ग ने तो बोगस ट्रांजैक्शन करी या नहीं करी, पेंशन है, तो कैन ही इशू मी समन टू राकेश गर्ग? Say officer. I am not talking about DGGI. DGGI has got the power of all India basis. That is written very, very clearly. तो वो जो सेंट्रल टैक्स ऑफिसर है केरला में बैठा हुआ, who is inquiring ABC, can he issue me someone के ask Mr. Garg in Kerala and tender your statement? सर जब हम जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग्स में जाते हैं तो सुदीप्ता एंड ऑल विल एग्री कि वहां पर प्रोसीजर है, वहां पे प्रोसीजर है कि अगर किसी दूसरे स्टेट में अगर समन इशू करना होगा तो दैट विल रूट थ्रू द गवर्नमेंट. ऐसा नहीं वो मुझे डायरेक्ट समन इशू कर देगा, वो अपने ऑफिसर को लिखेगा, उनका ऑफिसर इस ऑफिसर को लिखेगा, फिर उसके बाद मेरे पास आएगा ये, और मैं अपने को भी दे सकता हूँ. लेकिन यहाँ पे सब एवरीथिंग हैज बीन साइलेंट. तो कैन वी टेक द शेल्टर ऑफ जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग that I will not appear? I am not talking about DGGI. DGGI में तो जाना ही पड़ेगा. I am simply discussing a central tax officer of different zone sitting somewhere else, checking my connecting transactions. Can I be called there? अब देना आंसर. सर
थोड़ा सा
हाँ दे दो सर, अभी के भी दो ना.
राकेश जी जाना है या नहीं जाना? कई बार ना ऐसे इशू कर देते हैं, आ गया तो चल बैठ, आ गया तो चल बैठ, वरना समन दे के भूल जाते हैं. 6 महीने तक मालूम ही नहीं कि समन इशू किया था, और कई बार तो समन आता तब है कि डेट निकल चुकी है. सो मेनी थिंग्स.
चलिए सर, they have issued certain FAQs on summons. These are very, very interesting. थोड़ा एक हर सेंटेंस के साथ एक्सेप्शन है, ब्यूटीफुली ड्राफ्टेड. What are the responsibilities of the person so summoned? a person so summoned is legally bound to attend either in person or by authorized representative, and he is bound to state the truth before the officer who has issued the summon. Right, no problem. However, one thing please note, however, the statement can be tendered by the person in whose name summon has been given. Tender cannot be given. And this was decided by the Rajasthan High Court, where I stated that the statement to be recorded by the authorized representative. मेरी जगह पे आप राकेश गर्ग से स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड कर लो, वो देने को तैयार है नहीं है, वो बात की बात है. Or any other authorized representative. In that they said that the law itself, section 161 clearly says that any person may otherwise than when required under this act to appear personally for examination on oath or affirmation appear by the. So if I have been asked to tender this statement under oath or affirmation, that I alone will go there and give the statement. And so far as the documents part is concerned, certainly it can be given, it can be submitted, it can be argued through authorized representative. Sir, विमल जी ने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि कई दफे हमें अपने गट्स दिखाने पड़ते हैं. Out of context जाके बोल रहा हूँ. My partner appeared before the DGAI. It was a classification dispute. He claimed the exemption. Services were supplied to the government entity. So that this exemption is not available. तो मेरे पार्टनर साहब गए, उनको वहां से निकाल दिया बाहर. DGGI ने कहता है DGGI मतलब DGI की बात नहीं, सुप्रिंटेंडेंट की बात हो रही है. DGGI थोड़े ना निकालेंगे. Superintendent said, we are DGGI. How can you enter at the time of these proceedings before me? You go out. बेचारा क्या करता, क्लाइंट भी साथ में था. आप सोचो जरा, आप जस्ट इमेजिन. अब वो जब मेरे पास है, मैंने कहा अच्छा ऐसा करते हैं, एक मेल डालते हैं. आई रोड मेल, दिस इज द ऑफिशियल मेल, क्योंकि मेरे अभी भी मैंने चेक करा भी डिलीट नहीं हुई हो. आई रोड मेल टू GST कमिश्नर मिस्टर संजय मंगल, DGGI कमिश्नर हेड मिस्टर नीरज कुमार. मैंने कहा सर, आई एम ए पुअर ऑथर ऑफ राइटिंग GST बुक्स विच इंक्लूड्स. मैं सर बड़ा हम्बल की तरह से बात करूं, मुझे डर तो मुझे भी लगता है ना, रहेंगे तो my book also comprises enforcement chapter. I have not been come to such provisions where these documents or where this appearance by the authorized representative is barred. Please show some provision or some judgment which can be incorporated in my book for the benefit of public at large, in the interest of the public. सर काम को जो भी करना होता है गवर्नमेंट को, यहाँ में सबको इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ पब्लिक एट लार्ज करना होता है. इमीडिएटली रिस्पॉन्स आया सर. ऐसा नहीं है कि दोनों ने रिस्पॉन्स हो जाए कि विल टेक केयर इन फ्यूचर. तो वी हैव टू बी सब पोलाइटली और अदरवाइज, वो जैसे जैसे उसका पर्सनल जैसे अपना स्वभाव होता है. तो व्हाट आर द गाइडलाइंस? अच्छा गाइडलाइंस भी आप देखिए सर, दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. CBIC has issued summons are to be issued as at a last resort where assessee is not cooperating. This has also been confirmed by the Bombay High Court in FSM education, but actually it is at the first resort. The language of the summons should not be harsh. Here I agree that this is generally not harsh. Prior written permission should be obtained by the superintendent from AC and above, or at least it must be intimated. होता ही होगा सर. In all the cases where summons are issued, the officer issuing summons should submit a report to a brief of the facts. Next, senior management officials such as CEO, CFO, general manager, or of a company or PSU should not be issued summons at the first instance. Then normally, summons should not be issued repeatedly. Normally, as far as practical, the statement of the accused or witnesses should be recorded in summons. We have to say, because this is also argued before the court, sir, हमने सब कुछ कह दिया. My statement has already been recorded. I have submitted all the documents. Now we have nothing more to say. We will not appear before you. You issue SCN. ये तो करेंगे. अब वो SCN इसलिए नहीं इशू करते कि SCN इशू होने के बाद वो jurisdiction ही ट्रांसफर हो जाती है. केस तो वहां चला जाता है. अभी सर्कुलर में भी कहा है कि केस विल बी ट्रांसफर टू द जुरिडिक्शनल ऑफिसर. दैट इज व्हाई DGGI इज नॉट इशूइंग द SCN जनरली. No person should be interesting. Last दो जो है बड़ा interesting है. No person should be made to wait for long hours before his statement is recorded, except when it has been decided very consciously as a matter of strategy. सर एक CBI ऑफिसर मेरा एक फ्रेंड है, उसने कहा कि जब हम CBI में हमें यही सिखाया जाता है कि उसको कैसे हैरेस कर रहा है, कैसे मतलब अनकंफर्टेबल तो सच हल्का वर्ड होगा ना, जिससे बेटर नहीं आ रहा था. सो उसको घंटों बैठाओ बाहर, शाम तक वो अपने आप ही टूट जाएगा. So this is as a matter of strategy. Preferably, statement should be recorded during the office hours. Preferably. However, an exception could be made regarding the time and place of the recording of the statement. सर वो आते ही 5 बजे हैं, तो preferably और exception दोनों की दोनों साथ साथ ही चल रही हैं. हमने तो कभी देखा नहीं 10 बजे आते हैं सुबह. जब 5 बजे आएंगे तो ऑफिस आवर्स तो खत्म ही हो जाएंगे. ठीक है सर, मेरे पास टाइम कम है. These are the consequences of non-appearance. ये आप उसमें से, मेरे बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स हैं, मेरी तरफ कम देख रहे हैं, उधर की तरफ ज्यादा देख रहे हैं, तो दिस इज देयर. व्हाट आर दी कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस? बिमल जी इसलिए बहुत अच्छा करते हैं. दे डोंट गिव एनी पीपीटी और अदरवाइज, कुछ भी नहीं होता, अपने आप ही एक्सटेम्पो बोलते हैं, सब अपने आप ही आपकी तरफ देखेंगे. दिस इज बेटर स्ट्रेटजी. अच्छा जी, tendering of the statement in proceedings. Statement can be recorded during the summons before an officer not below the rank of superintendent. Statement should be voluntary and not under threat. The person should be told. So basically it should be voluntary or not under threat. Retraction is अगली slide में है. Then installation of CCTV, direction by the Supreme Court. This has been direction. The direction has been given by the Supreme Court in the case of Paramveer Singh, that in the CBI, NIA, ED, NCB, DRI, SFI or any other agency where they have right, they have power to arrest, वहां पर CCTV इंस्टॉल होने चाहिए. हाँ जी, हैंड रिटर्न होती है सर. सर अच्छा सुनिए, रिट्रैक्शन सर बोलना पड़ता है. अब बोले कैसे, ये आपको भी पता है, हमें भी पता है कहां पे बोल सकते हैं, कहां नहीं बोल सकते. Retraction of the statement. Yes, Bimalji has already stated. I have given 2 judgments that you can certainly retract your statement, but within the reasonable time. Courts have denied the right of retraction after 5-6 दिन बाद, कि 6 दिन के बाद आप कह रहे हो जी मैं रिट्रैक्ट करता हूँ. बिल्कुल इसी तरह से जैसे सबको पता होता है क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ. जैसे कौंसिल अंदर से, जैसे क्लाइंट अंदर से बाहर आया, तो हम यही पूछेंगे ना एग्जाम में क्या हुआ, क्या करके आया भाई, क्या लिखा है ना, क्या पूछा और क्या लिखा. एट दैट स्टेज स्टेट वी शुड डिसाइड वेदर टू रिट्रैक्ट और नॉट, वेदर इट वाज आउट ऑफ सिलेबस और नॉट. This has been already been tested before the Delhi High Court, that retraction after 6 days was denied. That this is not allowed. Retraction should be as early as possible. There must be some reasons if there is a delay of 5-6 days. We have given 2 judgments where it has already been stated that if I have retracted this statement, then it is burden on the department to prove through other corroboratory evidences that these are the facts. Parallel inquiry, GK trading, already Saurabh has discussed. Few other points relating to summon very briefly. Entitlement of counsel to present, I have already discussed. Supreme Court has stated that at the time of statement, I am not talking, that person should be present within the visible distance but beyond the hearing range. Visible distance की 3rd degree तो नहीं यूज कर रहे हैं, और beyond the visible, beyond the hearing range कि आप उनकी बातें ना सुन सको कि वो क्या बात कर रहे हैं. सो विजिबल डिस्टेंस कि आप ग्लास में रखो, कैसे भी रखो, बस दिखना चाहिए कि वो, अब तो उन्होंने सीसीटीवी की बात कर दी. राइट ऑफ क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन, yes, not at the time of giving the statement. Certainly we have the right of the, just may be adjudication assessment over, then we have the right of cross examination. There are number of judgments. Entitlement to get the copies, वो कहते हैं जी उस समय हम कुछ भी नहीं देंगे, अपना नोट बना लो। उनकी गाइडलाइंस में ये लिखा हुआ है, विल नॉट प्रोवाइड एनी कॉपी, बट सर्टेनली द कोर्ट इन Madras High Court has stated that you can ask for the copies subsequent to the tendering of the statement. Issuance of summons repeatedly, the courts have denied. Apprehension of arrest during summons, summon will not be quashed. This is the Bombay High Court कि हाँ जी मुझे तो arrest कर लेंगे, summon will not be quashed based upon your apprehension. Might have to travel from Bangalore to Delhi. In that case, Bangalore client had to come to Delhi and he prayed for the virtual hearing. This was denied by Delhi High Court. नहीं आपको यहीं पे आना पड़ेगा. In one other another case, Rajasthan High Court has allowed, based upon facts to cases, access to business premises. I am skipping because time is. This is section 71. Multiple SCNs by the same authority. This has already been dealt in detail by Sudipta. I like to add 1 or 2 lines in this regard, that as and when there is SCN which is reopening the assessment, then that is barred. But if it is not reopening of the assessment, supposing I receive SCN for my mismatch, only mismatch. Now this SCN has been adjudicated, everything has been. Now supposing certain other audit inquiries are also initiated after this, where my books of accounts and records are being verified. In that case, based upon that inquiry or that examination, supposing there is certain findings, in that case separate SCN, because that will, basic principle is res judicata, that we says that there cannot be same subject matter has already been discussed by Sudipta very in detail. So till the time subject matter is same, there cannot be second SCN. But if the subject matter is different, then SCN can be by the same authority as well as by the different authority. तो मेरी अपनी अथॉरिटी भी दे सकती है, मान लो the first one was given by CGST, then CGST also, and SGST also. But this, agar these judgments, I have given few judgments where supposing my detailed inquiry or detailed examination has already been completed, audit भी हो गया, सब कुछ कर दिया, पूरा detail कर लिया, then second SCN can be given. In that case, one of the court has said that before adjudication of the first SCN, you can issue number of the SCNs. But after adjudication of the first SCN, you cannot issue the second SCN. This is in respect of when everything has been audited or assessed and wherever complete investigation has already been carried out, then certainly there cannot be a second inning to the assessing officer. So this was from my side, friends. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for an interesting, very interesting interaction session. Now I request to our co-chair of Indirect Tax Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce, Sri Pawan Arora ji, to present his presentation on various offense and penalties in GST and inspection of goods and movement and penalty proceeding under section 129, 130 with the recent changes in union budget. So before calling him, I would like to introduce himself. He is a qualified chartered accountant and a lawyer by profession. Also, he is practicing in Athena Law House in 2010 onwards, and currently head of the GST advisory services in the firm. So may I request to him to kindly present his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my session every time is just before lunch, when everyone is waiting for the lunch. But okay, great. So मैं थोड़ी और भूख बढ़ा देता हूँ ना थोड़ी अभी. And just now Rakesh sir is saying that it's a good strategy not to have PPT, and I think nobody have my PPT in your hand. The reason is I thought not to prepare any PPT, but thanks to my two colleagues, Shobha and Anshika, who has yesterday the whole day, the night and in the morning 9 o'clock, they have finalized my PPT. they said, ki, sir, okay, your topic is so good, so let's have a PPT on this issue. So let's start with it. So everyone from the today morning, starting from SP Sharma sir, everyone is discussing about the revenue. Everyone of us know that government aim is to protect the revenue. Everyone know. The SP Sharma sir discussing outside with me that there is a huge collection of tax. Manika sir, don't, you are appreciating it well, but they have a invisible gun with them. That is called power. So they have the power. And you don't believe in this 31st March, from 25 March to 31st March, I have handled continuously handling 5 recovery, on-spot recovery proceedings. Why client is calling, sir, wo aa gaye hain, kya kare? And I will just share one short example of them. On the 31st March, what has happened? They came, they said, अपने documents दिखाओ. They shown the documents, everything. They don't find anything. बोले बॉस टैक्स तो देना पड़ेगा कुछ. तो रात को 11:30 बजे मेरे साथ कंपनी का प्रमोटर, CFO, CEO कॉल पे हैं, जस्ट कि सर क्या करें अब उन्होंने पॉइंट क्या पकड़ा? रिटेंशन मनी. I am a contractor, so I have a retention money of my contractors. So they say you have not paid to the vendor, you have to reverse the ITC. I said, no, sir, it is not required at all. There is no requirement to reverse the ITC. If it is not failure to pay, there is a difference in the provision of service tax and the GST. The service tax simply says if you don't pay, you have to reverse. But this law says if you fails to pay, and fails to pay does only mean when you liable to, this amount is due, but you have not paid. So you are not liable to pay. I make them understand. They have again discussed with the department. They are not ready to understand. Then they said, what kya kare sir? I immediately shared my 10 minutes YouTube video. मैंने कहा sir उनको दिखाओ, समझने की कोशिश करवाओ उनको. They have not understood this point. And ultimately they said, आपका retention money पे 2 crore का ITC reversal बनता है, you reverse it. Negotiation के बाद 50 लाख तो ultimately reverse करना ही पड़ा. Then thankful, अभी यहाँ discussion कर रहे थे sir कि under protest word लिख देना चाहिए. Although they force you every time to write it voluntarily reverse, but thankful they agree to this point that we are reversing under protest. So all these are happening. So in this 31st, I don't know, I think everyone have faced this recovery proceedings, on spot recovery proceedings. So that could be a reason for this huge collections behind it. So we agree that they made the compliance procedure to protect their revenue, and we have to follow every procedure and compliance. But sometimes even when somebody asks us to that, okay, you have to pay the tax, we every time open the book. Even there two authors are sitting, I think sir is also an author. But whenever they handle the case, they every time read the provision. You agree? But can we expect from the client that when at the midnight of the 12 o'clock, officer is saying, no, you are liable to be arrested under this provision? He doesn't know. And even we also, if he called us, we say, okay, abhi hum batate hain. But wo gun point pe leke baitha hai mere ko, I have to pay. So, and apart from this, interest. How many of all of us sitting here agree with me that interest is go by with the tax? If we are paying with the, we have not paid the tax, we have to pay interest definitely. Is there any exception to that? Anyone can tell me that if we have not paid the tax, we have to pay interest. Is there any exception? Anyone know about it, or everyone agree with me? Okay, that's so amendment has already come. This is I remember this is a VAT case 4 years back of the real estate industry, Haryana VAT. Everyone is aware that among the real estate industry that in Haryana, there are a lot of changes has come, and after the High Court judgment, they have changed the rules also. And because of change in rules, I become liable to pay the tax. Because of the prior rules, my liability was 0, but after changing the retrospective change in the rules, I liable to pay. So my client asked me that whether I'm liable to pay the interest. I said, no, you are not liable to pay the interest. My senior immediately revert back on that email. How you can say it's not payable? It's payable. But I said, sir, it's a retrospective amendment. And touch wood, later on, we find a Supreme Court judgment of Star India that if there is a retrospective amendment in the law, you are not liable to pay interest on that part. And this, we use this judgment in a cess reversal under the GST regime also. Many people have taken the cess credit and still it is, although eligible, but fight is going on. So we have reversed the ITC on that. They are asking to pay the interest on that. We have one ground that we have not used it, so we are not liable. Now it's there is amendment, but earlier when there is no amendment, we continue to fight with this point that because it's a retrospective amendment, we are not liable to pay any interest on this part. So this is one of the exception that if there is a retrospective amendment, we are not liable to pay interest. So this is all about the tax and interest, but the today's topic of mine is offenses and penalties. So why there is a penalty? Penalty is only a penal consequence of the offenses made by us. It's not a compulsory levy. So there is a landmark judgment, Hindustan Steels and other, which we every time use in our show cause notice reply or appeals. That penalty is not has to be every time invoked, or in fact they invoke it, but it's not necessarily that every time you impose the penalty. You have to check, is there any malified intention or not? Is there any, the penalty is required that the non-compliance is so serious that you are required to impose the penalty. There is a provision under the law that, okay, you are supposed to pay penalty, but it doesn't mean that you impose the penalty and collect it. So non-compliance could be because of the fraud. As Vimal sir said, we are not with the fraudsters. Yes, you have done the fraud, you have to face the consequence, you have to pay the penalty. But if you are not, you have not done a fraud, I will discuss many instances which we are practically facing. So you have not done the fraud. Of course, my accountant, I can't afford a chartered accountant. I have hired an accountant who has filed GSTR 1 and they forget to pay the tax in GSTR 3B of 2-3 invoices. Later on, department catch, okay, I'm ready to pay it. So is there any fraud on my part? But every time they invoke the fraud and they ask you to pay the penalty. So the offense could be without intention of the payment of tax. So there could be a procedural lapses which are not impacting the government revenue. What, like I'm done some mistakes in raising the invoice. I have not keeping the proper accounts. Every time when the notice came to us, my requirement goes to the client. Okay, sir, please share your ITC register. वो बोलते हैं ये क्या होता है भाई? वो क्योंकि उनको ledgers के अलावा कुछ नहीं पता. But we have to give the ITC ledger also. We have to check the nature, whether you have claimed the credit correctly or not. So, okay, they are not maintaining the details, but it is not impacting the revenue. First, you have to prove that it is impacting the revenue, then only you can impose the penalty on me. But yes, there is a penalties for the non-procedural lapses, but this is very less until unless it is impacting the revenue of the government. Now, the third party, who is retaining the benefit. Vimal sir, Rakesh sir has discussed that I am being a professional also sometime make liable to pay or make a culprit of all these transactions. Until unless I am a party to that, means in section 122 it is mentioned if I am retaining the benefit. Under section 132 when they prosecute us, they also return if we are retaining the benefit. But there is an exception to it. The exception is we all professional used to submit the data on behalf of the client. Client give us, we analyze it and we present the data before the authorities, even in summon cases also. So if let's say tomorrow there is a incorrect or false evidence which we have given to the authority, there is no penalty on us because we are not retaining benefit out of it. There is no imprisonment for us because we are not retaining any benefit out of it. But if you see that someone is subject to IPC Act, and in IPC Act, if we are giving a false evidence, then we are also liable for the punishment under the IPC Act. So the question is that whether we are also being a professional protected under the IPC Act or not. We have to check, because yesterday I was reading, so I have parked this question for me also. So whether I am become liable for under the IPC Act or the Criminal Procedure Act because I am submitting the documents on behalf of the client. So coming to the penalty, generally what happens, investigation starts through ASMT 10 or summons, and ultimately they say that you are liable to pay the tax and they assess the tax. In normal course, as I said, government's aim is to protect revenue. Until unless there is a threat, there is a leakage of revenue, penalty is less, except the case of section 129 and 130, where they have a huge penalty and it is getting misused. So apart from it, the penalty is only when there is a leakage of revenue. Now coming to the assessment, after all these summons, investigation, they issue the show cause notice to us and they assess our tax. So now there are two sections of the show cause notice, 73 and 74. 73 says non-fraud case, 74 says fraud case. So I will discuss under section 73 and 74, 2-3 crucial points which you have to take care of it while you are getting even assess audits, etc. Everyone of, I think, have experienced it when the audit has done or someone is issued or some inquiry is going on, we pay the tax voluntarily. We admit the liability, or even during the audit prior asking from the department, we voluntarily pay it. Okay, हमारे से ये गलती हो गई, आप इसको pay कर लो. So every time they ask us, you have paid the tax, you have paid the interest. Okay, now you pay 15% penalty and let the matter end. So every time I stop the client, why you are paying the 15% penalty? They say, sir, यहाँ provision में लिखा है. So they show 74 to them, where it is written that you have to pay the penalty. But in the audit, there is a lot of judgments, but I don't know why they don't agree with, but there is a judgments that during the audit proceedings, audit is a checking of your accounts. If any points captured in the audit, during the audit, and you paid the tax, this is not a fraud suppression case. Everyone, किसी से भी error हो गया, human error हो सकता है, clerical error हो सकता है, but it could not be reason of the fraud and suppression. So therefore no penalty is payable in that case. But yes, every time they force us कि आप penalty pay कर दो, और sometime amount छोटा होता है, client penalty pay कर देता है. I take an example of this, of the summon itself. अब मेरे vendor का, not my fault, मेरे vendor का कुछ गड़बड़ चल रहा है. Someone came to me कि आपने इससे purchases की है. You come and show the details of this. I appeared in the summon. So he said, if you want to close this matter, just pay tax, interest and penalty of 15% and end the matter because your amount is small. I said, okay. I written in the letter that it is not my fault. There is no fraud and suppression. This purchase is genuine. But since amount is very minuscule, the ITC amounts is 6 lakh and a client have a huge ITC. So he's ready to discharge the 6 lakh rupees with interest and 15% penalty. And I just written in the letter that we are just paying it to buy the peace of mind and to save a litigation cost. Not to, we are not agreeing. So वो इतना shout किया सर, बोला मैं आपकी गिरवान पकड़ के जमा करवा रहा हूँ, क्या लिख के दे रहे हो आप मुझे? सर इज सेइंग आप लिख के दो अंडर प्रोटेस्ट. उसने मेरी को वहां पर पूरा कमरा गर्म कर दिया कि आप मेरे को, क्या मैं आपकी गिरबान पकड़ के जमा करवा रहा हूँ, आप मुझे बोल रहे हो. So this has happened, but still, as sir suggested also, keep your stand intact. He has accepted my letter. He has earlier showing that he will not accept this letter, but he has accepted later on my letter that I am paying just to buy the peace of mind and to save my litigation cost. So please take care whenever you are voluntarily paying, you can protect your penalty that under section 73, if you pay tax and interest prior to issuance of SCN and it is a non-fraud case, then you are not liable to pay any sort of penalty. And in fraud case also, there is a 3 stages of penalty, that 15% penalty prior to issuance of show cause notice, 25% penalty within 30 days of show cause notice, and 50% penalty within 30 days of the issuance of order. Now, the interesting thing is explanation after section 74, that if any penalty is assessed under section 73 or 74 and matter is concluded, then any other person, किसी के भी कोई भी penalty proceedings चल रहे, that will be dropped. So because I am going to discuss section 122 where the offenses and penalties are mentioned, so we should take care of it that if, let's say, I have done some fault, because of my fault, somebody else is also facing the penalty consequences. But if I have paid the tax interest along with the penalty and matter is concluded under section 73 or 74, in my case, so penalties of all persons who on the same proceedings shall be deemed to be concluded. So this is an important factor. The other important section, which may also coming to my knowledge when I was preparing the in recent multiple replies, this section 17.5.13. It says, if you have someone of us has received the show cause notices during the GST regime, they invoke section 73 or 74 as well as section 122 and other sections also. Because if you see, the similar penalty of section 73 is available under section 122 and A, and 74, 122, 2B. So section 17.5 says that if any penalty is imposed under section 73 or 74, the penalty cannot be imposed under any other section. Section 75.13 says this. So you can't impose the penalty under any other section if the penalty is imposed under section 73 or 74. Now coming to the specific section which is on offenses and penalties thereon. I will not discuss provision word by word. I will discuss some practical example so that we become aware of it. So the first one is, we are supplying the goods without issuance of invoice, no issue to us because they are fraudster. Catch them, no issue to us. The another is with incorrect invoice or false invoice. Now question is, what we mean by incorrect invoice? Do we mean by that we have put the wrong HSN code? Do we mean by here that it is incorrect because we have applied wrong rate of tax because of our interpretation? This is very wide. But as I said, until unless there is a tax evasion, the penalty is normal, because in this section, the penalty is minimum 10,000 and the maximum is equivalent to the tax evaded. So if there is no tax evasion, by issuing the incorrect invoice, there should not be any penalty except the 10,000 rupees if you have issued a incorrect invoice. But in this section, because there is another section 122 subsection 3, it also says that if we are issuing the invoices in contravention of the provision of the act, then penalty is maximum 25,000. So their penalty is maximum 25,000. Here the minimum penalty is 10,000. So question arises that if I issue the incorrect invoice, what penalty I am supposed to pay? Incorrect invoice or section 122 where 0 to 25,000. So answer to this is that section 122.1 covers those incorrect invoices, if you take it, that they are talking about the serious fraud intention. The principle of adjunct generis applies here because it talks without issuance of invoice, it talks about false invoice. And with that, it using the word incorrect invoice. So if you have an intent to evade the payment of tax, then your incorrect invoice will fall into this. Otherwise, to my view, your invoices will come, incorrect invoice will come under section 122.3 where maximum penalty is 25,000 from starting from 0. And you will have the also protection of section 126 that if you are voluntarily disclosing your mistakes, then you can have a benefit of mitigating your penalty. Now, a very great question, that if we are buying a goods from unregistered person, knowing that he is liable to register. In a meeting, I get to know that one person is getting transaction from one vendor having a turnover of 50 lakh. So whether I am being a buyer is liable for any consequences, then start going to back. If there is a revenue leakage, the supplier is liable. But if I'm retaining any benefit out of it, being a buyer, by buying the goods from unregistered person, then I'm liable to pay. Then I'm also liable for the imprisonment. But if I'm not retaining any benefit out of it, then I'm not subject to any penal consequences. But how I could be said to be retaining the benefit? There could be a case that I am not eligible for the input tax credit. So by buying a goods or service of rupees 50 lakh from the unregistered person, knowing that he is liable to register, that means I'm retaining the benefit because I'm not eligible for ITC and I'm buying from unregistered, knowing he is liable to register. Then the government can catch me also by imposing the penalty, as well as imposing the initiating the imprisonment under section 132. This is a bogus fake invoice case. No need to discuss. This is, everyone knows about it. I will discuss one interesting example of ISD. This is very, I think most of us are following the procedure of ISD. Now this ISD is into the GST law because of the federal structure of the country, that we have to bring dual GST, and GST is considering every state as a different person. So because of that, now they said you can't avail ITC, which is belonging to everyone at a one state. So you have to distribute it. Okay. They have prescribed a formula. Being a new law, many of my clients also have some calculation error, or you may have an interpretational issue and you have done wrong calculation. So what the max is that you can reshuffle the credit, you can bring back the credit from them and give it back to the other. But now they have inserted section 122(1)(a) of retaining the benefit and bring into this part also in that, with effect from 1st January 2021, that if any person retaining benefit out of it. So what is the penal consequences of wrong distribution of ITC? Just hear about it. If you are distributing wrong ITC, you have, the recipient state has to pay the interest. The recipient state is also liable to pay penalty, or the state who has distributed, means the ISD registered person, is also liable to penalty. So under section 122(1), the person transferring the incorrect ITC is liable to penalty, and the person retaining the benefit of it is also liable to penalty under section 122(1)(a). So one important slide I want to discuss with you, that non-compliance of someone. It is, if you see that one section 122(3) says that if you don't appear, you are subject to maximum penalty of 25,000. But matter does not end here. As I said, it is also punishable under the IPC Act. Secondly, if you fails to submit the requisite documents, then also you are liable to penalty under section 122, which maximum of the tax evaded, and imprisonment under section 132 if you are not submitting the documents to the department, and you are also punishable under the IPC Act. So if we are not able to appear for any reason, we should take a proper adjournment in writing that we are unable to appear. So please give us adjournment, and they probably give 1 or 2 adjournment, they ready to give it. So we should take the adjournment rather than ignoring the summons, because it have otherwise also a penal consequences. because time is short, let me discuss just one interesting more point. Section 129. Earlier, when my goods are confiscated, as I said, this is an exception of the tax evasion. Here, the government is not concerned about the tax evasion. Here, the government is concerned whether you are carrying a proper document or not. And every one of us know that officers are making their own interpretation under Section 129. Earlier, the law was that we are supposed to pay 100% penalty and the tax payable. Now, the issue revolving around what they mean by tax payable. They are holding my trucks. I have put it the wrong HSN. They are holding my trucks. My suppliers are making any fraud. These are not the grounds of holding my trucks, but for any reason, I have to get it released within 1 or 2 days because my goods are hold. Now, the word is written here, 2% penalty of the tax payable. I was discussing with Bimal sir also that they say tax payable. I have raised a proper invoice for any reason. Okay, I have make some mistake in the invoice or filled incorrect e-way bill and they hold my consignment. But whether they check is there any tax payable or not? No. They don't check is there any evasion of tax? No. They simply say that if you want to get release your goods, you have to pay 200% penalty. And this law, this amendment which Saurabh has discussed, has put the stamp on it that without paying the 200% penalty, you can't get released your goods. Now you fight it later on, and in many cases, अब एक ट्रक फंसता है, पेनल्टी मुझे 10 लाख देनी है, कौन 10 लाख के लिए, 5 लाख के लिए, कोई लड़ना पसंद नहीं करता. Every time कितने लड़ाई करेंगे छोटे-छोटे अमाउंट के लिए, but every time to get release my goods, I have to pay 2% penalty. But this is written in the law of the tax payable. If you have already paid the tax, court will interpret it later it कि ये है कि नहीं. With that, because time is short, I conclude my session here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Now I request to Mr. Ramesh Faisal from Johor Corporation to present his presentation on the various articles of the books and accounts. We have a short time of 5 minutes only, allowed of 5 minutes. So Mr. Ramesh, please come to the stage. Yeah, please.
You have to connect it. I think they're connecting.
A sizzling afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us today. It's a pleasure having all of you here. First of all, I would like to thank the whole team for organizing such a path-breaking event and also inviting me as a part of it. And personally, I take it as a privilege to address the best brains in the country, the Chartered Accountants of India. And Indian brains are considered to be the best in the world. We know that the world was wrestling against the global pandemic amidst the lockdown with an amalgam of both positives and negatives. Positives with regards to humanity and kindness. Negatives with regards to all the losses. We will have to agree that the losses are more. But never forget that it is often out of the periods of losing comes the greatest strivings towards a new winning streak. So if you're losing, it is just the beginning of a winning. So let's stay positive and hope for the best. Getting into the presentation, we know that change is the only constant. There is nothing permanent in this world. If at all you try to be, we can't be certain about anything, but if at all you try to be, there can only be two things. One, I'm sorry, but still death. Whether you do good or bad, one day we are going to die. That is for sure. Second, it is tax. A tax is a fine for doing well. A fine is a tax for doing wrong. Whether you do good or bad, you can't escape tax, and that's the irony of tax. So with that, let me introduce myself. I'm Ramesh, and I'm going to be the presenter on the topic tax compliance and how it is handled with Zoho Books. And let me start with the happiest news for today. My presentation is not going to last more than 10 minutes. Most of you would know Zoho. For those who don't, a crisp corporate overview. Zoho, we are software as a service, SaaS. We are known for the tagline, made in India, made for the world. We have 25 plus years of experience with 60 plus different applications with the customers across 190 plus countries. We have 60 plus million user base. We have 10,000 plus employees working in Zoho. We are a well-connected ecosystem of business solutions. Proud winner of Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge, recognized by the Government of India as the best app in the business category. And these are the 5 applications that won the Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge, namely Zoho Books, Zoho Expense, Invoice, Workplace, and Zoho Click. Talking about Zoho Books is an online accounting system that helps you manage your business finance, ensures your business is tax compliant. Right from creation of your invoices, till collecting the online payments for those invoices and managing the orders with the help of inventory, your accounts receivables get streamlined. You can perform critical business and banking operations with the help of Zoho Books. Right from bringing in your bank statement directly into your accounting system, checking the live bank balances, and to the extent of matching the transactions that you already have in your bank statement with the transaction that is being created in your accounting system with the help of artificial intelligence. And this technology, we call it as connected banking. Using the same technology, you will also be in a position to make the payment to your vendors directly, which streamlines your accounts payable process. And as a result of which your bank reconciliation gets simplified to you, saving a lot of time in your business operations. Zoho Books keeps you tax compliant all the time, from generating tax compliant invoices, generation of your e-way bills, your e-invoicing, and also filing your returns directly from within the accounting system itself. With the introduction of our new functionality called as multi-GSTN, you will be able to handle multiple branches with different or same GSTNs under a single organization. Apart from all of these core accounting functionalities, Zoho Books offers you with 70 plus reports, which will give you insights about the performance of your business or your client's business. You can automate the accounting process with the help of workflows, set up reminders, etc. And most importantly, you can create individual portal for all of the customers or even your vendors. So all the transactions, the history of transactions is tracked in that particular portal. with regards to the status of the transaction also, whether it's paid or unpaid. So the history is maintained individually for each and every contact, whether it's a customer or a vendor. So this increases the transparency of the transactions as well as the business. So having said all that, I can talk on and on, but in the interest of time, let me give you a short demo of how the tax compliance is handled with regards to Zoho Books. So as we are GST Suvidha provider, we would like to touch upon three things, basically how the GST filing is done, e-invoicing as well as e-way bills, and there ends my presentation. So with that, if at all you wish to file your GST from within Zoho Books, the first thing that you will have to do is just configure your tax settings, nothing but the GST settings, wherein you will be configuring your GST number, your business legal name, and registered on date, and if you're opting for reverse charge or not, and whether you are into import and export of goods and services. So the moment you have configured this simple tax settings, the R gets adapted into a GST edition, as a result of which you will be able to configure the appropriate tax for the items as well as the GST treatment for all of your customers that you're handling into Zoho Books. And all the transactions that you create, the tax gets calculated and the configuration is done automatically. And you will be able to see that you will get your GST filing reports readily available for that concerned period. So assume that this is the GSTN. I'm using multiple GSTNs. So I'm choosing one of the GSTNs for the demo. For GSTR1, so you have all the transactions getting listed. So the moment I click on the transactions, you will be able to see the overall summary, like the B2B invoices, B2C large invoices, how much is the total transaction taxable with the tax bifurcations. You can just validate it, also validate the HSN summary, nil summary. All of these are automatically generated for you. Even you can enter the documents issued using this edit option. What is the serial number from and to, and the total number and total canceled if any. Once you have validated this, you have the option called as push to GSTN, which will allow you to push the transactions directly to the portal. And also the filing can be done from within the accounting system itself. Second, with regards to GSTR2. So 2 and 2B, the operational fronts are the same, only the data differs. So I'll just give you a demo on 2 so that the same applies to 2B as well. So in 2, you will be able to see that you have the overall summary, but you also have a tab called as reconciliations, where you also get an option called as pull from GSTN, nothing but pulling your 2A. So if you give the OTP, the 2A gets pulled and it automatically gets aligned under these 4 segments. Basically, missing in GSTN, missing in Zoho Books, partially matched, matched. So every transaction has 2 layers of data. First layer is the data with regards to your accounting. Second layer, which has been fetched from the GST. So missing in GSTN, you can see that first layer has data for all the transactions, second layer doesn't. So you have created, nobody has filed it. So you can just choose the option to add it to the GSTN. Second, missing in Zoho Books, you don't have it as per your accounts, but somebody has filed it. So the first layer doesn't have any data, second layer has data. So you can choose the options to create and match or mark it as pending or reject. Third one, partially matched, both layers as data, but you have some mismatches here and there. You can choose whether you're using their values, accepting their values, or using your values, or you can modify and match it or mark it as pending for the next filing period. Unmatched is perfectly matched. So the moment you perform each and every action, the number of reconciled increases, and this is how you handle your GSTR2 or 2B in Zoho Books. Coming to the third part, that is 3B. The 3B summary is also readily available for you. Clicking on view summary, I'll be able to see the 3B summary. So once this is done, you can just push it to the GST and you will be able to file your returns. After the filing is done or pushing is done, once you have filed your 3B, you can also record the payment, having all the tax liabilities and what is the total and the subtotal of each and every configuration, CGST, IGST, CES, and SGST. And click on record payment will do the offset on also the manual journals getting posted automatically. We have also covered the annual returns as well. Like you have the GSTR9. So you have 2 tabs like view return is the tab which is generated, the annual returns as per your accounting books. And the second fetch and update is the data that is being fetched from the portal. So wherever there is a mismatch, you will be able to see that there is a orange color exclamatory mark. So you can either make some modifications with regards to your accounting or in the GST portal and then regenerate the report. So once everything is clear, you can push it to the GST and you can perform your 9 filing as well. So the last but not the least, I will just to show you how the e-invoicing happens in Zoho Books. So e-invoicing, I'll just clone one particular invoice and show you how the e-invoicing happens. So this is the invoice that I've created, you can see. So this is the tax invoice that I generated right now. So the moment I have created the invoice, I get an option called as push to IRP on the top, clicking on which I'll be able to choose whether I'm pushing only the invoice details or invoice and e-way-bill details. I have generated the push and you can see that the transaction has been pushed to the IRP and the IRN has been successfully generated. So you have the QR code as well as the IRN. And for all your e-way bills, for transactions whose total is more than 50,000, you automatically get an option called as add e-way bill details on the top. You can just enter, create new e-way bill or associate the e-way bill number, enter the part A and part B details. Other details will be automatically fetched from the transaction itself. And you can save and generate, it gets created as well as it gets updated in your e-way bill portal as well. So with this, apart from this, we have also handled QRMP and IFF reporting, audit trial, mandate, HSN and SAC mandate, TCS and TDS updates, and also the B2C QR code mandates. So with that, as the last token, I would just show you the invoice which is listed on the screen, where you will be able to scan this and check how the B2C QR code works. You can take your mobiles and scan this and check how the transaction gets reflected. Probably iPhone users can directly scan it using your camera itself, or you can use a Paytm in order to check how the QR code works in the invoices. So the same invoice which I showed you right now will be getting reflected for you. With that, if you have any questions, you can always write to us on zcap.india@zohocorp.com. And last but not the least, I would like to conclude just by telling great things are always simple in life. If they're not simple, they're never meant to be great. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
We will take only 5 to 10 minutes now, but now let me invite him. We're going to invite one of our colleague. He's a lawyer by profession, started doing GST. But there's a film called Three Idiots. You get some passion, right? So you move from GST to different territory. And he has started, doing these programs with the Bollywood. So I thought of inviting him. That is not related to GST, but before you start your lunch, enjoy his show for 10 minutes. Amit, please come on stage.
हेलो। ना तलवार से, ना गोलियों की बौछार से, बंदा डरता है तो सिर्फ जीएसटी की मार से। दोस्तों, समय की अपनी मर्यादा है। बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है कि 1-2 घंटे के कार्यक्रम को 10 मिनट में कंक्लूड करना। बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है कि 50-60 हवा कैसे सुनाओगे। लेकिन देखिए, मैं आपको एक छोटी सी बात बताता हूं कि हम सबने कोरोना फेस किया। मैंने केवल अमिताभ बच्चन साहब से एक बात कही थी, सर आपको ये धुन नहीं लगानी चाहिए थी, 2 गज दूरी, मास्क है जरूरी, ये मैंने कहा आपको ये धुन लगानी चाहिए थी। देखिए, नमस्कार। और शत्रु ये अदृश्य है भाई साहब, शत्रु ये अदृश्य है और विनाश इसका लक्ष्य है। घर से कुछ दिन मत निकल और कुछ दिन यहीं पर संभल। अरे भाई साहब देखिए, आपके घर की जो रेखा है भाई साहब, रेखा है, इसको पार करके मत जया कीजिए भाई साहब। आपके घर की जो रेखा है इसको पार करके मत जया कीजिए। और भाई साहब आप इसकी जरा आवाज ठीक कर दीजिए भाई साहब। हम आपसे भाई साहब आपसे, आप सुन रहे हैं हमें, आपको हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं भाई साहब, आपके घर की जो रेखा है इसको पार करके मत जया कीजिए। अगर आपका अभिषेक कहीं कोरोना ने कर लिया भाई साहब, आपका अभिषेक कहीं कोरोना ने कर लिया भाई साहब, तो आपका ऐश्वर्य और आपका आराध्या ये सब कुछ चला जाएगा भाई साहब, ये सब कुछ चला जाएगा। बता रहे हैं हम आपको, जीएसटी डिपार्टमेंट से बच सकते हो लेकिन कोरोना से नहीं बच सकता है। तो इसलिए भाई साहब कुछ दिन घर में प्रतीक्षा कर लीजिए, कुछ दिन घर में प्रतीक्षा कर लीजिए, फिर होगा जलसा ही जलसा, जलसा ही जलसा। देखिए पढ़ी लिखी बात थी कुछ, अगर आपको समझ आ गई हो तो ही ताली बजाना। एक छोटी सी बात जो आज तक मैंने शायद कहीं नहीं सुनाया, यहीं से क्रिएट किया है, ये एक छोटी सी प्रस्तुति है, उसके बाद दी एंड। पहले जो न्यूज चलती थी बड़ी सोफिस्टिकेटेड होती थी, सरला माहेश्वरी जी, शुभेंद्र अमिताभ बड़े तरीके से सुनाते थे वो। नमस्कार, प्रस्तुत हैं आज के ताजा समाचार। आज शाम को प्रधानमंत्री विदेश रवाना होंगे और लीजिए अगली खबर, टमाटर की खेती कैसे की जाती है बता रहे हैं आपको मिस्टर विनय पांडे। लेकिन सर जो अब का न्यूज चैनल है, बाय गॉड, इतनी सी बात को कितने कितने किलोमीटर लंबा। तो मैं ये सोच रहा हूं कि अगर न्यूज चैनल आज के प्रोग्राम को कवर करता तो ये कैसे होता। नमस्कार, आप जुड़ चुके हैं और देख रहे हैं दुनिया का देश और पूछता है भारत। सबसे बड़ी बात ये सर, कोई भी नहीं पूछ रहा, पड़ोसी नहीं, मतलब आप तो हंस रहे हैं सर, आप हंस रहे हैं, लेकिन नमस्कार, पूछता है भारत कि क्यों टमाटर हो रहा है 100 रुपए किलो। सर सब तो खरीद रहे, किसी ने भी नहीं पूछी ये वाली बात, पर पूछता है भारत। तो आज का जो ड्रामेटाइज न्यूज चैनल है वो देखिए क्या करता है। नमस्कार, आप सुन रहे हैं देश और दुनिया की बहुत बड़ी खबर और इस समय हम सीधे लिए चलते हैं आपको पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स। जी हाँ, ये वही पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स है जो कि दिल्ली के अंदर पाया जाता है, जैसे दिल्ली के हर कोने कोने में पाया जाता है। जी हाँ, आपको बता दें अगस्त क्रांति मार्ग पर ये सिचुएटेड है। और जी हाँ, ये पीएचडी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स जो है, इसके अंदर जो पेंट्री है, कैटरिंग है, वो अपनी ही दी जाती है। और आज के मेन्यू में हम आपको बता दें कि शाही जो सब्जी है उसमें सबसे बड़ी सब्जी रखी गई है शाही पनीर शहंशाह। सर वो क्या घोड़े पे चढ़ के आ रही है? क्या जरूरत है, मतलब वो पनीर की सब्जी शाही शहंशाह वो घोड़े पे चढ़ के आ रही है। और हाँ दोस्तों, इसी बीच में खबर आ रही है कि जो आपका कार्यक्रम रखा गया है वो लक्ष्मीपत सिंगानिया भवन में रखा गया है और प्रोटोकॉल पूरे किए गए हैं। जीएसटी के ऊपर कोई बात नहीं हो रही है सर, प्रोटोकॉल पूरे किए गए हैं। और हाँ, जो हम पैनल की बात करें तो पैनल में जो बिफोर लंच पैनल रखा गया है वहां हमारे साथ सौरभ कुमार जी हैं जो एक जीएसटी के रिनाउंड एडवोकेट हैं और वो की रांची से रहने वाले हैं। चेयरमैन साहब हमारे बिमल जैन हैं। मैं दोबारा रिपीट कर दूं कि ये बिमल जैन जी हैं। एक विमल वर्ड आपने सुना होगा VIMAL, जो कि शूटिंग एंड सेटिंग में है, लेकिन ये जीएसटी के बहुत बड़े स्पीकर हैं, इंटरनेशनल कंसल्टेंट हैं। और इसी बीच में मैं बता दूं कि हमारे बीच में मैडम दिव्या भारद्वाज बैठी हुई है। एक दिव्या भारती हुई थी और एक दिव्या भारद्वाज। मैडम ने अपना वजन इतना कम किया हुआ है कि अगर बिमल सर की सारी बुक्स का वजन भी हम अपने साथ रखें तो मैडम का वजन उससे कम है। बालों को बहुत अच्छे से उन्होंने रिबॉन्डिंग करा दिया। और इसी बीच में मैं लेके चलता हूं आपको पवन अरोड़ा जी हमारे बीच में बैठे हुए हैं, राकेश गर्ग साहब बैठे हुए हैं और मोबाइल पर हमारे साथ लगे हुए हैं। जहां तक मैं बात कर रहा हूं कि सुदीप सर, ये तो पढ़े लिखे वाला दिमाग हो जाएगा नाम लेना इतना बड़ा। और आइए, इसी बीच में सर कोई टैगलाइन नहीं मिलती उन्हें, कोई टैगलाइन नहीं मिलती, फिर भी टैगलाइन ढूंढ रहे हैं। दोस्तों, इस कार्यक्रम को जो कवर कर रहे हैं वो है आकाश सैनी, इवेंट्स मैनेजमेंट, और बहुत अच्छे फोटो खींचते हैं। धन्यवाद, आज के समाचार समाप्त हुए। लेकिन अब मैं आपको एक नई चीज दिखाता हूं सर, जो मेरे साथ पर्सनली जब मैं कुंभ में कार्यक्रम करने गया तो जो मेरे साथ हुई थी कुंभ में। मैं जैसे ही बाहर निकला, मान्यता है कि कुंभ में आपको नागा बाबा का दर्शन हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा होता है। मैं जैसे ही बाहर निकला मैं खुश हो गया, जय हो नागा बाबा की जय हो, बाबा बाबा प्रणाम। अरे चल हट, बाबा प्रणाम। मैं ऊपर ही देख रहा हूं, नीचे देखने की हिम्मत नहीं कर रहा हूं। बाबा प्रणाम, अरे चल हट। मैंने कहा बाबा दर्शन हो गए बाबा। अरे यार कोई दर्शन वर्शन नहीं हुए, कोई हमारा कपड़ा ले गया है। तो सर ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, एक प्रैक्टिकल बात देखिए। 2017 में जैसे ही जीएसटी आया था ना, चांस की बात है सर,
मेरे को पहली पेमेंट अपने प्रोग्राम की मिल गई थी और मैं मुंबई चला गया था। तो लाइफ में बस यही कहूंगा मैं आपको, अपना पैशन जीना, पता नहीं कब कौन सा क्लिक लग जाए। और सबसे बड़ी बात, अगर आप कोई दुआ कर सकते हैं तो मेरे लिए इतनी दुआ करना सर, मैं पत्नी से सुरक्षित रहूं। नहीं सर, आप हंस रहे हैं सर, ये मुझे इसलिए गुस्सा आती है, कई बार हमारे दर्द पे लोग हंसते हैं। शादी है आज शाम की, उसमें चांस की, भैया मैनेज करके रखो। तो मिसेज ने कहा जाओ मेहंदी लग रही है, थोड़ा सा शगन करवा लो। मैंने कहा इससे बड़ी बात क्या होगी, मिसेज खुश हो जाए। सर मैंने ये लिखवाया, धर्म पत्नी की बहन की शादी, ये लिखवाया मैंने। आके 5-7 डांटें दी उन्होंने, सर पुरुष से ज्यादा धैर्य किसी में नहीं हो सकता। कह रही ये क्यों लिखवा लिया तुमने? पत्नी बोली मेरे सजन साली लिखवाते तो क्या टैक्स लग जाता? और भगवान की कसम अगर साली लिखवा लेता ना, कहती तुम्हारी नजर ही कहीं और रहती है। कल शाम का पानीपत शो था, सुबह बला बला लेके आया, हमसे धैर्य किसी में नहीं हो सकता। भाई साहब गाड़ी में बैठ के आया हूं, पानीपत जैसे ही करनाल से पानीपत पहुंचा, बिला बिला में एक लेडीज 25-26 साल की, मेरे कंधे पे सर रख लिया उसने, ISBT तक। भगवान की कसम सांस तक नहीं ली मैंने, हमसे ज्यादा धैर्य किसी में नहीं हो सकता। भगवान की कसम खा रहा हूं भाई साहब, हमसे ज्यादा धैर्य किसी में नहीं हो सकता। केवल और केवल चंडीगढ़ शो करने गया था अभी, तो शताब्दी चलती है सर सुबह 7:40 पे, 15-20 दिन पहली बात है। मुश्किल से ही ये लगाओ सर, ये आजादपुर मंडी पार नहीं हुई थी और मेरा कंधे पे सर रख गया एक लेडीज के। आप हंस रहे हो भाई साहब, पुलिस बुला ली उसने। हमसे ज्यादा धैर्य किसी में नहीं हो सकता। समय की अपनी मर्यादा है, 1-2 आपको आवाजें सुना देता हूं।
राजेश्वर जब दोस्ती करता है तो अफसाने लिखे जाते हैं, और जब दुश्मनी करता है तो तारीख बन जाती है। ये जहाज,
उनके लिए शब्द ही अलग ढूंढे जाते थे, आप समझ गए, मेरे को बताने की जरूरत नहीं है कौन साहब है।
ये जहाज हमने भंगार की नीलामी में खरीदा था और इसे अपनी तेज अक्ल दानिशमंदी से ऐसा नजर फरेब बना दिया और तुम्हें नीलामी में उतार दिया। और राजेश्वर तुमने इसकी कीमत भरी पूरे 25 करोड़ रुपए।
चलिए एक अंतिम आवाज। ट्रेनों में आप लोग बहुत बैठे होंगे और ट्रेनों ने मुझे बहुत रोजी रोटी दी है। ट्रेनों के कुछ इफेक्ट कैसे होते हैं, अंतिम आवाज। और उसके बाद जाने अनजाने में एक चीज जरूर मैं शेयर करूंगा, अपना पैशन जीते रहना। लाइफ में पता नहीं कब आपका कैसे टर्निंग पॉइंट आ जाए, कहां आ जाए। अगर पिछले कुछ साल में अगर अपने को रोटी मिली तो शायद ये पैशन ही मुझे बॉलीवुड ले गया। और आपके आशीर्वाद से मैंने जो भी सीखा था सब राजू श्रीवास्तव सर से ही सीखा था। हाँ, ये अलग बात है कि बहुत सारे जोक सर जो लाइट वेन में सुनाते हैं हम उनको पेल देते हैं, सुमित मयंक कोमल वाला। और जब जब इंडिया में मैं सीए इंस्टीट्यूट फ्रेटर्निटी के लिए काम करने गया तो मोस्ट पॉपुलर जो डिमांड थी, लोग कहते थे सर की विमल जैन सर की आवाज सुना दो। सर वो प्रोटोकॉल नहीं है। नहीं सर, कभी अगर मौका होगा, अकेले में कहीं होंगे आउट, तो मोस्ट पॉपुलर डिमांड एज ए स्पीकर, ये हमारे लिए ऑनर की बात है कि हमारे शहर से सर की एज ए स्पीकर मोस्ट पॉपुलर पूरे इंडिया में इस चीज के लिए डिमांड है। ये हमारे लिए ऑनर है ये। और सबसे बड़ा ऑनर मेरे लिए ये है कि जब मैंने सर को नीचे बैठ के सुना और इनसे सीखा, आज मैं, ठीक है सर ये तो हमारे लिए पॉसिबल ही नहीं है कि हम इतनी मोटी मोटी बुक पढ़ें, हम तो उठा भी नहीं सकते सर, सही बताएं। तो हम तो बस, ये मेरे लिए ऑनर है कि मैं स्टेज शेयर कर रहा हूं। आइए मैं आपको आवाज सुनाता हूं ट्रेन की। मेट्रो,
गाड़ी की गति की संख्या में अगला डिब्बा महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित है। पुरुष यात्रियों से अनुरोध है कि महिलाओं के डब्बे में ना चढ़ें। ऐसा करना कानूनी रूप से दंडनीय अपराध है। मेट्रो जा रही है अपना प्लेटफॉर्म छोड़ के, और वो देखिए आप लोग उतर रहे हैं मेट्रो जा रही से, तो वो कैसा होता है।
दुबई की जो मेट्रो, देखिए ताली आप बजा सकते हैं अगर आपकी इच्छा हो तो। नहीं सर, मैं इसलिए नहीं कहता ताली बजाने की। हम एक जगह बदायूं, बिलसी बदायूं यूपी में एक शो कर रहे थे, कभी आया, ऐसी कविता सुना दूंगा आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे और देश और दुनिया के नाम में ऐसी शहादत दे दूंगा। सर वो रोंगटे खड़े हुए लोगों के, 3 दिन तक नहीं बैठे रोंगटे। दूसरा कभी आया, मान लिया आपको हंसा हंसा के पेट दुखा दूंगा और आप खड़े होकर ताली बजाइए, ऐसी ताली बजाइए पंडार को चील के ताली निकल जाए। 2 लोगों की बाजू फट गई, बिल फटा कवि के नाम। कुछ लोग सिंगर आ जाते हैं, आर यू सिंग विद मी, कैन यू सिंग विद मी, पेमेंट काट लेते हैं। वो बाद में कह रहा आधे तो पब्लिक नहीं गाए थे। तो मैं ऐसा कोई काम नहीं करूंगा, आपका मन करे बजाना सर, मन करे नहीं बजाना। दुबई की जो मेट्रो होती है उसका साउंड कैसे होता है, इतराती हुई आती है, पता ही नहीं लगा आई या गई। ये दुबई की मेट्रो। अपने यहां जो लोकल ट्रेन चलती हैं वो कैसे चलती हैं? एनके गुप्ता सर सादर प्रणाम। The train from Mumbai Central to Amritsar Golden Temple Mail is coming on right time. कृपया यात्री ध्यान दें, मुंबई सेंट्रल से चलकर अमृतसर जाने वाली स्वर्ण मंदिर मेल अपने निर्धारित समय से आ रही है। कितनी सोफिस्टिकेटेड आवाज आ रही होती है जब भी थोड़ी देर में आ जाते हैं, चाय वाला, गरम चाय वाला, चाय वाला। लेकिन सर ये जो आनंद है ना, आप हंस रहे हैं, ये सेकंड क्लास में ही मिल सकता है, फर्स्ट एसी में नहीं मिलेगा सर। सर चाय भी वो मिलेगी कसम से डिप वाली, जो 10 रुपए वाली चाय आप सेकंड एसी में ले सकते हैं। एनीवे, आइए मैं आपको ट्रेन की अंतिम आवाज, और जाने अनजाने में एक चीज जरूर कहूंगा कि आप लोग जितने भी बैठे हैं, आप लोगों की दुआ से ही, आप सब हमारे एक ही फ्रेटर्निटी के, आप लोगों की दुआ से ही मैं मुंबई पहुंचा हूं। आप लोग कभी भी मुंबई या सूरत हो तो सर एटलीस्ट गाड़ी होटल मत लेना, मुझे याद करना, आप लोगों की दुआ नहीं होती तो मैं बॉलीवुड में रजिस्टर्ड नहीं होता। और आप लोग जब कभी भी एंटरटेनमेंट चाहेंगे तो एटलीस्ट अपनी जेबों में पैसा मत सोचना, हम हैं, आज हैं वहां, तो जो हमसे बनेगा हम आप लोगों के लिए करेंगे। आइए, स्टेशन छोड़ रही है ट्रेन, देखिए। भैया बेस और इको दो थोड़ा। हाँ भैया, चलिए, समय की अपनी मर्यादा है, नहीं कंपैटिबल साउंड। आपको वो आवाज सुनाता हूं जो ट्रेनों में आपने इजीली सुनी होगी। अगर ट्रेन पटरियां चेंज करती है, ट्रेन में टोटल 74 साउंड्स होते हैं, लास्ट साउंड है अगर ट्रेन पटरियां चेंज कर रही है तो वो कैसा साउंड होता है। एसी में आप बैठे, 15 की स्पीड है। और अंत में एक ही बात कहूंगा, भाई साहब देखे, अपना शौक जी लीजिए। भाई साहब अगर आपने अपना शौक जी लिया तो ये लगा लीजिए आप बीवी से बचे रहेंगे, वरना भाई साहब हम तो रोज बीवी के मार खा रहे हैं आज। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Amit ji, for your very good comedian show. Now I request to our फोटो।
सर फिर ये सब
हम देंगे
सर, फिर तो लंच पे चले
नहीं नहीं, ज्वाइंट फोटो आपको मैं अलाउ करता हूँ। अभी हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं हमारी चीफ इकोनॉमिस्ट एंड डेप्टी सेक्रेटरी जनरल सर डॉक्टर एसपी शर्मा सर टू काइंडली प्रेजेंट द मोमेंटो टू आवर ऑल द इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स।
Thank you, Mr. Nanda, for moderating the show. And thank you all the audience and stakeholders. And thank you, esteemed guests, for providing your valuable presentations for the benefit of trade and industry. Now, I would like to invite our chair, Shri Bimal Jainji, for the presentation of Memento plant to our guest, Shri Rakesh Gargji, partner SSAR and Associates. I once again request Shri Bimal Jainji, Chair IDT Committee, to present a plant to Mr. Sudipta Bhattacharya ji, partner Khaitan and Co. Now I request our co-chair, Shri Pavan Arora ji, co-chair of the IDT committee, to present a memento to Saurabh Kumar, Managing Associate, Nitya Tax Associates. And I would like to present a plant to Ms. Divya Bhardwaj, Senior Associate, IRIS Legal. So now may I request all the dignitaries on the dais for a group photo? And I would like to invite the Mr. He was very keen to have a group photo. I invite also my team members, Mr. Nanda, Rishabh, Manpreet, and Abhi Tomar for nicely managing this session.
Thank you. Hello, I request to everybody assembled for lunch for half an hour. Then we season the second season we starting.
You will get in your plant. So with that, keep your plant here. They will give it to you. Come, we will have lunch. Yeah. Come.
At the outset, let me thank each one of you who are joining today. Seminar comes webinar on important topics: GST audit, assessment, inspection, search, seizure, and arrest procedure. And let me also congratulate government and all stakeholders for highest ever collection, 1.68 lakh crore rupees in the month of April. It is coming because of compliances and enforcement, but at the same time, government has to give direction and handholding to the trade members, trade industry and commerce, so that each of business will start. We are finding a lot of people courses action are coming under search and seizure. Government has to look into how they can provide the convenience, ease of business, handholding in terms of search and seizure and arrest procedure. Hope with this webinar and seminar today, it is helpful for the all trade members.
नॉर्मल नहीं नॉर्मल ले ले बस सोशल मीडिया पे डालने के लिए चाहिए हो तो इधर से क्योंकि बोलते वक्त ना ध्यान होता नहीं है ये ऊंचा नहीं हो जा रहा हेयर सही है हेयर सही है ठीक ऑल राइट बस कर लिया तूने हो गया ठीक है काफी
क्या नितिन ये बोल रहे हाँ ठीक है हाँ ये तरफ पर असल एक में वो है नहीं यार एक में नहीं है पीपीटी चल ये तो आपका तो उनका तो है ना, आपका हो गया। तो मेरा और इधर आप यहाँ बोलिए, आपके बंद हो गए सर। और ध्यान दीजिए ना, ध्यान जगह वहाँ जब फजर पूरी यहाँ काम करो, कोई ना सर हमारे हम चल रहा नहीं, मैं ये पेन को दूर से काम करूँ।
फोल्डर का क्या होगा?
फोल्डर है ना,
फोल्डर और पीपीटी, एक फोल्डर तो ये रहा। पीपीटी नहीं होगा ना,
कोई सर जी तो बोल रहे हैं। वो तो फोल्डर ठीक है। तो क्या करें? क्योंकि मैं मेरे से जल्दी
हो गया? के बीच में रखो, के बीच में रखो। हो गया?
क्या खाली रहने से ये, अरे यहाँ ना वहाँ मतलब तुमको तो अपने उठाएंगे ध्यान से गेम करना था हाँ बहन लागू पर गाय करनी है तुम्हें जाने दो अरे ना ऐसे यार वो कौन सी पेंटर खा रहे हो सारे लोग बोले खाने के लिए तो कोई नहीं उठानी चाहिए
चलो फिर
है वो बोला अरे
Once my son was going to come, but now he is doing very well as a lawyer. Now, you are an LLM, especially what? Now, because of actually people are keeping actually what's big you read the cost to give to the they're not CPA. Okay, right? By the conference tax नहीं क्राफ्ट और 4% लोगों को गाँव के रहने वाले मेरे को हिंदी में लिख के भेजो।
post lunch with you guys. शर्मा जी से करवा लो ना आके यहाँ शर्मा जी से बोलो डेलीवेशन भी दे देंगे हाँ Shall we start? Are we ready? अभी कुछ फोन है. My request to each one of you, if you can switch off or put your mobile on vibration mode to have your attention. Post-lunch session is very, very important from two perspectives. How you will prepare and handle GST audit by GST department. And what are the provisions from special audit which can be done by nominated chartered accountant or cost accountant by commissioner. Before I say something, I will take 10 minutes, not more than that. अभी भी आवाज आ रही है. भाई साहब कोई अगर फोन पे बात कर रहे हो मेरी गुजारिश है आपसे. Thank you very much. I'm finding this program is happening seminar come webinar. A lot of you are joining through virtual mode, which I'm not being able to see, but you can see us. We are trying to discuss each of the component of this burning topic today. Pre-lunch, we have given focus on the topic like inspection, search, seizure and arrest, including summon, provisional attachment, recovery proceedings, a lot of things we have discussed. Now, there's certain thing which is called a preventive, not reactive. It is reactive only when audit notice is being received and then you are preparing yourself. But otherwise, you should really prepare yourself from GST audit perspective. In the morning, I said that multiple notices are being sent for scrutiny of GST return, right? Just to draw your attention, section 65 is very, very important for GST audit perspective. And we got all learned speakers. They are going to discuss each of the component of GST audit, special audit, all these provision. I would like to ask 2-3 questions from this audience sitting just before us. Physical program we are doing after a long time. And we are meeting with each other after a long time. I know Corona is still worry in a mind, but we are following protocol and you are putting mask as per your convenience. The first thing which I've seen that physical programs are important from a perspective of you are very attentive. Even speakers also trying his best that you should grasp the topic which they are delivering. Virtual, we all know the video on and video off. After video off, nobody knows. In professional community, we got CPRs, CA, CS, CMA. Lot of participants are joining for CPRs, but actually, from knowledge perspective, how many attending the same, I do not know, but virtually has got another advantage. No need of traveling. You're at your ease. You can attend as and when you want. But it looks like that is way forward is a mocktail or cocktail. You have to do both the things, virtual and physical, both together. Physically, you have to attend whenever you're finding program is good. Learned speakers are coming in. Even I'm giving my full day sitting here. For what purpose? I'm not getting single rupee penny. But still, I'm there since morning to evening. All the speaker will come and go away. Geetika got session post-lunch. He will come only post-lunch time. He will not come before lunch. Other speaker is there. He will come maybe 1 hour before Bimalji, and being chairman, he has to be here. And he has to make sure that you all are getting right pointers for your preparation. So for GST audit, what I will suggest each one of you, technical provision I'm not going to discuss, but one program we were doing just, on this 19th of April with DGTS, Kolkata and Delhi zone. How many of you have attended? 3, 4, only 3, 4. I will request each one of you that kindly take out some time with DGTS, Directorate General of Taxpayer Service. And there was Chief Commissioner from Chandigarh. There was another commissioner from that region, and we got Principal ADG Upendra Gupta ji, and his full team from Kolkata zone and Delhi zone was there. And program was on GST audit. There was 45 minutes to 50 minutes presentation given by that officer. It was full of technical, there was no practical. What is lacking today, they wanted to provide hand-holding, but they do not know what kind of practical hand-holding is required. They're only making technical presentation. Provision will not go good. We all love to get something practical. I picked up 2 pointers during my opening remarks that day. I'm putting those 2 pointers for all of you, for you to digest your preparation, not only for the audit, for scrutiny notices, even for inspection, search and seizure, your preparation. When GST got started, we all know how we have filled up the GST return. And in a very lighter note, I used to introduce Komal. Komal का नाम सुना है आप लोगों ने? सुना है कोमल का? कितने लोगों ने नाम सुना है कोमल का? हमारे सबके पास, जितनी हमारी फीमेल कोलीग से बुरा ना माने, वो ये आर्टिफिशियल फिक्शन है और कोई भी वेब सीरीज में पहले ही बोल दिया जाता है ये सिर्फ एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए है, इसको आप मन में नहीं लेंगे। हम सबके पास कोमल होती थी, चाहे आप कंपनी की बात कीजिए, चाहे चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की ऑफिस बात कीजिए, कोमल होती थी। और कोमल का काम क्या था? रिटर्न भरना। और उस टाइम पे बीइंग पार्टनर, जब जीएसटी आया, बीइंग पार्टनर मैं कोमल से यही पूछता था वो एलजी का रिटर्न भरना है, एलजी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का रिटर्न गया या नहीं गया। और कोमल बेचारी लगी रहती थी। कई बार उसको समझ में नहीं आता था कि इस टेबल में क्या जाएगा, उस टेबल में क्या जाएगा। मेरे पास आके पूछती, सर इस टेबल में क्या जाएगा जीएसटीआर 1 के, मुझे मालूम हो तो बताऊं। उस टाइम पे तो मैं बोलता था कोमल तुझे ये भी नहीं आता, जबकि मुझे खुद रियलिटी यही थी। आप बड़ी कंपनी में भी जाइए, वो बड़े लेवल पे थे, उनसे कुछ पूछ लो, दे एक्ट लाइक उनको तो सब आता है, लेकिन जो कर रहा है उसको कुछ नहीं आता। मैं पार्टनर था, मैं बोला कोमल तुझे ये भी नहीं आता, इस टेबल में क्या जाएगा, कैसे सीखेगी जीएसटी। बेचारी कोमल वापस, उसका एक दोस्त होता था राहुल, राहुल से बोलती है यार राहुल तुझे मालूम है इस टेबल 4 ऑफ जीएसटीआर 1 में क्या जाएगा। राहुल भी उसे ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक देख रहा है। बोले देख कोमल मुझे भी नहीं मालूम, एक काम करना हेल्प डेस्क में फोन कर ले। हेल्प डेस्क का नाम सुना है ना? जब आप हेल्प डेस्क में फोन करेंगे तो वही आपसे बोलेगा आप अपने चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट से पूछ लो। वो कोमल बताए कैसे, मेरे वाले नहीं, मेरे पार्टनर नहीं, मेरे सीए नहीं, तो कहा कि हेल्प डेस्क। और सबने रिटर्न भरी है। रिटर्न कैसे भरी है? जो समझ में आया रिटर्न में डाल, बस ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था, रिटर्न जानी चाहिए। जैसे ही कोमल दौड़ के आती थी मुझे बोलती थी वो एलजी का रिटर्न चला गया, मैं तो खुश कि रिटर्न चला गया। मुझे नहीं देखना क्या गया है रिटर्न में, बस रिटर्न। और अगर आप कंपनी के हेड हैं, सीईओ सीएफओ हैं, आप एक ही रिपोर्टिंग लेते थे, इसका चला गया, तो वो पॉइंटर होता है ना वहां, तो ये चला गया, ये चला, हाँ चला गया, बस खुश। अब रिटर्न में गया क्या, ये सब अब निकलने वाला है, क्योंकि आपकी स्क्रूटनी नोटिसेस, ऑडिट, इंस्पेक्शन, सर्च, सीजर सब इसी पे आने वाली है। आप 2 चीज अपनी सुधार लीजिए, 2 थिंग्स। सॉरी मुझे इंग्लिश में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा अपने आप को। मेरे वर्चुअल साउथ इंडिया से भी देख रहे हैं, दे आर वाचिंग us from South India, and that the 2 guys came from Tamil Nadu region physically to attend that. You see, he has come all the way from Tamil Nadu to attend this physical program today, so he deserves big appreciation. Why appreciation to you? He was letting me know that Bimalji, I came just because of you. I said, no, you have not come because of me. You have come because of GST. And don't do GST, otherwise you turn out to be that mimicry fellow.
But he knows that GST is Bimal Jain.
Two things I will suggest to all of us together, you should be ready. On outward supply, you first take the book figure of 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 2021. Book figure versus GSTR 1 versus GSTR 3B versus GSTR 9 versus GSTR 9C. You must do the reconciliation. And wherever variances are, you must find out the answer why variances are. Let's take one example. And this example, I'm giving it to you. Let's say book figure is 100 for your outward supply. And your GSTR 1 is also 100. But GSTR 3B is 80 for some either or region. Some either or region. Region could be that you may not have amended your GSTR 1 for 20 rupees, which you were supposed to do that. And that's the reason this difference is still continuing today. You may get scrutiny notices. You have to answer before the GST audit authority. It may be reverse case. See your 9 and 9C also. The figure of 1718 shown in 1718 and figure of 1718 shown in subsequent time period. So you have to bifurcate those figures and get yourself ready. And here lies your preparation, not only for scrutiny of return for GST audit, for other purpose as well. Come to the ITC component. As per books, as per GSTR 2A, though 2A is not relevant. I said in the morning, 2B is relevant only from 1st January 2022, but even I've said with the rider, having in 2B does not mean that credit is available, or not having in 2B does not mean that credit is not available. And then you have availed the credit in 3B versus 9 and 9C. You must get yourself prepared. I know these kind of programs are really a flavor to your preparation, but real handholding lies only when you go back and apply such deliberation for practical preparation. Here we try to give as much as possible FOC, no charges, no opinion charges. Here, whatever you're going to ask, we are here to answer you. And that's what we are doing, the beauty to make GST good and simple tax. My only submission to each one of you would be these technical presentation, which is being delivered by learned speakers. They're trying their best. They're coming with a PowerPoint presentation of 100 pages. Pawan was referring to me that his team has prepared the PPT last night till midnight. Pawan? See, before coming here, they're coming reading and putting their time. It is only for you. And that's why I always request mobile ko 1 घंटे के लिए छोड़ दें. 1 घंटे के लिए. नहीं 1 घंटे के लिए. अब तो 1 घंटा रह गया. अब तो आधा हो गया. 1 घंटे के लिए. And those who are watching virtually, my request to them would be, you may, put off, you can, off your video, but pay attention. So I'm not going to deliberate on GST audit, but getting you prepared. And that day I was talking to Principal ADG Upendra Gupta ji, those 3-4 guys who have seen, and I was telling him clearly, what is the relevance of 2A? But with the beautiful, sweet words, right? आप भी पूछिए. Sir, सुबह मुझसे बोल रहे थे. And you are saying lot many things. एक छोटा सा topic बोल के, then I will sum up. Department was alleging ineligible credit because my L1 and L2 has not discharged the GST liability. Bimal Jain raised the invoice to you, and I've used that credit for discharging my output tax. And they have blocked my e-credit ledger. Sometimes gut feelings and your gut to present the matter works. You have to just prepare yourself. I met with the DGGI officer. I say, sir, why you have blocked my e-credit ledger? Bimal, ineligible credit. I said, you are saying ineligible credit. Prove that it is ineligible credit. You can't block my e-credit ledger like this. And having reason to believe does not mean that you should not pass reasoned order. You have to pass reasoned order. And you have not given me opportunity of being heard when you're passing any adverse order against me. Section 75, subsection 4 of CGST Act clearly saying any adverse order passed, they must give opportunity of being heard. I will move to the High Court now, sir, on violation of principle of natural justice. आपने मुझे PH नहीं दी. So today's program is mainly on litigation. But before litigation, something lies with you: reconciliation, preparation, preparing yourself for your differences. You may see that some credit is not available, but you have availed. That availed credit is not utilized, no interest implication. So wrongly availed credit, but not utilized, reversing, no interest. So you have to prepare yourself. With this, I have ignited yourself. After lunch, I thought lunch के बाद बहुत difficult हो जाता है. अब आपके चेहरे देख के लग रहा है आप तैयार हैं. So requesting Nanda ji to start technical part of this second post-noon session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the expert committee member out, sir. Now I request to Mr. Karan Sasdev. He is presenting the various assessment under GST, namely self-assessment, provisional assessment, summary assessment, scrutiny of returns, assessment of non-filer returns. So he's the partner of Lakshmi Kumar and Sridharan. So I request to Karan sir, please come to present your presentation. Please.
Hi, a very good afternoon to everyone here in person and also to those attending virtually. My presentation today sorry, there's just a technical issue. We're trying to fix the presentation. And there we go. So in my presentation today, I'll cover different type of assessments in the GST law, chapter 12 of the CGST Act, sections 59 to 64 provides for different types of assessments: self-assessment, provisional and final assessment, scrutiny of returns, and then best judgment for non-filers and for unregistered person, and finally summary assessment. So all these different type of assessments all falling under chapter 12 of the CGST Act. Starting with self-assessment, section 59. It's one of the simplest provisions in the GST Act in terms of what the section says. But of course, perhaps the difficult in terms of complying it fully. Section 59 talks about self-assessment. As we are all aware, in the erstwhile, even in the erstwhile excise and service tax regime, we had moved to self-assessment regime from the previous regime, from the previous era. In the around 15-20 years from ago, we had assessments which were done by the department, and they were no self-assessments. So the assessee was not conferred with the confidence and trust that you do your own assessments. Of course, now we are completely in a self-assessment regime. Section 59 provides that every registered person shall self-assess the taxes that is payable and furnish a return for each tax period. That's all there is to section 59. Now we'll see different type of assessments, starting with provisional assessment. So provisional assessment under section 60 is a special scheme available under the Act, which provides that in a situation the taxable person is unable to determine the exact value on which the tax is payable, then this scheme is available to him to make an application where he requests the proper officer to allow him to pay tax on provisional assessment basis, meaning thereby that they will pay tax at a value which is not final. And once that valuation, the valuation of the service or the goods becomes final, they will do a final assessment and either pay the differential tax or get back in refund the amount which is paid in excess. Now, question arises as to why provisional assessment is necessary. It's necessary because sometimes the provision of an agreement may provide for the consideration which at the time of payment of tax, that is on a monthly basis, may not be final or fixed. In that situation, if the assessee pays short tax and later on pays the tax which becomes final, then that would be a non-compliance of certain provisions and may lead to invocation of penalty, etc. To avoid that situation and to give the assessee the option, we have the framework of provisional assessment, where in such situations, the assessee applies to the proper officer, makes an application in writing, and gets permission for payment of tax on provisional basis. Now, once an application is made, the proper officer has to pass an order within 90 days of receipt of the application. And then there are certain conditions which are put for payment of tax, that can be put for payment of tax on provisional basis, which can include a bond or a surety or the security, as the proper officer may deem fit to protect the interest of the revenue. Now, the final assessment has to be done usually within a period of 6 months. This is extendable by another 6 months and up to 4 years by the commissioner. So the assessments can continue to be provisional for maximum period of up to 4 years. And then, of course, the final assessment order has to be passed. Now, when a final assessment order is passed and the tax that is paid is less than what is required to be paid in terms of the final assessment order, then of course the interest liability kicks in, and the interest at the rate of 18% in terms of Section 51 of the Act is required to be paid, and it's due from the actual due date of payment till the time the additional tax is actually paid, putting you back in a situation so that there is no unjust or unfair sort of misuse of this provision, putting you back in that situation that had you paid the tax as on the due date in which you were supposed to pay, from that date till the actual date, you incur an interest liability. Now, what happens in a situation when the final assessment leads to reduction or in value, or leads to a situation where the tax payable is less than what has already been paid? In that situation, the taxable person is eligible to get refund. Now, interesting question here is, from which date would that person get, would the taxable person get interest? Here, the interest provision is applicable under Section 56 of the Act, as you may all know. And in terms of that provision, the interest liability of the government starts to accrue 60 days after the filing of the refund application. If you are not sanctioned refund, then after the 60th day is when you start getting interest. So as a consequence of which, once the final assessment order is passed and it is determined that actually the assessee has paid more tax than what he was required to pay, the refund application will be filed after that. But if the refund is sanctioned within 60 days, then you have no right to claim for interest. Now, moving on from provisional assessment to scrutiny of returns. As Mr. Bimal Jain was referring to the fact that scrutiny of returns have now started taking precedence, and the department is actively scrutinizing various returns. Now, it is Section 61 which provides for scrutiny of returns, and it states that the proper officer may scrutinize the return and the related particulars to verify the correctness of the returns and inform the assessee of any discrepancies. Now, if during the scrutiny any sort of discrepancy is noticed by the department, then the section contemplates that an explanation is sought from the assessee, and if the explanation is found to be acceptable, then no further action is contemplated. However, in a situation when the explanation is not found to be satisfactory, then the proper officer can take appropriate action. The question is, what actions can they take? If your returns are scrutinized, they ask you for an explanation, the explanation is not found to be satisfactory. In that situation, there are the appropriate action can be directing for audit, either by the audit authorities or by special audit or investigation team. It can lead to initiation of inspection, search and seizure operations for further investigating the discrepancy that was noticed by the department. Or it can, if they have sufficient details, they can proceed for issuance of a show cause notice in terms of section 73 or 74 of the Act. So these are the actions which are contemplated when a scrutiny of a return takes place and the explanation sought in respect of a discrepancy noted is not found to be satisfactory. Now, what is the difference really in terms of a scrutiny and an investigation per se? Is that insofar as scrutiny is concerned, that is primarily based on limited or no interaction with the assessee. It is based solely on the returns filed by the assessee and on the basis of information and particulars available from the return itself. If the department notices a discrepancy, then they issue a notice for seeking further explanation, as opposed to an investigation per se, where the department primarily, which is really the next step, if they want to issue show cause notice, and if they, or an independent step for that matter, where details are sought from the assessee and a detailed investigation takes place. Now, you may have noticed that recently in March 2022, an SOP was issued by the CBIC for scrutiny of returns. Now, based on the analytics by the DG Arm wing, DG Arm is the Directorate General of Analytics and Research Management, set up by the CBIC, where based on several parameters and the big data that is available with the government, based on that, if the system picks up any discrepancy and flags it that this return may require further scrutiny. So that is one sort of criteria based on which GSTINs can be scrutinized, and that data which the DG Arm pulls out, that will be shared with the field officers for further scrutiny of returns. Thereafter, the superintendent, the SOP lays down detailed instructions as to how the superintendent shall carry out the scrutiny of returns and maintain a detailed record of the returns being scrutinized. So this is something which a lot of you perhaps would have to deal with or experience, and you'll perhaps receive notices for explaining any sort of discrepancy noticed by the department in terms of scrutiny that they are carrying out and they will be carrying out in the coming months. Moving on then to best judgment assessment. Now, there may be situations where the department does not have the exact sort of quantum or details available for issuance of a detailed show cause notice in terms of and quantifying, especially in terms when they have difficulty in quantifying the demand, either due to non-cooperation by the assessee or for any other reason. Then there's a concept of best judgment assessment, which is there in most taxing statutes and incorporated in GST in terms of sections 62 and 63 for non-filers of returns and unregistered persons. Now, before we move on to the specific provisions of section 62 and 63, we must keep in mind the broad principles that the Honorable Supreme Court has laid down for carrying on best judgment assessments, stating that the best judgment assessment must be a fair assessment of income of the assessee. It must not be capricious, and there must be some reasonable nexus with the material available on record. In GST, while there have not been many cases so far for best judgment assessments, which has reached the higher courts, one of the cases which did reach was of Golden Mesh Industries, where the Honorable High Court of Telangana was dealing with a situation where a best judgment assessment was carried out, wherein the department took 3 monthly average of the SGST liability and took the same liability for CGST as well as the IGST. The court held that there was no basis to come to that conclusion straight away without an examination whether the assessee was carrying out business and making supplies to other states as well. And the best judgment seems to have been done without any basis, and it seems to be capricious. On this basis, the court had set aside the best judgment assessment and sent back to the case to the officer for fresh application of mind. Moving on now to the sections. Section 62 dealing with non-filer of returns, which provides and gives the proper officer the power to arrive at the tax liability of non-filers of returns based on his judgment on account of relevant material that is available to him. Similarly, insofar as the time limit for passing this order is concerned, that's prescribed within 5 years from the due date of furnishing the annual return. And there's also a provision for withdrawal of assessment order. Now, for non-filer of returns, wherever the best judgment assessment is passed, there is an option given for withdrawing that assessment order based on an application being filed by the assessee. Now, for unregistered person, we have section 63 of the Act, of the CGST Act, which prescribes for best judgment assessment of unregistered persons, where a person who's not registered within GST or was liable to be registered and has failed to pay tax, obviously. For those instances where the details are not available with the department, they have the power for doing best judgment assessment in terms of section 63, and similar principles apply as we had seen for non-filer of returns. Just to sort of do a comparison between the two, between assessment of non-filers and assessment of unregistered persons, broadly the principles are the same. There are different sections obviously under which the notices have to be issued. And in terms of withdrawal of assessment assessment order is concerned, that power is there under section 62 for assessment of non-filers, but that power is not there insofar as assessment of unregistered persons are concerned. Now, coming to the last part of my presentation, dealing with summary assessment as provided under section 64. Now, this is the sort of a special power that is there under the CGST Act, which provides for issuance of a summary assessment order. Summary proceedings in litigation refers to proceedings which can be decided, or at least some determination can be done in a summary manner without getting into the entire lengthy process and without arriving at a final conclusion, as is required generally during the passing of an assessment order under a 73 or a 74. A summary assessment order provision provides that where there is evidence of some sort of a tax liability of an assessee, which comes to the notice of the proper officer, in order to protect the interest of the revenue, and where there is sufficient ground to believe that the delay is going to adversely affect the interest of the revenue, then the special provision is there under section 64, providing for passing of a summary assessment orders. This also has a power, and on an application being made, there is power conferred on the proper officer for withdrawal of the assessment order as well, if such an application is made within 30 days from the receipt of the order, or even on his own motion. So broadly, we have covered today sections 59 to 64 of the Act dealing with different types of assessments. And the most important part that we saw was with respect to scrutiny of returns and the recent SOP being issued on the basis of relying on the DG ARM data. We'll probably see a lot of scrutiny now being taking place, and a lot of GST INs been getting flagged based on the data available with them, as was being mentioned by Mr. Jain. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request to Mr. Niranjan Kaur Gupta, known as NK Gupta, to present his presentation on the audit by GST department and special audit under GST law. Being his biodata is very big 40-year experience in the corporate world, but now I shortcut his introduction. He is the executive director of the indirect tax and KPO at SS Kothari Mehta and Company. He has done his PhD in indirect taxation and is a lawyer, LLM by profession. He is advisory board member of GST in Government of India and member audit advisory board. He has over 40-year experience in advising clients in the area of customs, central excise, VAT, GST, service tax, and foreign trade. He is advising multinational and domestic clients on the optimizing their supply chain from tax perspectives by way to tax modeling, including providing strategy inputs on the tax controversy. So, sir, please come to present your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the participants who are here. And because of this dais is there. Otherwise, this dais doesn't have any meaning. So thank you very much for coming. And after a long time, we have a face-to-face such conference. Thank you, Vimalji, for calling me after a long time, definitely 2.5 years because of the lot of lockdowns. But I noticed that this COVID has taught us a lot of things that we can do virtually also. And rightly said by Vimalji that physical presence is more important than the virtual, because in virtual we become virtual. And then the audit comes, because we were halfway there or halfway there, and that's why we have problems. My colleague, Mr. Karan, Gitika, and co-chairman, thank you once again. Friends, my topic is very small, section 65 and 66, and it's audit. Unfortunately, I'm from the law background. I don't know what is the meaning of the audit. But yes, de facto, I can say that I have myself had done more than 3,000 audits in GST itself. So what I will share with you, not a technical one, because I will leave it to the Gitika for technical one. I will share with you my experience, because I've got a rich experience of 42 years. I started as accounts assistant and gradually then come to this stage. So let me share some experience with you. First is this, you have seen the chapter 12, 13, 14, and 15. These are all what? Self-assessment, provisional assessment, scrutinies, summary assessment, audit by the department, audit by the CA and CMA, inspections, search, seizure, arrest. My God, one for GST. So many things. Does it require? And after that, there is 1, 2 buzzword. What letter, in fact? AI. I think everybody knows AI. Artificial intelligence. That is before our life. And then the demand and recovery. Definitely the audit has been defined in GST Act under section 2, subsection 13. And this clearly says that the examination of records, maintenance of furnishing, maintaining of furnished. So I'm not going again, and as I'm saying to you, I'll just come to my experience first. That how do I treat the scrutiny assessment? Sorry, Karan, I'm going entry into your scrutiny assessment. And how do I do with the audit and all this? I'll share my 3 practical experience. One, I will take audit. Fortunately, I was in corporate. And fortunately, after that, after long 22 years of my corporate life, from last 20 years, I'm in a profession. When I was in the corporate, the first question comes audit. When chartered accountants were coming to the CA firm was coming to audit the accounts and all this. The main question came to my, what is this audit? You are verifying my records, my transactions, whether this has been kept properly or not, whether as per the law or not. Now I'll ask you, how many people are here in this as a CA? Just raise your hands. Good. And others must be professionals, some other courses, right? If I am CA or if I am of this fraternity, then what is audit? They will come and check my accounts. I have written my account myself. Do I know what I've written there? Or I don't know what I've written there? I tell you that I used to make in my career, I used to make 2 CDs. And I'm not talking a small company of 20 crore, 30 crore. I'm talking company at that time in 1995, that time, and I used to make 2 CDs, one for the records, all accounts records, and one for the documents. When I did my last audit as corporate professionals, I gave the auditor 2 CDs and told them that to take these 2 CDs with you, and then you come back to me, say what you require. They came after 7 days. They said, Mr. Gupta, we want only 2 points to be discussed with you. And they discussed with me 2 points. Audit was closed. Audit was signed within a day. And he got his check of 12 lakhs rupees. What I mean to say here is that it is we who can prepare audit very well rather than the auditors can check this. I was having one accountant, when he writes on a paper, he used to challenge, you prove this figure is wrong. And really, I'm telling you, at that time, my corporate where I was working, SS Kothari was the auditors. And that accountant figure, nobody was able to change. So the thing is that if we are in a profession, today I'm finding a lot of people are in the corporate houses as chartered accountant. Earlier, chartered accountant was not there. Only accountant, BCom graduate, MCom graduate. But now today you are there. So when you are preparing accounts, can we prepare the accounts in such a fashion that no audit query is there? And this, what I'm telling you, is not joke. I'm telling this is proof, and I can show the example. I can confirm from the auditor that how many hours he has taken to do the audit in my books of account, having a turnover in 1995 of 200 crores. So friends, what I will say is, department will come, department will verify. Let us prepare ourselves. And then when I came to the profession, and I got a lot of assessment file from our assessment work from the client. I can say proudly that I was the person who started All India VAT in India as a professional. I was the first one to introduce All India VAT in India. Sitting in Delhi, we were doing all assessment in all the states. What I did, that first job I did, I start preparing myself the assessment file. What is assessment file? You start with section wise, registration, turnover, ITC, closer, and then you prepare your file. What you have to do, you have to verify from the books of accounts, whether it's matching or not matching. When you scrutinize each and every statement, you'll find that what is the mistake, where is not a mistake. So I used to prepare a assessment file. And believe it or not, I went to the officer in UP, Uttar Pradesh, जिसको हम उल्टा पुल्टा प्रदेश बोलते थे पहले. जब assessment कराने जाते थे, तो we used to tell उल्टा पुल्टा प्रदेश. Sir, I went to the officer at 1:30. He was at lunch. He came at 2:30. I gave him the file. And believe it or not, you will not believe, I'm 100% sure, but 4:30, I got my assessment order. I didn't leave any query to him. All the figures, all the reconciliation with the balance sheet, all the statement of turnovers, input as credit, or was available sequence wise and professionally. Literally, fortunately, I was having the calculation of assessment order also. So based in this, he typed the assessment order, and 4:30, I got my assessment order. And again, it's not a small company having a turnover 70 crores and very multiple businesses. What I mean to say, yeah. No, sorry. Sir, I think a lot of people must be sitting here and knowing Mr. S.S. Kothari Mehta and Company. How many people knows Mrs. Kothari Mehta and Company? Just see. Have I ever asked any pen money from them? Yes, you should have a courage. If you find a mistake, please offer. Nothing wrong. And then the second thing I will say, I'm not Mr. Bimal Jain. I have a different attitude altogether. I don't reach in every sections. I don't know. If you ask me any section, what is the provision there? Sorry, I don't know. But I read the section when I have a case before me. Because when the matter is before you, if you read the question, I read the law at that time, you'll find the answer within the law itself. Try this. So this was the 3 experience, and this is a true experience. That's why I'm sharing. If anybody has a doubt, they can come to my office. I can prove my records. And lastly, I will just again see you one more thing that is, I got a job to maintain the books of accounts of a company. This is an example. And including bank statement, cash statement, everything we were maintaining. And again, the company size was 50 crores and 90% exports and all this. And there were 500 employees. Every month I used to present to them my monthly accounts to the company. And then handing over this on 7th, every month 7th, I was handing over the accounts to them and asking them, is there anything left out with me? So it's just no. And I will taking a signature, my worksheet that I've handed over all the accounts to you. Again, I'm saying this, if we have a will, we can do it. In my opinion, audit is nothing. It is all in your hand, how you prepare yourself. Yes, I agree with Amit Bimalji that first phase is when it was a GST implementation. Yes, we had a lot of challenges. But again, if you prepare intentionally, if you have a background of this, you can prove to the court, maybe that first stage, not second stage, third stage, you will get the relief, you will definitely get the relief. We are here not to discuss about evasion, all this. We are here legitimate. So this is the story, and then I'll come little bit technical also. Otherwise, Bimalji say Gupta ji was story sunake chale gaye. But I thought that this is much more important, that let us have a practical what can be done, what cannot be done. And आज के जमाने तो आपके पास कंप्यूटर्स हैं. पहले तो हम पेपर ही फाड़ते रहे थे, रबड़ पे मिटा के उसके पेपर ही फट जाता था. And you know the trial balance used to be manually, when each trial balance to be matched manually. And आजकल तो trial balance बनाना ही नहीं पड़ता, balance sheet भी नहीं बनानी पड़ती. Okay, so what is audit now? This is section 2, subsection 13, and then rule 1013. Verify the documents on the basis of which the books of accounts are maintained and returns and statement furnished under the GST law. Verify correctness of the turnover. It's saying itself to you. Verify the correctness of the turnover, exemptions, deductions, rate of taxes, input tax credit, refund claims, and other relevant documents. And what is needed to record the observation? Now, audit, what the audit will do? They will record the observation, what are their observation is there, and then they will inform to the SSC that these are my observations. Now, this is one table which I have made it just for, there is nothing more, that there's section 65, then rule 101, and then there are two statements. That is there. Two statements. So one is the notice and one is the observation, the report. Similarly, when the special audit is there, again there is one notice and another is observation. So it's not, if we read the law, there is not difficult one. Now, whenever some action starts, don't rush. If you have received the notice, don't rush. Oh, I have received the audit notice and ab main kya karu, kya nahi karu. Then you will request, you will get 15 days time and all this. But my submission is, as a professional, please examine this notice carefully. Under which section this notice has been issued, whether the authority has a power to issue or not, In GST, there is a lot of confusion. You must have seen so many people are issuing notices, whether it's a valid notice or not notice, please confirm it. As for audit, it is can be issued by the commissioner or his authorized person. If we have a dare to ask him, may I see the authorization or not? बहुत बार प्रॉब्लम आती है, कॉर्पोरेट से ही प्रॉब्लम आती है कि सर हम ये स्टेप ले लें, कमिश्नर की पावर चैलेंज करें, एससीसी की रिक्वेस्ट है, सॉरी सर क्यों पंगे लेते हो आप? But you have all the rights, and I'm telling you, it's not wrong. If you give the first right impression that you know the law and you attack the law, then you are safe, I'm telling you. Then officer become aware that this person is knowing the law. What he's talking to me is talking sense. So it is important that you must tell him that, yes, I know what you are asking. So check the authority, check the letter, check the validity, check the limitation. All things should be checked first and then only proceed. And it will take 3 to 4 days to understand. So commissioner or any officer authorized by him may undertake audit, may, not shall. For such period, I'll come to this such period, whether which period he's talking about, as such frequency he can do, and in such manner as may be prescribed. When the first draft GST law came, I really scared. My whole staff was scared when I was reading 2016. I'm talking 2016, not 2017. Everywhere this line was there, as may be prescribed as well, because rules were not there at the time. So we thought, koi dusra act aur aane wala hai abhi to. Because if you find each and every section, not section, subsection, you find as may be prescribed, as may be prescribed. So then period, financial year or part thereof, kindly note that financial year first was the word and the part thereof has been added later on. So which period, but definitely they can start from 1st July. And notice can be served in a particular format. A lot of times we have seen that show cause notice has been issued, notice has been issued, and it has been issued manually and not through the portal. Let me tell you, if it is not issued through the portal, it's not valid notice. Either the department has to justify this. I'm facing big challenge. I'm facing that one advance ruling we did, and the advance ruling we want to challenge it. It has been not been loaded, and I cannot file the appeal unless I say almost 4 months now. The advance ruling order has been not loaded. Now, State Department said we already loaded on our website. We are not concerned with GST website. Who will do the GST website? GST people will do. So please check whether the document has been properly numbered, serial numbered or not, and it has been loaded on the site. And then may conduct audit at your premises or at his office, both. And let us see what is the subsection 3 shall be informed. You get the information not less than 15 days. Fortunately, this time the period has been prescribed under the law. So not less than 15 days prior to the conduct of audit, notice must be given in the manner again it is prescribed. The prescribed is 101 subsection sub rule 3. And then shall be completed in 3 months. The audit must be completed in 3 months. आज के टाइम पे कितना टाइम लग रहा है? 2 साल, 3 साल, God knows. But yes, the time has been prescribed. From the date of the commencement. And what is the commencement? We'll come to that. Proviso on the satisfaction extend times. Now time can be extended by the commissioner, and that too for 6 months. Audit period is given 3 months, but time can be extended for another 6 months. So now commencement of audit. Here comes why I told my story. That first point is that you file all the documents, what information required by the department with department properly. Then only it will be treated as a date of commencement of the audit. Once you file the document, then only. Now, how do you file the documents? It will not be online. It will be physical because it's a physical audit. What I mean to say, when you file the documents, please check what are the information have been asked. Prepare the complete list of the document asked for. Then each clause wise make the papers. Then put into the particular file. Please serial number each and every paper. Put the covering letter on the top of it and sign each pages. Give this file to the department. If you are not confirmed, take extension, no problem, because it says audit will start only when you file the documents. What I mean to say that prepare your file thoroughly so that tomorrow he cannot extend the time. Once you prove that I have submitted all the paper required, then he has a limitation of time. So prepare your file properly, index it page number wise so that tomorrow he cannot take out any pages and say, I didn't receive these pages, and then make index. And then this paper along with the letter submit to department, take the acknowledgement. This is a serious problem we notice every time that you don't have acknowledgement. And if I want to go to the High Court, I cannot go. Yesterday only I faced the challenges. The client said I had not received my refund of 12 crore rupees. Like, has you given any reminder? Yes, sir, मैंने 50 reminder दिए. मैं कैसे दिए? Verbal दिए. मैं official letter कोई दिया, कोई लेता ही नहीं है. The game is over. I cannot go to the High Court. I cannot go anywhere, in fact. So when you submit the document, because now limitation start, that's why I'm saying. So current, it will be very easy for the current to say it's a time bar now. But if you are able to prove that I have submitted all the documents. So the commencement audit date on which the records are made available. Second is, or actual institution of audit at the place of business. If the officer enter in your premises, that is again a time. But unfortunately, the word used is whichever is later. It means even if after entering the offices, you are given the document, some document on subsequent date, then that will be date counted for the commencement of audit. My submission here is please take the advantage of this law because nobody wants to be in the past. As soon as you want to come out from that. और ये corporate में मैं कर रहा हूँ तब भी यही हाल रहा है, profession में भी ये करना हमें ही पड़ेगा आखिर में, इसलिए better है आज करें या कल करें, जितना जल्दी हो सकते हैं उसको खत्म करें. Otherwise होगा क्या, आपका और काम पेंडिंग होते चले जाएंगे, फिर आपका ओवर टाइम क्या 24/7 सर्विस शुरू हो जाएगी. Then subsection 5, officer may require to afford a registered person the necessary facility to verify the books. Now he may ask what facility is required to get the audit done in your premises. And to furnish such information and assistant to complete the audit, you have to assist him. Friends, if you will agree with me that if your file is full, complete, having information, get it delivered to the office and try to manage that he completes the audit in his office. You may, if you have a proper documentation, you may, what I mean to say that you may stop him to come to your office because once he comes to office, you know. And the biggest challenge what corporate office faces is that GST, they say it's a function of the GST department in the corporate. Unfortunately, it's not a function of the GST department. There are 91 company where I was dealing 90 outlets where the goods were dispatched. And 90 outlets were making e-way bills. 90 outlets were preparing invoices. And there the GST department role is nil. So you can understand now, 90 में से जरूर कुछ ना कुछ तो होंगे, 10% तो गलतियां कर ही रहे होंगे. And बिल्कुल कर रहे होंगे because उनको GST को लॉ का ही नहीं पता है. I've seen that they don't know the ABCD about GST law. वो GST के इनवॉइस में जो इन्फॉर्मेशन उनको मिलती है वो डाल देते हैं, ठीक है डाल दो, क्या डिस्काउंट डालना है डाल दो, क्या उसमें ऐड करना है कर दो. They don't know GST at all. Never given the training. So don't depend on them or start giving training to all the departments so that they can adhere to. Now this is one table I made for limitation purpose to understand. Suppose you issue a notice on 1st April 2022. You got a notice on 1st April 2022. Now start of audit dates. Correct me, Karan and Geetika, if I'm wrong. What my interpretation is that start of audit will be 18th of April, 15 working days. What does it mean? 15 working days means Saturday, Sunday, you have to remove, exclude. If I exclude that working days, sorry, Sundays and Saturdays, then 18 days. So all documents you have submitted on 1st May 2022. Audit at the place of business start 15th of May 22. Audit should be completed by 14th August if it is 3 months. If the time has been extended by the commissioner, then it should be completed by 14th February 2023. And what is on conclusion of audit? That is within 30 days, he has to submit the report. Then 30th September 2022. It's just a illustration. Don't count one day, because I've not done such. I just wanted to say, if we follow this law, if this law is followed, which is supposed to be followed, then maximum 11 months to complete the GST audit by the department. The most important, what is the most important part of it? Anybody? Yes. As soon as, that's why I'm saying you make a complete one file, put all the papers there, make it indexing, put page numbers, and then file it. Sir, again, you have to prove that I've given all the documents. Then if you are not able to prove, then come to us. No. Please, ऐसा मत बोलिएगा. चलो हमारे को दे दीजिए, फिर हम देखेंगे उसको क्या करना. So, what we notice is today it is taking more than 2 years, 3 years, right? And if we follow the law, if we go as per the law, then it is 11 months to complete the audit. Now, I'll come to section 65, subsection 7. If suppose audit now results in a not paid, short paid, or erroneously refunded, or input is wrongly availed. Now here the word uses only the input is wrongly availed. It doesn't say and utilize. So what will happen? That this section doesn't say this. And initiate action under section 73 and action under 74. I've intentionally put this. I want to just tell you one important thing. See, you know, everybody knows about 73, 74. Yes. Now, suppose the audit department audit has started after 24 months of the filing of my return. Right? So it means they will start their function only under section 74. They will not start in 73. Suppose they start the audit after 24 months. Right? What are the limitation period in the section 73 is given? If suppose they start after 2.5 years, then they will start under section 74 only. Can we allow this? Because unka perception hai ki yahan pe evasion hai. Can we allow this? In my opinion, they must first prove that yes, there is a evasion, there is a misstatement, or there is a fraud. Then only they can initiate the audit, otherwise not. So this is a big difference. जो अभी होता आया है, जो सर्विस टैक्स वगैरह में होता रहा है कि अभी तक बल्कि ऑडिट अभी भी चल रहे हैं 2015, 16, 16, 17 के. ठीक है. So whether they can initiate, because फिर तो intention ही है कि evasion ही है, इसके अंदर और कुछ है ही नहीं है. So can we allow this or not? इसे my good friend Gitika can give the answer to this. Better answer. Okay, now coming to the last section, that is 66, first and last in fact. It is a special audit by the chartered accountant and the CMA. So in my definition, I don't believe in this audit. If I'm a chartered accountant, how the another chartered accountant can do the audit of my company? If I'm a chartered accountant. Now with this, I give the last illustration, which I was giving earlier. I started one operation in SS Kothari itself. Don't mind giving name also. This accounting. In fact, purpose was different altogether. So we maintain the accounts and all this. And the same thing happened that because Why I'm saying this, chartered accountant, chartered accountant. The biggest fear, Mr. K.S. Mehta was saying that, Mr. Gupta, what are you doing? I said, I'm taking this challenge. No, you are taking me at risk. I'm sorry, I'm telling you this is a fact of the life. He said, if some other chartered accountant comes, he says, I'm auditing SS Kothari, what reputation I will carry? You can understand this. Then I told him, sir, let me take this challenge. And this challenge took me to this stage that where I given the only 2 CDs, where everything was there, including the balance sheet, notes of accounts, everything was there, disclosure was there. And audit was completed in 4 hours of a company having a turnover 200 crores. And I told Mr. Mehta, this is the thing. And this way, well, what I mean to say here is not that I am appreciating myself. No, I'm just giving example. If some chartered accountant, cost accountant is coming to audit you, and you are also chartered accountant, please think once in your mind. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now is our last presentation by Ms. Geetika Srivastava. Is present our presentation on handling of GST audit, procedure during department audit and proceeding of demand of recovery. So before calling her, I just introduce her. He is currently an executive partner of Tatham Advisor. She holds an experience of more than 12 years in the field of indirect taxation. Prior to joining Tatham, she has worked as an associate director with PwC for 3 years and was associated with Lakshmi Kumar and Sridharan attorney for more than 8 years. Her expertise lies in advising clients on laws related to goods and service tax, excise and custom, including foreign trade policy. She has been associated with GST in almost 2 years. He is also a qualified chartered accountant. So Ms. Geetika, please take your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. To those who are present in person and also those who are still connected with us virtually. Yes, we are towards the end of the session, and I really want to make this session a little interactive in the sense that we all have heard from all the learned speakers, N.K. Gupta sir, Bimal Jain sir, Karan, my friend, he has also discussed a lot about scrutiny and all. So what is it that as a business we should be doing? Law we all have read, we have understood the nuances of the law, how it has to be read, and sir also shared some of his experiences. I'll just extend this discussion a bit more from the practical perspective. So in any audit, primarily for that matter in any proceedings, there are broadly 3 stages. The stage which is before, which we call as a preparatory stage, the process which is going on during the proceedings or during the audit process when it is going on. You have to do the interactions, you have to collate documents, you have to do a lot of submissions, etc. So that is a stage which is ongoing during the audit. And then there is a stage which is post the closure of the audit, which is the final closure. We'll touch upon each of these stages one by one. So first of all, when we talk about the preparatory stage, sir also mentioned that you should know when you are getting any notice from any officer, whether he is the right person to issue these notice, whether he has a jurisdiction and all. So these are all very technical points. Practically what we need to see is that whether at the same time, if I am registered with a central jurisdiction, whether the state officers can also come. Presently, we have seen that most of the audits under GST have been started by the central authority, except for 1 or 2 states. Bihar, Karnataka have started the state audit. Officially, there is no written statement or anywhere they have mentioned it that, we'll not interject into each other's power. But from the center's experience, we have seen that at no point of time, the central officers are trying to audit the cesses which are falling under the state jurisdiction. States are still in the process of developing their manual. There is, a lot of meetings, internal meetings, which are going on, wherein all these jurisdiction officers are going to sit, discuss what will be the scope of manual and all. So primarily, it looks like they are not going to intervene into each other's jurisdiction, but in coming days to see, let's see whether we face any such scenario where I am registered under a central officer and I'm receiving a notice from an audit office, from a state auditor. Let's see if that happens or not, because as of now, most of the states have not even started doing the audit. Other important part is the documentation. Just to extend what sir said just now, that very important that your documentation should be appropriate. Why to say so? That because that is what will speak about the books that we are creating and what we have to prove in the future. So why I'm saying this, don't wait for any audit to come. Why can't we prepare ourselves before any audit to come? We know that most of the clients in any or the other states have started getting the audit notices. Let's work for pan-India basis. So, because when you do certain activities, there are a lot of implications which will have impact on your other registrations. Very classic case of ITC reconciliations. You cannot do it on standalone basis. That has to be done on a pan-India basis. So when you're doing this activity, do it for your pan-India basis. Why you want to repeat the exercise when you know that at some point of the time, other states will also come up and we'll be all put under the audit schedule. So documentation is something which is to be prepared up to the mark, and please don't submit anything where you are not sure that your numbers are matching with your books, with your returns, or if there is any gap, you're not able to justify that gap. Stakeholders are very important. Why we say so? Today in GST, we are working into pan-India presence. So we have multiple GSTians, we might have multiple officers, multiple audits which will come from, in some GSTians would fall under some central jurisdiction, some will come under state jurisdiction. So what happens is that sometimes when people who are sitting at the warehouse, who are sitting at the depots or some other locations, the plants and all, they really don't understand the nuance of these audit notices when they're coming. Because most of the time we have seen that the tax functions are handled at a corporate level. So they really don't understand. Sometimes they don't even look into those documents. Please educate your plants, your warehouses, etc. At any point of time, if they are receiving any notice, why only talk about the audit notice? Any notice, if it's coming from the department, any information, any letter you're receiving from the department, please, they need to touch base with the corporate team. The corporate team will be the first person who will look into the requirements, whether what action has to be taken. Because most of the time we have seen in our experiences that sometimes somebody has filed some refund, a deficiency memo or a PH memo has received to one of the offices, and that office never communicated to the head office. And most of the time registered offices are given as our addresses, and the registered office is a separate, very different office from where the corporate office is functioning. So this kind of a communication is very important. Why? Because if you miss onto these things, then tomorrow you will not be able to plead your bona fide that yes, we tried to touch base with the department, we did our best. It's only because they all have the power to do the best judgment assessment. They can always pass the ex parte order. They'll send you notices, they'll give you calls, etc. If no one is responding, at one point of time, they will also, immediately take some action, because for them, the assessee is not responding. So that's where we have to it's very important that both the teams, the corporate offices as well as the local teams which are dealing with the officer or receiving any notices, should be connected with each other so as to make the best replies and give the best of the information. Because like e-way bills are kind of an examples, the units are making those e-way bills. And when you're getting some notice which is having some implications of GSTR1 versus e-way bill, the corporate office may not have the clear visibility. So they need to understand about the all the compliances that have been done by the units. Audit location is one another aspect which is, which sir, as per the law has discussed also, that they can do, on-site audit also, and they can also do the desk audit. Yes, we should make an endeavor that as far as possible, we should provide them as much information at their desk and satisfy them with the documentation in order to avoid them to come to your premises. We all know when the tax officer come to offices in your premises, the kind of interaction happens, the kind of information requirement happens, can even go beyond what is even required under the law. And when you're dealing at a practical level, you really don't want to offend any officer. Yes, you want to tell him that this is not required, but something, if it is connected, you cannot say no to him. So try to close these audit at the officer's desk, give him as much information as possible. Try, if you're not able to give anything at some point of time, ask for extensions, but don't keep them in blind. Keep the communication chain on. That's very important. That's the second aspect of your soft skills. Your soft skills should be such that you are having a connect with the officer. You should build in that confidence with the officer that yes, we are here to support you in this audit, but please grant us some time. There are so many thousand and 5,000 crores and above companies which will have voluminous data. So collating that data, doing the reconciliations and all, while the officers will say you would have done the reconciliation, but as a taxpayer, I would really want to review what I'm going to submit. Because yes, the initial days of GSTs were very painful. We did not know exactly what we were filing, what we are submitting. Just for the purpose of reconciliation, we had done some figure and all. So even while filing 9(9)Cs, there have been a lot of, adjustments here and there. So these are the areas where you have to be very, very, connected with your officer. Have that chain of communication open with him. No point of time he should get a suspicion that you are trying to evade you're trying to avoid the situation to give the information. Try and give some piecemeal information, not that everything is not readily available with you. So if you see, there is a laundry list which is always given by these GST officers, and most of the items may not be even applicable to anyone. Say, for example, any relationship with any reconciliation with the e-way bill. I'm a service provider, I don't issue an e-way bill. So these are the list of documents when they give you. It's a 2-3 pages list that they give. And along with this, there's another questionnaire which is coming, 40-page questionnaire which comes about your business, your internal checks, this and that. Try and answer those in piecemeal. Don't keep everything at your desk that I will give everything at one point of time. Nothing will help, because that will only aggregate make him aggressive, that you're not responding to him, you are not giving him importance. He's coming and asking, and then of course the nuances will always be in the negative. So if you see, broadly 3 kind of information: general information, the balance sheets, the business note, etc. I don't think any organization would find any difficulty in submitting any of these details. So if you are having any specific business practice, please give it in your brief, business brief, that we are a unique business, we do business like this. Because please understand, officers are also not aware, or they cannot visualize all the business scenarios. So it is us who has to tell them that a normal situation, a person would do like this, but in my situation, these are the exceptions. Give him a brief note. I am not asking you to give him a booklet of your your business. Just give him a glimpse, what you do, how you do it, how your practices may be different from others' practices. So it will help him understand and save your time by him asking you all irrelevant questions which are not applicable to you. Anything which is not applicable, just simply write, we are a service company, we don't issue an e-way bill, not applicable. So any organization, most of the information may be overlapping or may not be even required. Coming to the last one, the second one is all returns, readily available. He also has it. He knows he has it in system, but since he's asking us, we have to give it. Do the compliance. At no point of time, he will come and say that you never gave me anything, you did not share anything with me, you are not cooperating with me. Give all these things which is readily available. You cannot manipulate anything over here. If you talk about your returns and all, whatever has gone has gone. GST 9, 9Cs, 1, 3Bs, whatever has gone is gone. E-way bill details gone. So what you have to work upon is on the last part of the data requirements, which are your reconciliations, the sample documents, any other kind of information which they might specifically ask you, specific to your business scenario. So these are the areas where you actually need to spend time and buy time from them. And how you can do it, while initial stage when you give him all the basic information, at least he will be satisfied to an extent that yes, the assessee is cooperating, he wants to give the information. And of course, so soon as we give the information to the officer, the audits will be closed. Now, while doing your reconciliations, what are our practical experiences we have seen? 1, 3B, fine, everyone can do the reconciliations, books, 1 reconciliations are also done, etc. 1 and e-way bill reconciliations are being asked. Soon they'll also start with asking the reconciliations of 1 and your e-invoicing, the IRP portal information. As of now, none of them have asked, but let's be mentally prepared, because this has all come into system. They will start asking this because there's a connect between, there's a integration between the IRP portal and the GST portal. The reconciliation reports will come. Now, where the areas of concern can be, I cannot imagine any situation where in case 100% value of your books can match with your 1s and 3Bs. There would be some variations. Variations could be due to some adjustments entry, some account NDS adjustments, some any kind of, prior period revenue book, this period revenue book, next period booking issues. So like any industry specific example, if we take real estate industry, they book their revenue on the percentage completion basis. So for them, the revenue will be booked at when the percentage completion happens. But for the purpose of GST, they have to pay GST while they issue a demand note. So that can be always an overlapping between the two periods. Airline industry, they issue, you book the tickets, they issue you invoice upfront. So the invoice will have GST and all, they will pay their taxes. But when they recognize their revenue as per the accounting principles, they will recognize this as per the flying, when the actual flight happens. So again, I booked ticket in January, I might be flying in August. So for the purpose of GST, the taxes have been paid in the month of January when I booked the ticket because I got the invoice. But for the purpose of accounting, it would be recorded in the month of August. So these can always be the areas of differences which we as a taxpayer have to explain to the officer that these are the areas where there will always be differences. No doubt they will always understand, because there are certain things which are controlled through the accounting principles. GST has their own time of supply provisions which have to be followed. So this is the area where you need to focus. Secondly, most of us in the initial filing of GST 9, while comparing your financials with your 9, when we did not understand anything, we have put everything under table 5.0, considering this as a residuary clause. Believe me, all the tax officers are asking the details of that table 5.0. They want to know what is there in table 5.0. It should not happen that you have tried to avoid some tax and you have just put it under the adjustment. While making the 9Cs, people would have made that kind of a reconciliation. But please, before you submit them, just check those numbers are matching or not, whether the numbers, the reasons that you're allotting for putting them under 5.0, whether they are justified or not. And yes, if there are certain areas where, some stands can be changed, basis which you can avoid these reportings, make those corrections in the coming years. Because what we understand is that these audits and all, one is a routine audit. Sometimes the special audits and also are happening and special cases are coming where DGARM is issuing the, they're picking the names from the portal. That's nothing. It's just logic that they're put into the portal, comparing two tables. And assuming if any one particular table where you have reported some number which is not matching with their number, definitely will pop up the difference. Either you justify the difference, or you can always, revise the practice of reporting if it is possible. Just putting everything in the wake of, compiling and just reconciling can always land you up in these kind of situations. Last thing is very important about the sample invoices. Normally, we have seen that everyone wants to give the top invoices, top value invoices. And many times the officers insist on giving 100% data. Maybe here again, going back to your soft skills, you need to make them understand we are a voluminous company. We might be having lakhs and lakhs of invoices. I really can't pull out each and every invoice and give it to you. We can just do some categorization, some vendor-wise categorization, value-wise categorization. That's how we need to handle them and give them suggestions also. They will always ask you for 100% data, and that's where you have to give them the suggestion. See, out of my 100% data, 80-90% is this particular supply or this particular vendor or this particular customer, which will take care of everything. But to our surprise, in one of the cases, the officer said that top wala to is always good. Everyone takes care of top wala. I want to see below 10, below 20 suppliers or your customers. And that's where are the gray areas. So yes, don't really go by the normal standards. You also need to understand that the officers are also learning day by day. They also know that yes, people will manage the top level data, the highest revenue, highest credits, they'll always be able to match it. Also focus on the lower parts, because any demand which they can create is a money for them, and they can always create a show cause notice or a recovery out of it. Inward side reconciliations, we all know about 2A, 2B's reconciliations. I will not get into this. What we have to ensure is that how we can present our reconciliation in a way where we can convince him without leading him to get into the invoice level detail. If you are getting an audit for a block of years, try to give a block of year reconciliation, because yes, we all know there is an overlapping effect. Something will be there in the first year will get adjusted with the second year. So if possible, try and do the consolidations, do a year-wise breaker, and then present it in a way that, look, this is what was there in 2A, this is what I have taken. He might drill down, or maybe in some cases we have seen, we have been able to convince him at a top level also. If it's a year-wise audit, do a year-wise reconciliation, try and convince him that at the top level, if I have taken credit which is less than which is available in 2A, which means I am a bona fide taxpayer. I don't want to push in a way that giving him a lead that he gets into the invoice level. Trust me, anyone at the invoice level will somewhere get stuck, because in the initial periods, those were difficult times. There has been issues. The PRs were not complete. The punching, etc., was very bad. So those types of reconciliation issues would be there. So the objective is that try and convince them at a consolidated level or a top level so that they don't get into the details. Yes, I'm not saying that you start doing a wrong ITC, but whatever has been done cannot be undone. We are talking about the past. We can't change it. So that's where you have to identify. But at the same time, if you're clearly able to identify, you're able to identify that, yes, while doing this year's reconciliation after 4 years of learning, there is something which I did as a wrong, then please don't try to cover it up. If you say, for example, 180 days reversal is a very, very common mistake which is happening in every organization across the country. Very few organizations have been able to control, but most of the organizations are having this issue. So how you have, so these are some technical issues. So how you are supposed to handle these things when you come to the post audit? One, when we are talking about the submissions and all, you have given him all the you have given him all the explanations to the doubts which are coming. It's a long run process which goes on maybe weeks also, months also, depending upon, sometimes officers ask for additional information. So having said that, once you have come to a discussion where he has made his mind, you have made your mind, they will issue you audit objections para. Something which is similar, which was happening in pre-GST era also, same thing they'll issue here also. You have to give a reply, whether you accept it, you don't accept it. If you don't accept it, you give the suitable reply, give him the justification. If he accepts it, he'll drop that para. If he's not going to accept it, definitely he's going to issue a show cause notice for that demand. Wherever you are yourself accepting it, very crucial point. Every month, all these auditors, these officers, they have MCM. It's a monitoring committee meeting, which happens every month, can be any day of the month, mostly after the second week, where they have to give their reports of the audits which are pending with them. This is a very soft time where you can negotiate with them if you yourself have identified some liabilities. We all know we have done some mistake. We all know we would have. You have any questions, sir? So we all know we have some issues like 180 days reversal. Once you do the reconciliations, you will all be able to find most of us would have done a mistake in that reconciliation. What is the implication? Interest. You can upfront go and talk to the person and say that, sir, while doing this reconciliation, we have find this thing, and I think this is payable from our side. We are ready to pay this. Somewhere down the line, if the officer gets that comfort that this company is ready to pay what is payable at their end, they kind of develop a confidence, and maybe it's at that point of time you also can take an advantage of the situation and get the audit closed. Not necessary to drag them up, because once MCM is over, they get another month's time. So this is the pressure time for them, which we can utilize in our favor. And yes, of course, as a company, many a times there are issues where we know legally we are correct, but we don't want to waste money in litigation. Pick up those points: notice pay recoveries, liquidated damages. Many companies have taken a call. Yes, we know we are correct. There are judgments which are in favor, but because it's a very small amount, a very very insignificant amount for the company, they as a buying piece mechanism, they do it. You make a proper reply of that yes, we are not agreeing to this liability, but because we don't want to get into litigation, we are making these payments. So some kind of a, psychological managing and also identifying your own areas and going and discussing with them officers. Most of the time, they also are agreeing with you that, okay, you are ready to pay this amount, fine. Because you also know no auditor will go with a clean file. He would want something or the other. So that's where you have to identify, if possible, identify those areas where you want to pay and get the files closed without, getting things dragged for long and long. Other thing is, once things are over, please get your IARs. These are very helpful. Why I'm saying so, that sometimes when your audit team has done your audit, another notice comes from the jurisdiction officer or some other officer. Yes, they all have legal powers to do the audit for the same period because they are under different jurisdiction or maybe under different chairs where they are sitting. But in our experience, we have seen in many cases when we have told them that, look, this period audit has already been confirmed and we have got an IAR. The officer themselves said that, fine, if this is done, I will not continue to do this audit. They put this in their record. Without taking name, in one of the recent cases, a client was having a special audit. And once that special audit got over, in the meanwhile, they got a notice from their jurisdiction officer also. So the client said that for the same period, the audit team is doing special audit. Why do you want another audit? So the other officer was only asking for the IAR. Internally, they got connected with the officer. They confirmed that, yes, this particular office assessee is being assessed or audit is being done. So this IAR came to their rescue. They did not have to face another auditor or another officer for the same period. So this is very important. Take this, because anyways, for any other purposes, for your record purposes, IAR is very important. Next, litigation strategy. Again, this is all interlinked with the first point, what queries you are getting in the audit paras. Yes, there could be some situations where you do not want to litigate and want to pay, but there could be situations where you want to litigate, you will not agree to it. So make those litigation strategies accordingly. And at some point of time, while making the payments during the audit, some officers are insisting for the payment of penalty also, to which we say that penalty is something when it has to be paid and when, someone has alleged a malified or a fraud case for us. In this case, we ourselves have identified, and during the process, we have identified it's a voluntary payment. So where does the question of penalty come? If at all, I'll pay the tax and interest. If at all, penalty should not be payable. Now, moving to the last part of it, the demands and recovery. I'll not go into this. We all know these are the stages. There's a show cause notice, order, etc. 73 notice is a normal period notice. 74 notice is an extended period. These are the timelines. So just to take away for today's session, whenever you have if you want to see the timelines for your period, which is 17-18, for that, as an example, we have put it over here that if someone has audited your 17-18 period or any officer wants to issue a notice, the timeline starts from the due date of filing return, which was 31st January 2020. From there, the timelines have to be calculated. If any officer wants to issue the notice under 73, he can issue it only till 30th October 22. And if it is 74 notice, then 30th July 2024. So this is why this is important, because whenever you're getting a notice, the first thing you need to see whether it is a time barred notice or not. Many times the show cause notice have been quashed basis this only, that it's barred by limitation. These are some steps before you go for the filing and all. I'll just skip on this. These are some jurisdictions have been awarded to the officers based on the quantum of demand. A specific notification has been, circular has been issued on this aspect. When a superintendent can issue notice, when a deputy or an assistant commissioner can issue, and when can an additional or a joint commissioner issue the notices. So again, why is this important? When you are getting a demand notice, this is where you need to first see whether can this be one of the grounds for rebutting the notice that the jurisdiction is not there. Anyone who is issuing demand for 1 crore and it's issued by a superintendent, straight away you can, under jurisdiction, you can get it quashed. So the first thing, while you look into the your show cause notices, so the two parts of it, technicals and the legal. These are the technical parts of it where you need to see when you are receiving any notice. One, whether the jurisdiction is there or not. DGGI has a pan-India jurisdiction, keep that in mind. So never ever challenge that. But there is a circular which has been recently issued in 18 and amended into 2022, where it says that DGGI can only issue the notice, but the adjudications has to be done by the CTOs of the respective jurisdiction. So keep that in mind, that who is coming for the adjudication and who is issuing the notice. All these things, very small things, but can help you, save you from long-drawn litigation. Pre-SCN consultation. it was there in pre-excise, pre-GST era also. In GST also, they have put it in a specific rule that a pre-GST, pre-SCN consultation should be done with the principal commissioner before the SCN is issued. Practically, many a times these consultations help in favor of the officer, because superintendents and all, they might not be, in a position to take a call. Then the principal commissioners or the chief commissioners, they are little senior in rank. So they are sometimes able to take call that, yes, these points or these paras can be dropped. Then is a very important aspect, which many a times we are seeing that a lot of notices, notice communications coming from the department is not carrying DIN. So if it is not DIN, you are not required and you are not even bound to reply to those notices, whether it is coming through email, because sometimes officers are sending emails also, and sometimes they're sending on portal, and sometimes both the things are happening. So if you're receiving an email or on the portal, DIN is something you should look into first, and then only we will go for the next level of the action that has to be taken. Mode of service is something which is more from the department's perspective, that how it can be served. So we all know it can be served physically, through portal, through emails, everything is possible now. Now, from the legal perspective, these are some very broad points. I'll not get into the intricacies, but very broad areas where you can focus when you have to make the reply. One is the merit of the case. Apart from that, the limitation period. If it is beyond limitation, you can challenge that. We all know that whenever the department is falling short of time, they always go for extended limitation. Very important ground, because you may have a lot of case laws. If, for example, if it's a classification issue, it's a clear-cut issue. Two judgments are there which are contrary to each other, or maybe one judgment following which I took a call, and tomorrow the some other judgment has come, or the interpretations have changed. So basis that, I can always say that my intention was not malafide. I followed a judgment, I followed a Supreme Court ruling, and I took a call. Tomorrow, if for some reason the interpretation has changed, or the department is taking any other view other than what I am taking, it's not a case of a fraud or a misrepresentation. Everything is available with you. Again, other areas are grounds for the taking limitation. I filed my returns, my data is available. Umpteen issues which you can take up to prove that I don't fall under the clause of 74. Vagueness, your correct provisions under which it has been issued, that has to be seen. Interpretation area, they can be interpreting law in one way, you are interpreting in a different way. So these are the grounds which you can put in your making your replies. Computation aspects, whether the demand can become tax and all. We have a specific provision in the GST rule which says that yes, if you have not collected, it can be a come tax. Procedural lapses, a very common ground which we have been seen ever since the laws have been the indirect tax law has come, that if there is any procedural lapse, because of that, if I am being denied any substantive benefit, one of the grounds can be that. Common grounds always can be, I have not done any malafide. If I'm a government entity, I don't intend to, evade taxes, so on and so forth. So these are the grounds which you can, in general, take in normally most of these show cause notices reply, apart from what is the merit of the case. Last part, I'll just quickly skip the recovery part. This is something, it's just the extract of law that once a proceeding is closed, you have received an order, you don't want to go into appeal, or let's say you have come to the last level of appeal after having the final order from the highest authority or highest forum, then the government has power to recover taxes within 3 months time from that date of order. They have various powers and various mechanisms by which they can recover. This is all encoded in law, nothing which is different from law, which I'll be discussing. So with this, I'll end the presentation.
I'll just like to add one more thing which recently happened with us regarding the show cause notice issued by the authorities. One show cause notice issued by the assistant commissioner. And on the very first notice, we noticed this thing and we mildly put in the letter that this is out of your jurisdiction, mildly. And then he completed his all proceedings and all this. We were waiting that when he will pass the orders or all this. And before passing one day, we gave him the detailed letter that you don't have a jurisdiction. Right? And then he got it examined from the principal commissioner, and then it was noticed that he doesn't have a jurisdiction. But we bought around 12 to 18 months And during that matter, he also lost, the additional commissioner also lost the jurisdiction.
So these are very minute things, but can help you save your time and your money in unwanted litigation, which is not even required. So I think maybe this is something which we all can keep in mind and take away, that whenever we receive a notice, these things have to be taken care of before we get into the merits of the case.
So almost we are through for the full day seminar. Can we have 5-10 minutes question answer session in case you're having specific query? Yes, we got all learned speakers. So request, please go and give them a mic.
In case there is a short payment of tax, let's say during the audit or thereafter also, which we can pay through utilization of the ITC, which is accumulated with us. So is interest payable on that? Because various high courts have held that in case you are making payment of tax through ITC, then interest is not payable. However, the way the section 50, the proviso has been worded, it is giving some different interpretations.
Trust is not payable only when you have a balance of it. It's a case of short non-reversal of reversal of ITC or normal payment.
Normal payment, which was short payment of tax initially, output tax, ITC is available, accumulated balance is available all through.
Then you are liable to pay interest along with that. The case of non-payment of interest is you have availed the credit, and after availing the credit, you have always closing balance equivalent or more than to that. And later on, you have reversed the credit, which you have wrongly availed. Then you are not liable to pay interest. But your case is that you have short paid the output liability.
So of course, that is right. But there are two aspects to this. What you are saying is in terms of ITC claimed or availed, but not utilized. What I'm saying or discussing is with respect to various high court judgments, wherein they have said if a taxpayer has accumulated balance of ITC, and if he is discharging that tax payment through the ITC, the tax is balance is always available with the government. So government cannot be having an undue benefit of that.
I think no, there is no such judgment.
There are various high court judgments of it.
So I think there's a circular also during the time when we were, having this issue regarding section 50 interest, more specifically from the ITC reversal. But yes, this argument can be taken that if you are having an accumulation in your credit balance and there is an output liability which was to be paid and it was it's less than the accumulated balance, yes, there is no requirement of paying the interest. Section 53, which is being amended by this new budget, that is also having the same specific provision where they are bringing up only interest when you are interest on the ITC when it is wrong, it is availed and utilized. So if you are, this is mainly because of the for the wrongly availed ITC, but from the output tax point of view, if you are having a sufficient ITC balance, it's more like a revenue neutral situation and you can take the benefit of that case.
Thank you. I'll just add that during the GST Council meetings also, and thereafter in the press release also,
yes,
the impression given was that any tax paid through the accumulated ITC, interest will not be charged.
No.
While the
interest should be charged only on the net cash liability. That's
while they came out with the amendment in the law, it was worded differently as compared to the decision in the GST Council.
And that's what also clarified in the press note, that because of the technical issues, we'll not be able to put it in this way. But no taxpayers should be charged with this additional liability for the retrospective period, because council meeting and all have discussed these in detail.
Okay, let me add something to it. Both the learned, speaker has said you asked the query. Recently, in that DGTS program, those 2-3 guys are sitting here, they have attended. Interest calculator is being given on GST 3B, which auto calculate your interest for delayed payment of taxes. This interest calculator is working interest when you are filing delayed in filing your GST 3B, hence interest going to be calculated on net tax liability. So maybe gross tax 1 lakh rupees. 80 lakh rupees, gross tax is 1 lakh rupees, and 80,000 is lying in your e-credit ledger, then interest is chargeable only on 20,000 rupees. But what happened in a case when previous period liability, which turned out to be a non-payment or short payment in your version, and now you're disclosing whether interest going to be leviable on gross tax or net tax. Had it been net tax, then you're getting benefit of accumulated ITC. But as per the proviso under section 50, subsection 1, it's creating confusion, and even interest calculator, it's calculating on gross tax liability, not on net tax liability. So first I'm citing the proviso of section 50, subsection 1, which is worded in such a way that it is only for the relevant tax period. So previous tax period disclosed in this current tax period, you would be liable for gross tax liability. And that is how interest is calculating through interest calculator on that GST common portal. Now coming back to litigation point, what is being stated and what is being done. See, it is being stated for a long time that interest should be calculated only on net tax liability. 39 GST Council meetings said that they made some changes, made changes prospectively from 1st September 2020, was not retrospective. Later on, they did retrospective amendment, but still one open lacuna they have left. And for that, I'm getting answer from their side. Why this interest calculated on GST common portal is working like that? They are saying for past period, which is your question for non-payment and short payment, we demand interest on gross tax liability. Now, what is the way forward? What to be done? So one is the litigation. One is that corresponding provision need to be amended. Otherwise, for sure, litigation will flow. And you can very well argue, sir, what is the difference between calculation of net tax liability if I calculate for the current tax period versus past tax period, because I'm having equivalent or accumulated ITC also. You can argue on principle of equity. In both cases, we are having that kind of parallel situation. All right. So to my mind, of course, we can go for litigation, and we have raised this question to the officers that, sir, because of proviso, you're creating complication and you're going back what is being stated by GST Council. So that would be my answer. Gupta ji, want to add something?
So you take the different situation, okay, slightly different situation, okay. You made an invoice of 100 rupees, you charge 18 rupees GST on that. You issue to the customer, okay. Now, what will happen is, customer will take the ITC of 18 rupees. He doesn't have any accumulation, he will use this ITC, right? Correct? Now, this 18 rupees you are not paid. You are going to pay it after 6 months or 8 months, right? So in my opinion, interest would be charged to you, because see, we have to see from the channel impact. This is the GST, that is ultimate tax in the consumer, right? So if you have passed on this credit to a customer and he has taken input tax credit, whereas he was not having, so this is the view which has been developed also from the department, is then who's losing it? Because it's a revenue is going to the states to whom you have issued the invoice, not to the Delhi. Once you have issued the invoice from Delhi, it is not Mr. Kejriwal who is getting the revenue. It is the state where you have issued the invoices. So this one argument is also there.
Gupta ji, ek cheez add karunga. When we are discussing so interestingly, we must understand. Gupta ji has given a situation that you have raised the invoice of which credit taken by your buyer, of which taxes are not being paid. But what I'm arguing the other way around, I will argue in the court and I will say, my lord, why they are looking like this? When I'm having credit, it means I paid the taxes, and the taxes are already being deposited. So why are only looking this supply chain? This credit has accumulated to me on the basis of taxes are being paid, which is not being utilized. So to that extent, if argument comes that government has not collected the tax, is not correct.
Are you getting my point?
Now,
It ca-
court has started here. I have an agreement against this also. See, if you have a deposit in cash ledger and you have not adjusted your liability, will you get the interest?
Gupta ji,
No.
cash is different.
Excellent. You have a cash balance. So many people in the beginning, they deposited the cash in the account and they say, "Sir, हमने तो deposit कर दिया था." But they have not squared up because of the 3B. So this situation now, similarly, the ITC, yes, see, we are giving all the pros and cons. What can be challenged the courts also? That yes, you have a ITC credit, but it is your balance. You can always withdraw this amount by way of refund, by way of any kind of things which has been deposited. You can take a refund also. Some certain circumstances, yes, inverted duty structure, whatever it is. Now, in your case, I'm not saying we have to see the law as a whole, right? So this amount is credit is available to you, no doubt about it. But how to be utilized? Anyway, there, yes, what Bimali has also said, but there are counter arguments on this. So let's see.
I will make more interesting now. There's no refund under GST unless it is zero rated or inverted duty structure. You may have infinity of account balance lying in your e-credit ledger unless you are having zero rated supply or inverted duty structure.
Sir, I give you the
Just
there's a closer of unit. I have taken the complete.
I'm coming back, sir. I'm coming back. Sir. नहीं देखिए यहाँ कोई भी किसी का यहाँ पे we are open house. See, and that is the beauty of any discussion. See, we started from Pavan, we reached to Gitika, then I started chipping in, then Gupta ji saying something. This is what called real seminar. This is what really called. See, you are posting a query, but your query, see, is taken to that level of understanding. एक क्वेश्चन के लिए 15 मिनट से डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. Do you think only it is your value addition? I can tell you it is a value addition for all of us together. Value addition for all of us together. See, closure of any unit and you are taking refund, subjective issue. It is not a settled one. If you have got it, you're a fortunate guy. And getting something from the department, even no, your colleague or your neighbor does not know about it, again, fortune. Sometimes बहुत कुछ मिल जाता है. My only submission is they are saying, and what context they are saying is not going in a right perspective. I'm only saying for that same tax period, you wanted me to pay interest on net tax. For the past period, again, same argument, same logic. I'm having e-credit, which I did not use. And I'm not saying that the past period liability I'm utilizing with my current period e-credit ledger. See, try to understand. मेरी liability November 2021 की है. मैं November 2021 की क्रेडिट की बात कर रहा हूं. मैं आज की क्रेडिट की बात नहीं कर रहा. तो मुझे बेनिफिट. चलिए आपका क्वेश्चन ले लिया एट लेंथ. पीछे सर आप बताइए.
सर एक बस इसमें इंटरेस्टिंग और ऐड कर दूं.
पवन जी एक और चीज इंटरेस्टिंग ऐड कर रहे हैं. हम पहले सर के पास जाएंगे फिर आपके पास आएंगे.
Interest is favor. I took this ground by quoting the section 50 proviso of that. I say कि भैया interest favor नहीं है और मैं नहीं दूंगा.
Sir, little bit English for those guys to come from.
Oh, sir, we are trying maximum English. Sometime Hindi we are putting flavor to give tadka. You are North Indian side or from South Indian side? So you stay in Delhi?
I for past 40 years, but those two kids who came from Tamil Nadu,
they don't know.
Oh, so no. We are also, educating them to have love with North India also. Get married to someone North Indian girl. You will learn Hindi by yourself. No teaching required.
Oh, he's not married.
On a lighter note, see, he has come all the way from Tamil Nadu only to see me, that Bimalji is here. इससे ज्यादा प्यार और क्या हो सकता है? And when you're loving so much to me without Hindi, GST नहीं समझोगे. On a lighter note. Yes, sir. Mic ले आपकी आवाज सब सुनेंगे.
I am having two questions. One is, how will an assessee or a taxable person know what is his jurisdictional? Who is his jurisdiction?